main character sat at the table with his comrades, pondering whether he could work in a team despite the curse and wondering if he would manage to create something from the curse today using the materials at hand. At that moment, the blind man said his name. Gail looked at him and replied. Then he was informed that they were terminating the contract. The boy said that he was being kicked out of the Wolfpack team. The main character was stunned by these words. He did not understand at all what was happening. Gail scratched his head, trying to understand why this happened at all. In response, Boss Kesh told him directly that he was fired and repeated it several more times. Other team members started joking with him. Melissa asked if she should calm him down again. Luke told her to stop, and Nora added that it seems some do not believe he could be fired. The main character immediately jumped up and asked them to wait. Then he asked why they made this decision so suddenly. Kesh asked again why he considered it unexpected and whether he really did not understand the reason. Gail remembered how they formed the team 3 years ago. Due to his low rank, he helped by applying the necessary curses. He admitted aloud that he still did not understand everything. Kosh replied that it also took him a long time to grasp everything. He said that his class is not very useful for the team. All he can do is weaken the enemy with a one-time curse and nothing more. Moreover, among everyone in the group, he has the lowest level. The main character said he understands that his class has few opportunities, but thanks to his curses, completing tasks is still much easier, although these curses are not very strong, and priests can also remove them. Gail said that he uses not only consumables. He took out a decoration from under his collar and explained that it works on monsters even without active use. Hearing this, his team indignantly asked if he was okay, because wearing such a thing was already too much. After that, Kesh said that they had already found a replacement for him. It is a plague support mage who can both strengthen allies and weaken enemies. The girl greeted him and said she was glad to meet him. Gail considered herself beautiful. The rest of the team greeted her and said they were pleased to meet her. Then Cash turned to him and asked if he understood everything now, adding that they no longer needed him. The main character asks for one more chance and a little patience. He has a powerful curse he has not yet used, as well as many other aces up his sleeve. But he never finished his speech because he met the stern gaze of the chief. Gail asked if they would regret it later. He confidently replied no. In his mind, he recalled how he had always supported them since the team's creation. The evening continued to bother him, advising him to surrender and try his strength in the shop of curses. Melissa said that it is really possible to sell them to suspicious people. Nora stated that he will advertise his store. Luke added that at least he does not hate it. At that moment, Moore just stood silently. Then the main character said he understood everything and thanked everyone for everything. After that, he walked away, but no one even turned to look at him. Gail wondered what had happened to them. After all, they had been together for so long. He also remembered Kay Shed's words about taking care of the rent. Moreover, he had already calculated how much his curse would cost him, so he would not receive any reward. The main character looked carefully at the symbol in his palm and thought that he could not tell them the whole truth straight to their eyes, but he still enchanted their equipment to make them stronger. Gail decided that it was no longer his business, so he canceled the spell. A magical seal appeared above his head, causing a bit of pain. In a moment, it disappeared. The main character was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath. He realized that cursed things are not only evil, some of them can even enhance certain abilities. After this, Gail felt relief. He felt much better. The team was no longer haunted by the curse, but he no longer cared. He decided to simply join another team. Then he opened the window with his characteristics. He noticed that the Keres level was about 50, and his own had risen to 48. Now he belonged to the Curse Master class. Other indicators and personal scores also increased. The main character said that Kira's has about 5,000 attack points and 3,000 defense points, which meant he had significantly leveled up. The hotel owner asked how much longer he planned to stay since he had already checked out, and he had to leave, apologizing to her. After some time, he left the hotel. He was walking down the street and thinking about what to do next. He had no money left at all, but plenty of curses. Suddenly, he heard a nearby seller calling people to buy fresh apples. Gail was indeed thinking about opening his own shop, but he gets annoyed when people say it was always his dream. He likes to imagine a workshop with tools somewhere in a remote place. But after that, the main character decided that now he was free. He could sleep, eat whenever he wanted, hide the curse, and engage in his favorite research. Now he chooses for himself how to live and what to do. A smile appeared on Gail's face. He raised his hands up and joyfully exclaimed with happiness. After that, Gail decided that now he would first start earning money from sales. At this time, in the Silver Wolf Pavilion in the hotel, Melissa sat on Kesh's lap and began to tell him how she enjoyed the food and how nice it was that the main character had already left. Norris turned to Mura and said that he spoiled her only because he was a newcomer here. Luke added that he should have been kicked out a long time ago. The girl was silent at that moment. The guys, looking at her figure, immediately blushed and swallowed. Kesh said that he and Gail had known each other since the times when the team was just being formed. Melissa admitted that it seemed to her as if he adjusted to each of them, as if using some kind of magic. And at that very moment, magical seals appeared over the entire team. Kesh immediately jumped up and asked what had happened. They began to discuss that their equipment had lit up. Mura asked if it was a dispelling spell. At that moment, the seals began to disappear. The guys began to discuss that they did not understand what was going on, but each of them noticed. Their magical power had become weaker, and they themselves felt heavier. Mura was very surprised. She asked the guys what they had just said, and then expressed her opinion that it was probably an advanced version of a dispersion spell. The guys immediately began to bombard her with questions about it. Kesh immediately asked if it was really Gail. Melissa replied that probably yes, he had done something to them. Norris expressed the opinion that it seemed like his way to take revenge on them. Luke said that he should have been killed. The more she thought about it, the stranger the whole situation seemed. She was not sure if he really had cast a curse on them, but usually when a curse is lifted, a person does not feel worse. Kesh admitted that he does not know the current condition of these people, but has no idea what Gail is capable of at this moment. Melissa nodded in agreement, adding, if he wants to do something, they will outpace him. Mura explained that it was not an attack, but only magic. However, no one paid attention to her words. Kesh declared that he is the leader here. If he considers someone an enemy and does not want to talk to them, that person automatically becomes an enemy to the entire group. He even reminded Tim's words, when in Rome, behave like a Roman. Norris said that if he sees him again, he will immediately burn him with his magic. Luke replied that he had already warned. He is increasingly looking like a demon, but this is even worse. The first just waved it off, saying it just seemed to him. Luke said that if he were in his place, he would cut off his finger so that he could never read spells again. He wants to see Gail left homeless. Norman added that Luke is really capable of that. The more she thought about it, the more she realized it was not just her imagination, she really felt it. After she cast the spell, she had a slight premonition. She fears that their situation has worsened. Memories come alive in her thoughts of how they used to always be on top, thanks to the main hero. Moore turned her head. Melissa asked if everything was okay and handed her a mug of drink. The mage thanked her. She thought that if the curse were so useful, it would be something unusual. She had the thought that there might be a cursor in this world. Who could have done that? Could the S-rank group Wolfpack have done it? She immediately dismissed that possibility. Then she remembered a member who left them. At that time, she did not yet know that he was kicked out of the team, her comrade and the main force of the Wolfpack. At this time, Gail was walking through the forest and cursing the owl, demanding it return her slander. Later, the main hero reached the Merchants Guild. He addressed one of the workers and asked if it was possible to open a kiosk here. The man answered affirmatively and immediately began offering various placement options. When they stopped near a stall, the man informed that the place costs 4 gold coins per day because the area is very popular and expensive. Hearing this, Gail immediately began rummaging through his pockets in search of money. He pulled out coins and saw that he only had 3 silver ones. The man nearby noted that prices at street stalls near the square are lower. The boy remained silent and did not respond to this advice. Some time passed and he finally reached the desired place. The main character thought that the day had turned out well. He stopped in front of his stall, which looked very neglected. Gail smiled, thinking that it was a bit unfair, but it was enough for him. He remembered the conversation with the merchant who gave him a starter kit for the kiosk, and gratefully thought that he was truly a good person. The main character decided that now he could try to sell some magical items and interior things. He finally sorted out his goods. Then Gail wondered at what price he should sell this merchandise, but he decided that if he could earn more than he spent on materials, he would already be ahead. The main character looked at his goods and thought that they were not attractive at all. At that moment, a merchant ran up to him and said that he forgot to explain something to him. Then he added that the appearance of his stall was really not very good. The man immediately rushed to help and assured that he would fix everything. Not much time passed, and everything around looked much better. The main character thanked him for that. In response, the merchant explained that a shop can have its own character, but if he does not understand what exactly he is selling, he will not be able to sell anything. And if he fails to sell goods, the shop will have problems. The man said that now, when the training was over, he was returning back. Gail thought that he had many painful memories about the team, so it was especially touching. The man turned out to be truly a good person. After that, the main character took his curse out from behind the gates. He thought that he really liked this talisman, but he could not wear it around his neck, so he hung the talisman on the stall as an ordinary item. Gail smiled and realized that it was time to sell. He had never had his own business before, so he was nervous. Thoughts were spinning in his head. How would the townspeople react to the curse? Would they accept it, and would they be satisfied? The main character shouted loudly that this adventurer was at their service and ready to lay a curse on everyone at a low price. The boy approached him and asked if this was some kind of curse, as it looked strange, and a girl nearby wondered if it would not be better to use charms that could be weakened instead of laying curses. Gail explained that this curse is like an ordinary item that can be used. It suits anyone. No magic is needed for this. That is why such things are in demand among seekers. One of the men remarked that 5 coins for the poison was a good deal. To this, the main character advised to buy it. Meanwhile, he thought that he only suggested it because he got it for free himself. Gail said that there are also curses for different cases, for example, those that impose weakening or reduce attributes. Moreover, such curses have good properties, are inexpensive, and he can afford them. Then the man noticed the weapon and asked what it was. Gail explained that it was a cursed dagger. When used, it applies a defense weakening on the monster, and besides that, the owner's attribute increases by 1 times. The man took the knife in his hands and noticed that a curse lay on its blade. Seeing this, he screamed. Gail was surprised by his behavior. The man inquired what it meant. The main character explained that it was a reduction in protection. Upon hearing this, the potential buyer said he refused because the dagger was cursed. The man turned to Gail and said, "All this is, of course, good, but who will buy these damn goods?" Then the main character decided to approach him from the other side. He showed that this dagger could be a wonderful decoration for the interior. Then he asked the man if he liked the handle and if he considered it stylish. The buyer noted that the item is perfectly suitable for the interior, and he has nothing against such a design. He also chose a few more products and added that he will purchase this one as well, as it will serve nicely as a decoration and protect the home from evil. Then the main character additionally gave him 3 dispelling spells, just like that, as a bonus. The man sincerely thanked him, noting that it was very considerate of him. That is exactly how Gail explained his proposal, detailing all possible consequences. For example, if you cast this curse on an item, all its characteristics will increase by 1.5 times, but the curse will fall on people. He understands that this design looks impressive and beautiful. Of course, he will make sure to give them a spell that removes this curse. He also has cursed boots. If you wear them, speed increases by 2.5 times, but they cast a curse. You can make the servant wear these boots or try to remove the curse. The answer is obvious. He also has a cursed crossbow. Its characteristics are 3 times better than all others, and the arrow always hits the target. But this crossbow is cursed. It was sold for your annual hunting tournament. The main character was distracted from his thoughts. At that moment, another man asked about this curse. Then the boy smiled and said he had heard about it before. He remembers this story. They said that the legendary heroes group included a berserker. Usually, he wore cursed armor, which made people believe that cursed equipment gives incredible power. Although the word curse sounds unpleasant, that is why the spell set includes a spell to remove the curse. He also added an explanation about the curse's effect and its removal, and described possible side effects and mood improvements after the curse is lifted. After he told his story, quite a few people gathered in front of the stall. Everyone was actively discussing what a wonder it was and whether he really sells items with curse removal charms. After some time, the main character stopped by an empty counter. He explained that everything was already sold out. Today, there were completely different people here. One of them boasted that his meddled curse was really strong. He seemed full of energy. Then Gail noticed several people running up to him. They started asking if this was the only place where cursed items are sold. They also inquired if anything was left from the goods, but Gail replied that everything was already sold out. The men fell to their knees before him and began begging him to cast a curse right now. But the young man replied that the shop would open only tomorrow. He said goodbye to them, apologized for today, and quickly ran away. One of today's buyers joked with a friend that he would wear the cursed ring bought at the kiosk and see what happens. His companion immediately warned, "The main thing is not to faint from this curse." To this, he only smiled and said he definitely did not plan that. Then they both noticed that his strength really increased by 1.5 times. This surprised everyone. After all, such a result was given by only 1 ring. They began to wonder how the accessory could be so powerful. After that, the buyer asked if he knew how much the Bogle U-buff spell costs. He added that reselling this spell could earn a lot, but in response, he heard that it was better not to even talk about it. The blonde said that there is a mage here. The brunette added that no guild would allow such a thing. Then the blonde explained that she meant exactly this person. They had never met such a quirky wizard before. Adventurers who were whispering and gossiping did not even suspect that among them there was still a cursor on which the curse of 4 people lay. Despite poor health, he continued to help his team. And what is even more surprising is that this cursor was able to create such a curse that had a crazy impact and even received an S rank. No one could have thought that he was once kicked out of the team and was forced to sell cursed items on the streets to survive. Meanwhile, Cashin's team was fighting the monster. Their leader was thrown against a tree and hit his back hard. The rest of the members were shocked and could not understand why this was happening to them. Org began to shout loudly upon hearing these words, and Kaush clenched his sword in his hands and did not understand why this monster could not lose. Once the team asked if it was really possible to take a novice on such a journey, since it was an S-rank quest, but the leader assured everyone that everything was under control. He had found out everything and heard that the newcomer was considered one of the best in the guild. Then the boy turned to Mura and said that everything was fine, just as they needed. Then they noticed a huge orc and decided to take on him and deal with him. Time passed and Melissa shouted at Luke, indignantly asking what he was doing, and called him a fool. Luke just blushed and replied that nothing was working out for him. The girl called him a bad person again, but suddenly a strong blow fell on her, and she disappeared from sight. At that moment, Norris stepped aside and began to read his spells. Kesh asked how much longer he would be reciting them. The boy replied that they needed to wait a little longer. Immediately after that, a magical seal appeared before Norris. But as soon as the seal disappeared, only a small flame remained in its place. Kesh asked what kind of magic this was, and immediately added that with it the orc could not be defeated. At that moment the monster swung at him, but Kesh managed to dodge. Morris assured that she would do everything possible, avenge everyone, and apply enhancements one after another. The girl fought, although she felt her strength was running out. She raised her staff and struck the ground with force. A magical sign lit up under each member of the squad. The girl announced that now their abilities had doubled and ordered to attack the monster. Kalsh rejoiced at what he heard and immediately rushed at the monster with his sword raised. But Org calmly stopped him with one hand and, picking his nose, asked with his tongue if he really wanted to fight. The team leader was stunned that his strike was stopped so easily. At that moment, Org lifted the boy into the air with his sword, then threw him aside. Kesha was seriously injured. As soon as the monster was about to attack, he ran away and Mura raised a small barrier. Then he reproached her, calling her a bad assistant, and demanded that she double her abilities, saying she was useless. She stepped aside a little, then said she would use this cursed item left by the previous owner. The girl said that it would weaken the organ. Then Kesh jumped at her, grabbed her by the clothes, and asked if she really intended to use the Gail curse. He also added that this curse would not work. She remembered the letter in which Gail wrote that he wanted to share his experience with her. He promised to share a list of methods and ways of support he had used before, as well as to tell about some curses. Morris said that even before her arrival she learned they were cursed before they fought with anyone. Hearing this, Kasha immediately let her go, and Morris fell to the ground. The boy said he understood it was not a spell, but a real curse. The whole team agreed with him, confirming that they themselves had long felt that someone had cursed them. The boys kept mocking Gail, coming up with new insulting words. Later, they decided to move on since the mountains where the hippopotamuses live were still far away. In this commotion, they completely forgot about Moira, or perhaps just thought the game was already over. Keshash understood that this path was dangerous, as there were many class monsters here. His comrades did not understand why he was so upset. Because of the curse, they could not use their full strength, so they needed to be in even better shape. They began to say that they were not actually fleeing, but simply retreating with reason. Moreover, the enemy was no longer on alert. Kesh noted that this was good. If everything worked because of the curse, he did not care. More cautiously asked if they were already surrendering or if it was too early for that. Kesh smiled and replied that they were just confused, as the girl hadn't even fought at full strength. These words surprised her greatly. Other team members agreed with him and noted that she was new here and had hardly participated in battles. After that, they decided to leave. Mora got angry at them for such words, as she is a support mage and does not have the ability to attack. She shouted after them that if it was true, then it was not allowed to do so. They looked back, smiled, and said that she would manage on her own from now on, and then they ran away, so the girl was left alone with the monster. Org told her that he also felt sorry for her. Morris stood trembling with anger. She exclaimed that it was probably some kind of joke, and then cast a curse into the air. After that, she decisively went to catch up with the boys. She only said aloud that these boys are mistaken. After some time, Kesh and the team stopped to rest. They began sharing their feelings. Some said they felt very bad, others lamented the loss of their favorite stick, and Melissa admitted she thought she wouldn't survive. Norris usually handled several spells at once easily. Luke noted that after such a short run, they shouldn't be so tired. Melissa blamed Morris for everything and praised herself for her excellent qualities. Nari said that this is not the only reason. Even without the help of magic, everyone moved clumsily. Luke asked why it did not take him twice as long to cast the spell. This surprised and even slightly disappointed him. In response, the man said he had overdone it a bit. If he had been in a good mood, he would have burned everything to the ground. Cash said that the main character was to blame for everything. He wondered what other way he could take revenge on him. At that moment, Mura appeared in the clearing. She announced that she had finally caught up with them. The leader told her that she was late, as if the task was already completed. Mura got angry, and a small monster clung to her cloak. Cash asked what it was, but Mura said nothing. At that time, the main character was walking through the city streets. He was in a good mood, humming various melodies, and cheerfully saying out loud that working as a street vendor was very interesting. There are people who look into the shop but buy nothing. They just browse. Even when matters with curses are handed over to adventurers, most people just look for new spells. Seeing Gail, the merchant kindly remarked that he hadn't seen him for a long time, then asked how things were going for him. Gail replied that he was considering moving his shop to another location. To this, the man asked where exactly Gail wanted to move. Gail immediately remembered the aristocrats' district. He set up his stall 10 meters from the main street. The thing is, Richard's aristocrats like to dress fashionably, unlike ordinary people. At that moment, Mura was explaining to the team that she did not come for praise. Behind her, the cursed object lost its power, and the monster regained its true form. Everyone immediately shuddered in fear. The girl shouted that she would manage on her own somehow, handed them the task, and ran away. In response, Kesh said he didn't care what she would be doing. All team members turned their attention to the monster. Melissa immediately began giving commands to the boys, urging them to do something. But in response, Luke told the monster that meat on women is softer and tastier. After that, everyone decided to run away from it, and it looked after them and said that, actually, it was somewhat of a vegetarian. 4 days passed. The team returned to the pavilion. They sat at the table and bowed their heads, staring at its surface. Kesh said he really wanted water, and Melissa recalled how she dreamed of a hot bath. They discussed that they had never imagined how much they would want to escape, eventually ending up in yet another forest. It was terrible, and their smell was unbearable too. At that moment, the hostess asked Morrow if they were from the same company. The girl replied that everyone gets what they truly desire. Just then, a voice came from behind the table, accusing Gail of everything, and then the hostess was called. Kesh asked the woman if she could give them water or a towel, and Luke supported him and inquired where their service was. At that moment, a glass of water appeared before them. She said she could only give 1 glass of water because water here costs money. Her words immediately caused outrage. People did not understand whom she took them for. The woman explained that she simply could not afford expenses for additional treats. The hostess also told them that they were low-level clients. These words angered Kesh. He asked her to repeat what exactly she said. The woman explained that she had already been paid in advance for yesterday, and if they drank water today, they would have to leave the hotel. After that, she extended her hand and asked if they wanted to pay for another day. Cash got angry and reached for his wallet. Suddenly, he realized that they had no money at all. The comrades began to demand that he pay up already, because they could not allow the hostess to treat them disrespectfully. At that moment, they noticed how the boy's face suddenly turned pale. The boy tried to ignore what was happening. He looked at Melissa. She had a brand new dagger. She always liked something new. Luke had a full set of equipment, just repaired. His gloves wore out during the fight. Norris got a new magic book and a magic wand, but all of it disappeared. Cash's favorite sword was just repaired, but in the same battle with the monster, the sword broke into pieces again. Everyone suddenly realized that their company had no money at all. The hostess immediately asked them what had happened. She said that lodging for 5 people with extra eyes would cost 5 silver coins per night, and with food 6. After that, she asked if they could pay. In response, the guys got very angry. At that moment, Melissa looked at the glass of water and felt thirsty. She apologized to everyone and greedily began to drink the water. The others tried to stop her. Mura did not even look their way. She addressed the hostess and ordered a mug of ale and something to eat. Meanwhile, the team watched as Melissa, with an indifferent expression, finished drinking all the water. Then Morris noticed that the whole team was looking right at her. They stated that they had complaints. The girl had never contributed money to the common budget. These words made her very nervous because it sounded truly threatening. She confidently explained that this money belonged to her personally, and the group's funds were collected only from rewards for completed tasks. Mura recalled how Cash once assured her that they should not worry about money, they would be well paid for this job, and then they would manage everything themselves, as capable as Ranka. The leader told her not to talk nonsense because it concerned the task. Melissa confirmed his words, then grabbed the girl and said that now everything belonged to her, and what was common was for everyone. Mura tried to stop them, but their faces already showed a thirst for violence. Nora said that if Mura was angry at someone, she should blame Gail. After that, they took the bag with money and declared that now this money would be common. Even the money that belonged to her. They opened the bag of money and said that there was enough money there, and also joked that for a support mage she was not poor at all. To this, Morris confidently replied that she would still show them what she was capable of. Kesh laughed in response, saying he wouldn't believe that a combat support mage could strike, it's like a mosquito bite, but suddenly he unexpectedly received a strong slap. The boy flew to the side and along with him flew a chair, which fell into a barrel. Melissa immediately called out to him, then picked up the chair to hit Mora. She said that one should not allow their great virtues to get the better of them. Melissa struck, but instead of the girl, only a cloak remained before her. At that moment, Mora appeared behind and hit her. Luke and Norris immediately shouted her name, trying to calm her down, as such behavior, in their opinion, was unbecoming of a girl. The enraged Mora sharply ordered them to be silent, calling them petty losers. In response, Luke Norris threw at her, "Stop joking, it really hurts." During their argument, the girl dealt with everyone. A satisfied smile appeared on her face. She apologized to the owner for the mess and said she would compensate for the damages, but the owner replied that payment was not necessary. Mora smiled upon hearing these words. Then she approached the boys lying on the floor and announced that today she was leaving their group. At that time, the main character was selling his goods. A blonde woman with a fan approached him and noted that among his things there were some strange antique items. She especially noted the lizards. Their appearance was unusual but very interesting. Gail suggested that they might be basilisks. He told her aloud that she really had a sharp eye. It was his cursed Cantara. She was surprised. The woman immediately became worried and asked again about the cursed item, adding that it scared her a lot. Then a man with a mustache jumped up to the counter and offered to entrust the matter to him. The main character was confused. The stranger reproached him, saying how he dared to sell a cursed item to a noble person. To this, Gail replied that no, it was not like that at all, and the item was just a decoration for the interior. Hearing this, the man immediately asked to tell more details. After he told everything, they left. The main character sat on a box and pondered. She really was a noble woman. Even if he had asked for a higher price, they would still have bought it for more than it was really worth. But even if these spells are sold, it is still his own invention. Combat magic, which can be used up and forgotten, interests no one here. Gail thought that all the goods were selling well, so the shop could be closed. He recalled the events of the day and thought that whoever came in, everyone immediately shuddered as soon as they saw those damn things. Although each of the nobles said it was unusual and interesting, a strange idea, no one admitted that they liked it. He understood this atmosphere perfectly, but had no time to figure everything out. A young girl approached his stall. The main character decided that she was also noble, although her appearance was too simple. He thought that the girl was probably hiding from someone, and out of the corner of his eye, noticed someone spying on them from around the corner. A stranger asked him if he was working, then looked with interest at one of the products. She noticed that this item had an unusual design, but she liked it, and after that she gave him a bright smile. Gail said she was surprised that she liked it. She held a ring in her hands. He thought he did not know her at all, but she came with some business. The main character said the store was closing soon, so he could give the ring cheaper. She was glad about it, but said that all her money was left in the castle. Gail asked again about the castle. She explained that she forgot her wallet at home, so she now has almost no money. He laughed. The main heroine said that the price was so high, but she would still be able to pay it. The girl tried to object, but he interrupted her, saying that she was the first to praise his work and that he had a discount for regular customers, and he slyly winked at her. The girl handed him a large gold coin. Gail looked at her in surprise, struck by the fact that this coin seemed like a trifle to her. He wanted to call out to her, but the girl had already run away. As a farewell, she waved her hand at him and smiled sincerely. Only then did he realize that he had forgotten to explain the effect of the curse and how it could disappear. Looking around, he noticed that the stranger had already vanished, as if dissolved into the air. Anxiety immediately seized him, and he grabbed his head, pondering what to do now. In fact, the effect is not very strong, but the protection triples. Even if it only resists instant death, just wearing this item is enough. It cannot be removed afterward because it is cursed. Gail thought that she looked wealthy, so he was sure she could lift the curse in the temple. Next time he decided to apologize to her and give her the cursed spell. Then he remembered the castle and wondered what exactly she meant. At that moment the stranger was grabbed and pulled towards the passage. She exclaimed in surprise. She began to beg to be released and then screamed, outraged by the touch. The night girl only quietly said that she was finally taken. After some time they moved to the castle. 4 guards were sitting right on the floor. At night, the stranger addressed the girl Kara, almost not worrying about the guards, and called her princess. At that moment, the main character was walking down the street. Suddenly, someone grabbed him by the shoulder and said they were looking for a boy with black hair in a blue jacket who was selling something at the local stall. The man noticed that the hero looked very much like that boy, so he asked to see his face. To this, Gail turned around with a smile and said that he still looked young. The man realized he was mistaken, so he apologized to him. It turned out that the main character had changed his appearance using a cursed item. He wondered why the royal guard was looking for him specifically. The hero understood that he needed to prepare quickly and leave the city. At that time, the princess was informed in the castle that the item she purchased was considered offensive to the church. She calmly replied that she saw nothing wrong with it. The night girl looked around the room and admitted that she still could not understand how it was arranged. To this, the princess replied that she was still far from it, addressing her by the name Vivian. He informed that in the morning they were expecting a meeting with ambassadors from a neighboring country, so it was worth preparing in advance. At that moment, Kara put a ring on her finger. Vivian angrily asked if the girl really intended to go to the meeting with that ring on her hand. In response, the girl said she was just trying it on. At that time, Gail was in the Adventurers Guild. He was enjoying delicious food and recalling what he once thought about when he was lonely. Now nothing limited him. He could achieve anything because he had talent. He needed to get the material as soon as possible. The quarry was about to close, and collecting or repairing things that were almost written off was actually not so difficult. At that time, Kesh and his team were wondering why they were not given a loan, since they were an S-rank team. They asked to borrow 10 or 20 gold coins. The administrator paused for a moment and did not know what to answer. She said that since their promotion, there had been no progress in the investigation, let alone financial support, and she also asked if they had already met with the client, as complaints about their absence had started to come in. To this, Kesh replied that it was some kind of unexpected monster. The administrator added that he himself has a rank, while those creatures are S-rank. Then the boy noted that it was some kind of mutant, clearly unlike the others. The girl smiled and said she knew about their organization's training near the city along with others. She added that they managed to do something else as well. Could they really have underestimated the guild? Kesh got angry at her. She said that Mura left their company a few days ago. They received a complaint and a bill from the pavilion owner and had to settle with him out of guilt. Gail watched them and thought they had big problems. A greater anger appeared on the administrator's face. She sternly asked again if they really wanted to borrow money now. The boys were a little scared, and then Kesh immediately declared that it was all Gail's invention. Gail herself was very surprised by such words. Melissa said that due to the curse of the main character, their stats dropped, and buffs do not work. Luke added that Mura also cannot help with anything. The administrator sighed heavily. Then she said that Mura belongs to the supporting mages, and is among the top 5 best in the entire capital. She had problems with the previous group, so she suggested replacing it with a new, better team. Kesh and his comrades were surprised by such a proposal. The main heroine was confident in her abilities, but they still let that girl in. That girl said she couldn't say if Gail was bad, but there are very few talented sorcerers like him. She immediately remembered the antidote spell and asked how much they might cost. Gail recalled how he once made such spells for the guild. Keshu got tired of listening to this, so he called the whole team and said it was time for them to go. Melissa asked about Gail, and Nor remarked that they should choose tasks to the tooth. Luke supported him. Then the leader ordered everyone to be silent. They began to ask if Esranga really existed now, to which Kosh replied that it seemed so to him, but it seemed he was mistaken. Gail wondered if they were all right and what exactly the curse was about, since he had removed his own long ago. The main character said it was time to go because he did not want to run into them again. He thanked the cook for the delicious food. Stepping outside, he noticed 2 guards rushing down the street. One asked where everyone was rushing to, whether someone was really attacking them. The second replied that he had heard about a new quarrel between the princess and Vivian. This time they were arguing even more fiercely than before. They discussed that it would be hard to stop them, and it would take many adults for that. Gail thought that even in that case, the royal army would have to be involved. Walking down the street, he suddenly pondered this. At that moment, the guards in the palace tried to stop Vivian, saying that she was in the palace and needed to calm down. The princess, wrapped in a blanket, looked at her angrily. Vivian shouted that the ring was cursed. Everyone present was very frightened. The knight recalled how the princess said she was just trying on the ring and would then put it on her finger. Suddenly, dark shadows appeared beside her, and the girls were frightened because they did not understand what was before them. The older man sat opposite Kara and asked her to quickly take off the ring, but the girl replied that she could not do it. Then Vivian said there was no other choice but to cut off her finger. She grabbed the sword and swung it. Immediately a commotion arose in the room. Someone shouted to protect the princess. After some time, the princess entered the hall. She sincerely apologized to the guests for being late, kindly calling them dear. She was told that she looked nice, and Kara thanked for the compliment. Then they asked about her finger, and the girl replied that she had slightly injured it. The guards reported that guests had arrived from a neighboring country. The princess guessed that everyone was probably tired after the long journey and suggested having some tea. However, she was told it was not necessary. Then she pointed to a large box and said that inside there was wonderful tea and delicious sweets. Kara noticed that there seemed to be a lot of them there and agreed to try. They replied that indeed they had brought quite a few. Suddenly 2 bandits jumped out of the box. They pulled out weapons and declared that now everyone would feel the power of their empire. Vivian shouted that there were enemies here and they needed to be ready for battle. The guests who arrived also drew their weapons. They said that the crossbow bolt has a poison that acts instantly. Such a bolt allows one to die quickly and painlessly. The guards immediately shouted that the princess must be protected. Countless arrows flew towards Kara. She just closed her eyes and covered her ears with her hands. However, not a single arrow touched her. The enemies were stunned by this. Vivian also could not believe her eyes. They tried to attack her again, but the arrows seemed to hit an invisible wall again and immediately shattered. Princess Kara opened her eyes and asked in surprise when she managed to set up the barrier. She was sure that everything happened thanks to the main hero. Vivian sat opposite the girl and asked if she was all right. She replied that everything was fine and thanked her for the help. At night, she wondered why the guests pretended to be members of the Empire, but first everyone needed to find a safe place. After that, 2 men approached the princess. Vivian asked for the opinion of Mr. Uriel and Arzul. Kara inquired whether this was a terrible curse. To this, the priest Ariel replied that removing the seal itself is not difficult, but the spell here is very strong. Most likely, the one who cast it is well versed in creating curses. This ring was created with the greatest skill so that it would give the owner maximum benefit. The owner of such an item would have a very high status, but the ring is also cursed with several spells, because of which it can disappear. The man also added that next, our Azul will take care of it. Adam said that he apologizes to the princess. Then he took her hand. Vivian immediately called out his name. The young man, examining the ring, said that this ring belongs to the class of cursed relics. In over 10 years of his life, he could not even imagine seeing something so amazing. Vivian instantly slapped him on the head and angrily asked how much longer he would hold Kara's hand. She also noted that, in her opinion, the church artifact Angel's Shield has a similar power. In response, Aristotle added that, if he is not mistaken, it possesses the same ability. The priest said he had never heard of anything that size being able to immediately protect against death. To this, the princess replied that there is one thing, the Imperial treasure called the Heart of the Demon King. This is an item that provides many powerful effects. For example, it increases resistance to instant death and reduces magic casting time. However, each use consumes part of the life force. If abused, it can even cause death. Vivian said that for a great result, one has to pay dearly. This is the true essence of this world. The thing is, you don't have to give anything for it. It is not just a relic, it is something much greater. The princess addressed Vivian by name. She asked if she remembered that boy. Vivian replied that she did, and at that very moment realized that it was that boy from whom Kara had bought the ring. The knight smiled and asked if the princess really wanted her to catch and kill the boy. The princess replied that she wanted to thank him, so he should be brought to the castle. Although this ring is cursed, it is what saved her life, and that is the most important thing. That is why she wants to meet him again so much. The main character bought new clothes, a coat with inner pockets, gloves, boots with built-in shin guards, and a sturdy suit stitched with steel wire. He thought he looked quite stylish. He had with him only a few spells and a homemade dagger. Now he had to carry all this to where he was going. Looking at the city, the boy understood it was time to set off. He became curious about how the royal capital had changed over time. He exhaled. Gail was walking down the street in a good mood when suddenly he saw something in the alley. He stopped to take a closer look. It turned out that these people were from his former team. They were freezing and trying to warm up. Melissa asked not to say anything, and Norris replied that he had nothing to say. The girl got offended when she was called a board, but the boys assured her they said nothing of the sort. The main character felt that these people seemed familiar to him. Gail reached the market. There he bought an apple and began to bite it. Suddenly, horsemen rushed past him. They were guards. They were discussing that they needed more people, but reassured themselves that there was a guard standing by the castle gates, so everything was under control. The main hero looked at them and wondered why the royal knights appeared here. Among them, he also noticed the royal guard. Then he turned around and noticed a wanted poster. It showed a young boy with dark hair selling uninteresting jewelry. Witnesses are asked to contact the castle. At that time, the knights turned to the guards and asked if they had checked the square. They replied that they had already inspected everything, and now soldiers of the capital army were on duty there, so not even a fly would escape their attention. These men tried to find out whether this guy was currently in the inn or in the guild. Gail felt nervous when he was stopped. This time, he did not fit the description. Suddenly, one of the knights noticed that he somehow reminded him of himself. He had no particular passion for jewels, and it did not seem like he was selling them. To this, Gail replied that such words were impolite. The knight continued and said that the boy was dressed not very neatly. The jewelry he sold had destructive power, so they looked even dirtier. The man allowed Gail to leave. Gail got angry, feeling like a fool for giving in to his emotions. He wanted to leave this city as soon as possible. Looking around, the main character noticed that many carriages with horses and engines had appeared here, so he could choose where to go himself. If he wanted to find work, he should go to the big city. He looked at the map and noticed that the trading city Imbalance and the military city fort Gradius were nearby. He could also set out for the ancient city Granch. Then he noticed that only 2 months remained until their departure, so they were giving a discount. The man began to persuade him, saying that for 1 silver coin they would take him to the farmer's town of Farmage. Gail imagined a farm and a pile of vegetables. He immediately raised his hand and said he wanted to leave. Another hand went up nearby. The main character looked at her carefully and felt that he had seen her somewhere before. He dared to ask if they had met earlier. It was Mura. She took off her hood and with a smile asked if it was really Gail. He replied that she was from Kesh's group. Then they sat together in the carriage. He remembered saying something unpleasant for which she slapped him. Gail assured her that they would be gone shortly. She also said she hoped so. The main character quietly laughed to himself. At that moment, the girl said he had come too close. They both tried to move away from each other. He assured her that nothing could be done. There was little space here. The girl turned away. He looked around. Goods from neighboring countries were sold here, iron products, and nearby stood mercenary guards, several ordinary residents, and one brave girl who was afraid of nothing. He mentally stopped on her and remembered how she had left their team earlier. The main character thought he would like to rest but could not do so. He said aloud to Mura that they had their own opinion but did not intend to interfere too much. The girl voiced what she had not even considered before. Gail believed that it did not happen because of the girl. His injury was not her fault at all. Probably, Kasha was simply attracted by her beauty. Judging by his behavior, it seemed that he had long been trying to do something with him, so it was even better this way. The main character asked her why she left. Mura finally expressed what she had wanted to tell him for so long. She still did not understand how he managed to stay with them for so long. The girl said that Kesh was incapable as a leader and did not know how to fight at all, and the other 3 were so bad with swords that it was pointless even to talk about bows. The main character asked her if it was really Kosh. She confidently replied yes, who else could it be? Because of this, the guild detained her, and now she would have to leave the capital for some time. Mura said that when they have misunderstandings, they simply blame each other and then quickly forget about it. She is sure that he understands all of this. She apologized to him for her words. In response, the boy said that everything is fine and asked for forgiveness for causing her so much trouble. The girl assured him that he need not apologize. The main character looked at her and guessed that she had probably already left their group, and without much hesitation left the city. He took food out of his backpack, made a sandwich, and handed it to her. He said that they both became victims of that group, so he wants to get to know her better. The girl smiled in response and spoke words that could hardly be better chosen. She looked at the food and her mouth immediately watered. She thanked him. Gail handed out several sandwiches to other passengers. Morris said it was delicious. She was surprised at how quickly he prepared everything, and he replied that he used excellent ingredients and good wine. The girl immediately asked what he wanted from her when he poured her wine. She noticed that the wine was expensive and wondered if he was sure he wanted to drink it. The boy replied that he earned money at his stall. Mora said that there are many talks on the streets now about artifacts found at the bazaar. He immediately wondered who could have done it. The girl took a sip of wine and said that it seems the princess herself is looking for this man. At that moment, that sweet girl appeared before his eyes. He shook his head, not believing such a thing. Mora said she had no idea he earned money at the stall. In response, he smiled sweetly and asked if, in her opinion, he looked like a person who trades artifacts. The girl laughed and agreed that he was right. He only sighed, saying it was terrible. He really wanted her to say it was true, even if she herself did not believe it. Mura said that if you plan to do something truly great, you will have to go to a place holier than this city. Gail agreed or said that one could become a hermit. She laughed and supported this idea. They continued on their way. The girl said that he makes her laugh and that she likes him. In response, the main character noted that she does not seem unpleasant to him either. They gave each other a high five. If one of them were the leader, they could unite. Mura would support, and he would use his damn spells. Suddenly, the carriage stopped abruptly. Orcs stood in their way. It seems they attacked the column. From the sounds outside, it can be guessed that the battle is not going in their favor. One of the men said that the mercenaries were killed and asked for help. Looking outside, they noticed several organizations nearby. Mura said the situation was bad. It seemed they had already noticed their carriage. The girl thought that even if she and Gail ended up in the rearguard, it would still be difficult for them, but no one else had to fight here. She asked the main character if he had any weapons, then added that they had no other choice. She only had a magic staff and a small knife with her. In response, Gail said she only has one-time debuff curses and a small dagger. Then she suggested going to deal with the enemies. Mura said that dying without doing anything is much worse than perishing in battle. She was confident in her support magic, so she asked him to trust her. Gail said he understood. He would have to be on the front line, so he asked her to watch that the enemy did not approach from the rear. She agreed and apologized to him. He replied that it was all right. The main hero smiled and offered the enemies to show what a warrior of rank S is capable of. They immediately rushed forward. Gail thought that their enemies were still underestimated, and if they did not act immediately, it might be too late. He decided that they needed to attack right now to destroy at least one of them, and suddenly he noticed something. The main character said that the protective wall would withstand a few more attacks. Mura assured him not to worry and to move forward. She would support him. He agreed. Suddenly she noticed something dark and incomprehensible that appeared beside him. She asked in surprise what it was. Gail was holding a dagger in his hands. Mura explained that reinforcements do not work instantly, so timing is very important. If applied at the right moment, one can attack the organization with a single strike and cast a curse to stop the enemy, allowing time to eliminate another opponent. Gail explained how he understood everything. If they delay, a patrol will soon come and check what happened. Therefore, they cannot lose. The girl got angry and pondered her words. Mura asked what he was holding in his hand. He replied that it was an ordinary dagger, but cursed. She wanted to know more again, but he asked her to stay behind him. The girl tried to stop him. She dropped to one knee and began drawing a magical seal. It was not a perfect protective circle, but it was still supposed to be stronger than the opponent's. The girl also used a skill that enhances her maximum strength. At that moment, the main character felt that he had become stronger. He swung the object towards the orc and said that this was a great position and a good radius for a throw. Now it was time to act. On this object there were some inscriptions, and they began to affect the monsters. Mura froze in surprise. She wondered if these were the bizarre curses of Gail. It seemed they only affected monsters. The condition of the latter only worsened. The main character began to shout that he would cut them into small pieces, trying more to stop him, because it was still too early for that. She noticed that Gail was not completely hanging in the air. He swung and with one strike cut off the head. The girl was stunned. I could not even say anything. Meanwhile, the main hero had already managed to defeat another enemy, cutting off his head. He ran further, destroying every monster that crossed his path. All the creatures feared him. The main character looked at his dagger and laughed. Then he turned to Mura and praised her for the excellent enhancements, but she objected that it was not just about the enhancements. The girl believed that this debuff was a curse affecting the entire territory. Surviving in such a place was not easy. If you ignore defense and stop acknowledging it, then even if it is true, the state will hardly change, the emotions will remain the same. After all this, he still calls the legendary item ordinary. She cannot understand this. Putting her hand to her forehead, she says he is simply a fool. At that moment, Gail's body is enveloped by magic. He noticed the seal beneath him. Thanks to Mura's enhancement, his powers had noticeably increased. He thanked her and said that it was all only possible because of her help. But Mura objected, saying he was mistaken. That was not the case at all. The main character assured that he could keep fighting. The girl thought that he seemed to manage even without reinforcements. She noticed that his status had dropped, although the boy himself did not even notice it. Apologizing to him, the girl promised to fix everything, since the enhancement effect had already ended. The main character said that as long as they are together and act as a single team, he is impossible to defeat. Mura asked if he had really lost his mind. Gail attacked the orcs again. Meanwhile, Kenny dealt with another enemy, but when he turned around, he saw several more. They made disgusting sounds, and Kenny realized there were far more enemies than he had thought. After that, he threw the artifact towards them. When it touched their bodies, small wounds appeared on the skin, and then their bodies began to dissolve. The main hero immediately rushed at them with a dagger. He explained that thanks to the reinforcement from Mura, the orcs fell under his curse of slowing and froze in place. The girl, seeing this, thought that he really called it that, as if he stopped something, although in fact it was not so. Then she saw the boy rush to attack one of the biggest monsters. He quickly dealt with him and cut off his head. At that very moment, several skeleton-like spirits appeared behind him. Many thought they were harbingers of death. This is a great rarity. Such a thing cannot be created by hand. She does not understand this at all. At that moment, the main hero said that they had won. She replied that it was he who defeated them. Gail added that it was cool, especially to watch it from the support side. Other passengers in the carriage cautiously peeked out from behind him. Gail and Mura waved to them, and they immediately ran joyfully towards them. Some time passed and they made a stop. The main hero admitted that it was his first time fighting monsters. He was a little scared. Mura immediately remembered how he behaved and asked again. The boy nodded in response. The girl asked if he had been on the team with Kesh for a long time. He replied that he was only one of the first participants. Nothing more. He was simply a master who knows about cursed things. Mura said that Kesh was wrong to expel him. Gail replied that he also said so, but considered it the only right solution. She noted that he lacks self-confidence. The girl said that this dandelion coffee is very tasty. The boy replied that she is capable of much more. Then the girl remarked as if he has some extraordinary power. The boy just laughed and said she was exaggerating. She got up, thanked for the coffee, and said she was going to sleep. He wished her good night. Gail pondered his omnipotence. He had never thought about it before. Even today, everything turned out for the best, and all this was possible thanks to Mura's support. The main hero recalled the times when he was in the group. Everyone fought fiercely, and he stood behind their backs like a shadow. Today, meeting monsters, he felt no fear or discomfort. Then Gail gently laughed and said that the girl is very kind. A smile appeared on his face. At that time, the girl was trying to fall asleep. A new day dawned and they set off on the road again. After some time, Morris reported that they had already arrived. Gail was surprised by her words. Then they ran ahead to the rural town, to the land where farms stretched out. They had to go on foot. When they reached the houses, they were very tired. The main character noted that there was about an hour left to the border, and it would be better not to get off the wagon. She replied that, as expected, the path had been non-stop all the time. Mura asked him what he was going to do. He replied that he would go to the guild, hand over materials from organizations, and then look for a task. She said that it was necessary to find out if anyone was looking for new people for their team. For now, they would stay together. He agreed with her, adding that he was glad to be near ordinary people. Moreover, their task would not be easy. After some time, they reached the Adventurers Guild, which stood at the very edge of the farm. Inside, they began to study various tasks. Mura asked if one person could handle this. He replied that he could manage without problems. Gail asked if she could go with him to deal with the undead. This was an A-class task. To this, she replied that they both remained in the rearguard, so the chances of success were slim. He thought she was already ready to support him. Out loud, he said that a mission of this type was his only salvation. Suddenly, a girl appeared next to them. She said with surprise that she did not remember them and asked if they had been here recently. Gail replied that they had come from the royal capital. The stranger reacted cheerfully, saying that was wonderful. She took the main character by the hand and gently looked into his eyes. Mura stood behind and was angry. Then the girl asked the mage if they were friends. He replied that they were comrades. The stranger smiled and said that she held a support position. It turned out to be a very popular role. Then she asked what position Gail held. To this, he replied that he was also one who held the defense from behind and was excellent at curses. At these words, she brightened up. Then he added that his main task was support, but if necessary, he could fight. In response, the girl apologized and explained that she rarely met such a master of curses. She added that she had probably chosen the right job for herself and winked at him. She said that she wanted to offer them a few tasks so that they would get used to it. Then she reviewed the quest and noted that they had chosen a good option, as there were still a few similar ones. There were very few priests here, and there were almost no evil spirits left that they would have to destroy. Especially now, few would dare to take on such a task. Then she said that maybe they would just get lucky. The stranger asked if they wanted to try. It was like a battle with death. He agreed. The girl also promised to give them a few tips. She repeated that if someone refused the task, then they should not count on help. She would not be able to send a rescue team. The main heroine asked if she had a map of this area. The girl smiled and said she had a map and also offered other things. However, the main heroine replied that she only needed the map. After that, she placed the guild seal on the task. The stranger also reported that there was something else important. Recently, a man's skull was found. Later, it turned out that it was one of the adventurers who decided to complete this task alone. She approached Gail and asked him to be careful, as they had few adventurers left, and the city was going through hard times now. Then she looked at Mura and, laughing, remarked that they were true friends. Then the girl seemed to remember something. She greeted them in the town of Farmedge and gave her name, Gimli. After that, Gail said that now everything was fine, and tomorrow they would start their mission. Then Mura asked why everything was so rushed. It would be better to rest a little after the journey first. When they left the guild building, the girl was dissatisfied and grumbled that Gimli was too persistent, and it had already crossed all limits. The main hero asked what she was talking about, but the girl quickly denied that she had done anything like that. Mura lowered her head and quietly said that now she was forced to go on this task with him. Gail did not object, but asked why she suddenly changed her mind. The girl immediately shouted that she did not care. She was just worried about him, that's all. Her face turned red. The main character smiled and gently said that it was better for her to stay. There was no need to give herself false hope. It would be easier for him to handle it alone. Mura said that those who try to challenge the undead are in great danger, so she was very worried. The main character replied that it was not a problem for him, as the curses would help him. He was eagerly looking forward to the next day. At that moment, Gimli was sitting and thinking about Gail and her words. She was impressed that he was a true master of curses, but his curses were not ordinary at all. A new day came. The main character and Moira had breakfast together. She joked that he slept too much. It was almost noon, and he had just woken up. The boy replied that he could not help himself. They noticed that they were being watched closely. There were almost no armed people or adventurers in the city. Such were very rare here. That was why their appearance attracted so much attention. After some time, they reached the place where their mission was to take place. The main character explained that they needed to complete this task to earn money. Gail asked her what she had taken with her. In the bag were a silver knife, an amulet with incense, and holy water. He said that this was not enough. Then the main character said that he was fine because he dealt with the undead best. The girl admitted that she was more worried about this area. They went down. Mura admitted that if something terrible happened, she would just run away. Gail agreed with her and added that it was better for her to stay close because the dungeon was not easy. She said that they both should run together if there was danger. They moved toward the light visible at the end of the corridor. Upon exiting, they noticed scattered skeletons on the ground. Mura was horrified and said it was a terrible sight. Gail asked if it was the work of evil spirits. Then he began carefully clearing the skeletons, and they saw tracks there. The girl said that there used to be a prison here, and now it had become a cemetery, a rather sad place, so many bones around and no one was punished for it. Then Gail asked if they go down even deeper, will she be able to say the same? At that moment, everyone wanted even more for the bones to remain undisturbed. The boy joked that she was very religious. At that moment, the main character lifted the skull and brought it to the girl. She did not react at all. Then he began to move the jaw of the skull, and suddenly the girl hit him, shouting loudly for him to finally die. Gail apologized to her because he did not want to scare her. She replied that they were like monsters and asked him not to do that anymore. Gail thought that if she was so scared, she could have waited for him outside. The main character said that he wants to get even more awards, so he will go further. If she is afraid, she can wait for him outside. Gail noted that it was pointless to waste holy water, then handed her the lantern and apologized, saying he had to leave. Mura could not believe that he just took off and left her alone. She turned around and saw a dark corridor in front of her. After that, she shook her head, quickly ran after the main hero, and asked him to wait for her. Together, they found themselves among a pile of coffins. The girl pressed against him and said that it seemed to her as if she had heard something. He replied that maybe she just imagined it. She apologized and admitted that she was very scared. Gail said it was just a bat. Morris replied that she was just a little scared and added that there really was a lot of various undead here. At that moment, the girl turned around and noticed a skeleton behind her. It made strange sounds that frightened her, so she jumped straight into the arms of the main hero. Closing her eyes, the girl whispered that they were moving. The boy tried to calm her down. She jumped to the ground, tears streaming from her eyes. Mura said it was impossible and asked not to shout so loudly, but then noticed a runny nose right in front of her. She was seized by a panic attack. The girl grabbed the main character by the collar and began dispersing the skeletons using his body. The boy was in complete shock. Some time passed, all the dead were defeated. He asked her if everything was all right and if she had calmed down. She nodded, said she felt better, and apologized to him. The main character admitted that he was a little surprised. If she was so afraid, then why did she follow him? To this, Moral replied that she couldn't do otherwise. After all, going on a mission alone was too dangerous. She confessed that she was worried. Then Gail smiled and said that everything was fine, and he even liked fighting the undead. He thanked her for her concern, smiling warmly. The boy said that he was heading into the very depths and asked if she was ready to go with him. He advised her to close her eyes, and if she got scared, just take his hand and follow him. Mura actually listened to him. She closed her eyes and took his hand. Both of them blushed. Gail thought it was a joke, but she really did it. At that time in the capital, shortly before the main character left the city, important events were happening in the smithy. Kesh, along with his team, asked if it was really a smithy and then offered to buy equipment from the owner. The man replied that they were too dirty, so it was better for them to leave. Some time passed and they sat by the wall, wrapped in rags. Kesh grumbled that he was hungry. Melissa complained that she was cold. Others discussed how they could get at least some money. They would have to spend the night in the field again. Meanwhile, Luke found a few new tasks. Kesh looked at them and declared that they had an S level, and all these tasks were too easy for them. To this, Norris asked everyone to calm down. The man said that today everyone was very tired, so they would not be able to complete a difficult task, but it was necessary to get back on their feet again. Kesh reviewed the tasks again and saw that all of them were paid very little. The most expensive was to kill an orc, for which they promised 60 coins. They remembered their old enemy. Then Melissa suggested taking a C-level task, because the D and E-level tasks seemed too simple and cheap to her. Some of the other participants advised trying tasks from the organization. Kesh said they would not go above level C. The girl smiled, and added that dealing with skeletons was easy. Luke mentally admitted he did not expect to spend the night in the field with an empty stomach. Norris turned to him and said that they would do it, because that was exactly why they had gathered. He added that these skeletons were just trifles. Nor asked if everything would be fine with Melissa and Kesh. To this, Kesh replied with a smile that they would quickly sort things out with them, then grill themselves some bone-in steaks. The man said that these two are the ones receiving serious injuries. In response, Luke noted that the most important thing is your health. Some time passed, and they reached an abandoned church on the outskirts of the city. Luke surveyed the area and reported that there were many people inside. He drew a diagram and explained that 20 people were hiding in the darkness at the cemetery. To this, Kesh confidently replied that it was simple. Melissa supported him. She asked the others how they felt about her, and the leader bursting in so unexpectedly. The leader promised in response to show what this knight was capable of. After some time, they moved to action. Kesh used the holy light, and Melissa rushed to cut the enemies with a dagger. She ordered Norris to start acting too. He took out his book and began to read the spell. At that time, Luke got rid of a few more enemies. Both rejoiced in their victory. Kesher relaxed. It turned out that it was his plan. He explained that these were the knight's abilities and Melissa's attack. Norris would burn the enemies, and Luke would finish them off. Everything was perfectly thought out. Norris assured that everything would work. Luke said that he and the team would stay behind the wall and cover when their time came. The leader agreed with this plan. Then Kesh together with Melissa approached the gates. Kesh asked her if she was ready. Melissa confidently replied yes. At that moment, the sacred barrier was briefly lifted. Both rushed straight to the skeletons. Carries declared that he would gather them all, and Melissa noted that they had wasted so much time in the sun. At the same time, they jumped and launched an attack, but they failed to do so because the skeletons instantly struck back. Kesh and Melissa flew back. Luke and Norris watched indifferently, as if they were already prepared for this. The skeletons surrounded the pair and began hitting them. They screamed in pain. Luke shouted to Norris that things were very bad and they might die. Then Norris opened his book. He immediately created a fire for himself, but it was very tiny. Luke asked why he needed such a small flame, to which the man replied, he concentrated all the heat in this small spark. Despite its size, the flame was very powerful. However, when the attack reached the skeleton, it did not cause any harm. On the contrary, it only angered the undead. So the guys grabbed their comrades and ran away. The mission failed. The next day, they decided to take on a new mission together with the organization. Melissa assured that she would take care of him herself, then jumped on his back and knocked him to the ground. But he suddenly stood up sharply, grabbed her hands, and tossed her into the air. She asked for help. Org carefully examined her, then let go and simply walked away. The man said she was not to his taste. The girl almost cried from offense and asked what was so funny about that. At that moment, Cash declared that the orc had turned away in vain, then swung his sword. However, the weapon suddenly flew out of his hands to the side. The monster looked around irritably. The leader immediately realized that things were bad. Then the monster swung his mace and threw everyone far to the side. This mission ended in failure again. A few days later, the whole team gathered at the guild in the capital. Everyone looked depressed and sad. They sat at the table and began discussing that the main hero was to blame for everything. They had no money left at all and had to sell the cool equipment. Nora said they needed to earn money and catch up with Gail. Luke suggested opening a shop. KRS responded that it was a good idea, but reminded them that today they had a task with goblins. But after some time, they still returned to the guild, beaten and bruised. The administrator immediately asked if they had failed the task again. Kesh called it some kind of scam. He recalled how they arrived at the village and were told that hunters of rank S rarely appear here. The head said that with their appearance, the residents no longer need to worry. In response, the inhabitants promised to help them in everything they can. The man noted that this was their first meeting with the goblins. In response, Kesh assured that they would handle everything themselves and no one would have to do anything. But when the time came to fight the goblins, the peasants took up the cause themselves. Kesh's group suffered greatly from these monsters. Kesh told the administrator that the peasants consider them useless, so they do not intend to pay them anything. Then the girl suggested lowering their rank even more while they are still whole and unharmed. Hearing this, the leader immediately grabbed her clothes and asked to give them an easier task, but the administrator pushed his hand away and hit him herself. This was already his fourth defeat in a row. At this moment, the main character thought that the deeper you go down, the more lost souls there are here. In this underground cemetery, you can only wait. Morris sat next to him, her eyes still closed. They stood high on the stairs, and Gail loudly called out if anyone was alive here, but there was silence in response. They went down, and he said there was nothing to hold on to here, although he felt something strange. Suddenly, a huge bony hand emerged from the pile. The girl immediately screamed that she knew there was something there. Then she asked if she could open her eyes, because it was even scarier with them closed. The main character thought it would be scarier if the skeletons were exposed, but then said aloud that there was no one here. After that, he used a spell on this huge skeleton. The dead instantly began to disappear. Gail turned to the girl and said that it seemed she could now open her eyes. Mura asked in surprise if he had really just destroyed the undead using dispersion. In response, he asked if she had seen it. Everything happened simply, but he did not manage to finish the thought. The girl asked him if he even understood what the word simply means. The spell Dispel is created to remove curses. She had never heard of it working on the undead. To this he explained that priests and some others also use this. She replied that it is a ritual of exorcising evil spirits. The priest's work consisted of cleansing with the help of divine magic. To this, the main character replied that he understands. Doing so is not quite right. The girl asked in surprise what he was talking about. He said he would explain everything now. They start with the main idea. In his case, he is not really inventing anything, but listening to the inanimate. He holds the skull in his hand and looks at it kindly. The main character turned to the girl, who was stunned. She asked in surprise what he meant when he spoke about the ability to listen to the dead and how it was connected to the work of priests. He asked her not to rush and promised to explain everything. Gail asked her if she knew what causes the appearance of a runny nose. She replied that it was a matter of magic, evil will. He confirmed her words. At that moment, another undead appeared from behind. The main character continued telling his story and dealt with him. He noted that such behavior often occurs precisely in cemeteries. Then he asked if the dead really hate the expulsion of evil spirits and cleansing, to which Moore replied that it is quite natural. Gail explained that for him exile is when suddenly a stranger appears and starts shouting at him with condemnation, although only an unquenchable resentment keeps him in this world. Mora asked him what he was doing, and the boy replied that he was collecting ghoul fluid. Then he asked her if she was offended when she was scolded as a child. The girl immediately recalled childhood memories. Once her father told her she wouldn't manage. She contradicted him and added that there are many women travelers, but then she was simply forced to be silent, reproached for talking too much. At that moment, the main character called her by name, and she returned from her own memories. After that, the girl apologized for being lost in thought. Gail said he is always ready to listen if someone has a complaint. If someone died of hunger, he dreams that this someone could eat to their fill. If a person died alone, he becomes very sad. And sometimes it happens that someone was slandered or very cruelly tortured. The main character explained that everyone has their own grievances. It is a natural part of our life. Therefore, it is important to make it clear that he understands them, and then even a runny nose will calm down, and everyone will be able to be happy. Suddenly, another skeleton emerged from the neighboring coffin. Mora shuddered. This one was much larger and looked terribly enraged. The girl jumped scaredly towards the main character again. Seeing the undead, she decided that this skeleton was the very same Dark Knight. She held tightly to Gail, worried that even his support was not enough against such a monster. If it came closer, it would become even scarier than leeches. Meanwhile, the boy asked to be let go because he could no longer breathe. The hero stood up, still holding Mura in his arms. She asked in surprise why he was trying to hug her, but the boy replied that it was she who wouldn't let him go. At that moment, the girl noticed that the skeleton was about to strike, so she screamed. But at that very moment, Gail approached the skeleton, poked its skull with his finger, and a magical seal appeared in that spot. He cast the spell again. The skeleton immediately stopped. The main character told Mur to go downstairs because it was all over, and he himself turned back to the undead. Instead of a skeleton, the outlines of a young man appeared. He hovered in the air just above the skeleton. Gail looked at him with a smile, and the girl stood amazed, unable to believe her eyes. Having spoken words of gratitude, the spirit of this boy dissolved into the air, leaving only his skeleton on the ground. Mura watched this, her mouth wide open. Gail explained that it was supposed to be that way. She admitted that she didn't understand anything. It was a B-class monster, and then a boy appeared from it and immediately disappeared. To this, the main character noted that the guy never managed to say goodbye to his fiancée, which he deeply regretted. Mura asked where he knew this from. Gail replied that when he creates cursed items, he gains the ability to see and understand the souls of the dead. When he listened to his story and understood everything, he calmed down. Then Mura asked if he really meant that the runny nose just wanted sympathy. He replied that they were once humans. The main character explained that this is his special way of banishing evil spirits. Unlike the rough cleansing by priests, his method allows obtaining high-quality materials for creating cursed items. The young man explained that when you neutralize with magic, no traces of the curse remain, and the dead become eternal enemies. The girl, having listened to him with a dissatisfied look, angrily replied that he had destroyed all her notions about the undead. The young man and the girl were walking on the sidewalk, both wearing short coats. The girl held a staff she used as a weapon, while the boy carried only a bag. The girl openly looked at the boy, so he couldn't help but ask why she was looking at him that way. The girl guessed that the boy probably considered a runny nose an easy prey and that he could quickly deal with it. He tried not to scare her, calming her down, convincing himself that a runny nose was just simple working material for him. Here the girl got very angry. She sharply turned to the boy, angrily repeated his words, and demanded that he apologize to all the priests for his words about the working materials. For some reason, she thought that this would be the right thing to do. However, the boy did not understand her reaction and asked why she reacted that way. The girl and the boy stopped by the large stairs leading down. The boy was still hesitant to go further, so he began to say that using dispersion against the dead is beneficial for everyone, but it is not an easy task. Suddenly, the girl sat down sharply and shouted that his way of thinking is terrible. The boy immediately asked her not to shout. The boy and the girl were descending the stairs. The young man carefully held the girl's hand. They walked side by side, almost leaning against each other, looking around attentively. Finally, the boy smiled and said that they had arrived. The boy replied that they were on the very lowest floor, where all the dead gather. Quickly hiding behind a column, the girl cautiously noted that although it was the lowest level, there was more light here than on the floors above. The young man began telling the girl about the inhabitants of this floor, trying to surprise her. There are ball throwers, skeleton knights, as well as dark phantoms and white figures. They are all connected to this world, he added. They continued hiding behind the column. The girl was very nervous, looking at the dead. There were about 50 bodies here. That is why the room is so bright. They emitted a gentle blue glow, the girl explained in a trembling voice. The boy noticed that she was scared to be here, so he tried to lighten the mood. He jokingly asked if she wanted to close her eyes. The girl got angry and replied that she was already used to it. However, the boy thought she was not telling the whole truth. The boy pondered and his companion noticed it. Their silent conversation did not last long. Finally, the boy explained that there was no cure here. The girl was very happy. She hoped that they would leave this place soon, because without it, it would not be possible. Then we must go back, she said, although her voice lacked confidence. And suddenly the staff slipped from her hands, falling to the floor with a loud and sharp crash. In another part of the city, a young and beautiful girl sat in a luxurious chair. She was wearing an expensive dress and a crown on her head. Nearby stood a girl in uniform. On the table in front of the lady, with the crown, lay a photograph of a boy who fought the undead. The girl turned to her companion and asked if she was familiar with this young man. The boys noticed that the monsters were not attacking them. Hearing suspicious sounds, the girl pushed the boy in the back, urging him to hide. From the door slowly appeared a dark undead with a cane, which seemed to hover just above the floor. The girl, hiding behind the corner, carefully watched as the undead entered the passage. She immediately noticed This one was not like the previous ones. He clearly belonged to this place and seemed to be in charge of everything here. The Doomsday Sorcerer was the most powerful among all necromancers. When he appeared on the surface, he could single-handedly create an entire army of the dead. People spoke of him as a harbinger of disaster and death. The girl did not understand why he appeared here. The boy interrupted her thoughts, saying that he was just looking for this undead and that it was good that he came at the right moment. The girl turned to her friend in surprise, not understanding what he was talking about. The girl whispered indignantly, asking what the boy was talking about at all. After all, such a sorcerer requires a priest of the highest level. While they quietly conversed behind the columns, the undead suddenly noticed unexpected guests. Suddenly, a magical attack flew toward the pair, instantly destroying one of the building's columns. The boy managed to jump back, grabbed the girl, and saved her while answering her question. The boy warned his comrade to stay close, and they ran away together, avoiding the magical attacks of the mage. The sorcerer's spells fell one after another, but they easily and with a smile dodged every enemy attack. The girl suggested running around the enemies and leaving the room as quickly as possible, since one hit was enough and they would be done for. The boy replied that he still had one magical trick left. The girl asked in surprise what exactly he was talking about. The boy stopped and stuck a magical object with a skull image into the ground. The shard flared up with flames and began to spin. A magical circle with a blessing to dispel spells appeared instantly, and the sorcerer fell right into the trap. The girl watched with admiration the mysterious art of priestly magic, which saves those who have been cursed, but she could not understand where the boy got such a valuable relic. The girl watched in amazement as the boy dealt with a whole herd with one move, and the spirit of a man returned from the afterlife appeared before her. The monsters dissolved one by one, leaving peace and silence in their place. The couple climbed out of the dungeon into the fresh air under a clear sky. The main character happily breathed in the air while doing pull-ups. The girl sat curled up in a ball, angrily promising herself never to return to the cemetery again. Mura was simply stunned that the undead army was defeated in just one day and could not believe it. The boy, trying to calm her, said she was wrong because sorcerers really are everywhere. The girl objected that usually the church creates orders of temple knights who quickly destroy threats, and if sorcerers really were everywhere, the world would have ceased to exist long ago. Gail stood up, surprised by the girl's response, and added that they usually end up in old and large cemeteries because the sorcerer was once a nobleman who ruled these places. The girl said that is exactly why the sorcerer wanders cemeteries all over the city. The boy happily hugged his bag, enthusiastically saying that now he had so many materials and could create even more new spells. The girl agreed with her friend and noted that he really liked cursed things. The boy took things out of the bag and admitted that he really liked making them. Hanging his favorite cursed necklaces on himself, he took a knight's sword in one hand and a staff in the other, and happily asked if he looked cool now. The girl replied that she could not agree with his idea of beauty. Gail warned her that she was missing out a lot if she did not understand this. The boy got offended, turned away, and muttered that there were no longer people capable of understanding. What I remembered was the boy saying that he had a small shop. Gail replied that there was a girl who really liked his design, and many considered it fresh and stylish. After all, cursed items are in fashion now. They can be used as interior elements and worn simultaneously as talismans. He pondered this even more. The boy said that one day the whole world would appreciate his sense of style. The girl replied that it definitely would never happen, to which he asked her offendedly. The boy gladly said that he would definitely try to achieve this. He sincerely smiled, recalling the moment when he first met Gail. Morin was talking to the girl when suddenly she heard someone's conversation from the side. The boy reproached Gail for being too slow, and the girl nearby asked the boy to be more patient with the hero. Moraz sarcastically remarked on what a good team they make. The girl at the reception said that this is a pack of wolves, each member of which has a complex character. They are part of a team with a marine rating and have long confirmed their abilities. Mora noticed that a boy was walking behind her. It was Gail. The girl informed the employee that she was ready to take on this case. Gail was fired from the team, and the girl stayed by his side. Mora remembered how Gail was frightened for the first time by the betrayal of comrades, and his gaze was directed only downward. But now, next to her, the boy seemed to have blossomed, and hope for the future lit up in his eyes. The girl thought that she felt very good now, and then the boy asked her about it in surprise. The sea smiled and said that it was fun to spend time together with him. The boy awkwardly turned away and muttered how she could say such a thing if there were tears in her eyes. The girl got angry and loudly assured that she had no tears at all. The boy apologized with a smile and decided to thank her. Gail said that he was kicked out of the team, so he came to the village. the boy admitted that he would be very sad to be left all alone. The boy, clasping his palms together, replied, "Even if there is money and the city is beautiful, it is still hard to stay alone." Gail, without raising his eyes and smiling, said that he enjoyed laughing together, and it became possible thanks to more. The girl approached the boy in surprise and looked at him attentively. The girl blushed and became confused. Stepping away from the boy, the girl quietly asked why he was so frank, and she was embarrassed by his pleasant words. She put on the hood of her cloak, accepted the situation, and quietly thanked the boy. But the boy did not hear her words and asked again, because of which the girl thought that he was not sensitive at all. Mura asked the boy what they would do with the reward. The boy replied that it was best to split it in half. The girl was surprised by Gail's words. Some began to object, saying that the girl did nothing. She just walked beside him during the journey and did not help with anything else. The boy replied that everyone in the team has their own role. Then the girl took one bag and said that her contribution was to carry at least some of the things. Gail took all the other bags with the reward, and exclaiming in surprise, she asked how strong her companion was, since even an experienced carrier could not lift so many things at once. The boy pointed to the bracelet with skulls and explained that it was all thanks to the artifact that allows increasing strength, endurance, and carrying heavier weight. The girl opened her mouth in surprise, impressed by the decoration, because she realized, with such a thing one can change the course of the war. The boy added that he made the bracelet himself. The girl only covered her eyes with her palm and sighed, because of which the boy looked at her in surprise, not understanding such a reaction. Moore asked the boy if he had ever seen cursed items in shops. To this, Tats noted that the girl was behaving rudely. The boy replied that he was well versed in cursed things and kept track of what was popular, but all these items were not very high quality. The girl disagreed and said that for her, the appearance of the items was not important, but their abilities were. Usually, each item has only one property from the cursed artifact. Otherwise, the vessel might not withstand it. It would be good if it were possible to strengthen the effect of this property by at least 10%, the girl exclaimed. Moore explained that things that have 2 or more properties and are significantly stronger than ordinary things are called artifacts. Gail laughed and recalled that once this was considered almost a national treasure, and their own inventions were perceived only as trinkets. The girl thought that magical items become better if their creator develops their knowledge and skills. However, she was annoyed that the boy did not pay any attention to the opinions of others. The boy replied that it doesn't matter at all what effect this thing will have. The main thing is to show ingenuity, because they can be combined in any way, just like wizards combine magic. The girl pondered the words of her companion. She noted that if one follows his logic, then cursed objects are like ordinary toys. The boy objected, saying it all depends on the power of the object itself. The girl, like everyone else, knew well that cursed things could be very frightening, so she said nothing in response. The risk of being cursed was very high, because if a person wears a cursed item even once, they will no longer be able to remove it on their own. Special skill is required for this. For the ability to significantly strengthen strikes, the user of this item paid a high price. Under the scorching sun on the battlefield, he could suddenly weaken and simply fall to the ground, having no strength to do anything. There was even a risk of becoming unstable, and because of this, starting to attack his comrades, unable to distinguish enemies from friends. Perhaps the true master of cursed objects could control things simply with his hands. If the curse is removed, the effect it imposed will also disappear along with it. But is the creator capable of fully controlling their creation so as not to remove the curse, but only leave the beneficial effect of its use? Having reached such thoughts, the girl stopped. Mura asked the boy if he really wanted to shake the very essence of their world by calling it a terrible master. The boy gladly agreed, explaining that this was exactly why he needed the perfect design of objects. Hearing this, the girl only smiled at Riley. The girl replied that Gail's arrow would not be able to fly. To this, the boy remarked that one should not let go of their hands. Mura agreed with him, because as long as the power of cursed objects has a limit, the world will not learn about Gail. Morris stopped on the road, and the experienced man walking ahead said he saw a meadow and offered to help with the cart. Gail ran up to the peasant with the cart. The girl pondered about the master who creates cursed objects. Smiling, the girl thought that the boy was really funny and involuntarily wondered if she could at least sometimes be together with him in this team. A dark-skinned elf named Gemly approached the guests and greeted them, informing them that the Adventurers Guild was glad to welcome them. The girl recognized the boy. It was Gail. She said in surprise that he had come early and asked if he could be excused. The boy disagreed with her words, noting that the situation was quite different and showed what was in his bags. Gail insisted that everything was real and offered the girl to see for herself. he asked the junior nurse to examine the skeletons. The boy threw the wizard's skull, which had brought her so much trouble, at the girl's feet. The elf could not hide his surprise. The girl's eyes lit up, and she immediately said she would buy everything at 10% more than usual, but Mura interrupted her, stating that she wanted 30% more. She explained that the task in the letter was simply to clear the territory, but in reality, they had gone much deeper into the dungeon. Suddenly, a lick appeared there, and they were very lucky to have survived. The hero's companion said sternly that the information in the letter was not trustworthy, so she only asked for 10%. The guild did not agree to such terms. Gemly looked at the girl in confusion. They cheerfully apologized to the heroes, explaining that their guild was still very young and the information might be inaccurate, and tried to negotiate about 20%. Mura reluctantly agreed. The boy did not understand why his companion was irritated. Mura explained that everything needed to be discussed openly because when completing a task, it was important to consider all possible threats. As an example, she mentioned, if you take a mission to destroy fire monsters in reality. The boy smiled and replied that Mura was always kind. The girl awkwardly denied that it was so. Suddenly, Gemly interrupted their conversation, apologizing for spoiling the pleasant moment. She apologized to the boy, explaining her insecurity, but the boy reassured her, saying everything was fine. The girl bowed her head and confessed guiltily that she had trusted the gravedigger's words too much and now realized she was wrong. Gail blushed with shame because the elf seemed so cute to her. The boy tried his best to hide his admiration and joy, assuring that the old cemetery was his path, and he would come here from time to time himself. Gemly rushed into the boy's arms with relief, sincerely confessing how important it was for her to hear these words. The boy thought that the girl really looked like a true guildmaster, and for the first time, he was valued so highly. The embrace was interrupted by Mura, telling them to stop. The elf instantly went upstairs, announcing that it was time to evaluate the goods and promised to return quickly. Mura turned to Gail with a question about whether he liked that girl. The boy asked confusedly what she was talking about. The boy asked in surprise why she suddenly became interested in this and firmly refused, explaining that he did not feel anything like that. The girl noted that she treated him well and even posed for him. Gail was confused and denied, saying that nothing like that happened between them. Mura calmed down and left. Gail could not understand what was happening with his companion. The girl blushed and frowned displeased. Mura shouted back that she was not angry, but just wanted to convey to the boy that the elf was already over 100 years old. Next to the pair, a spear flew by, and with a dull thud stuck into the floor. Gimli apologized, explaining that her hand twitched by itself. The boys understood that she aimed precisely. The girl said it was time to receive her reward. Coins were placed in front of the couple. Gail said they would split everything equally. Mura wanted to object, but the boy calmed her down. Hamley saw them off, adding that they should come back later for the rest of the reward. Gamely carefully examined the new goods, and the girl's words about returning angered him. Hamlet addressed the figure in the shadow and asked what had happened, as her guest appeared here rarely. In response, the voice said it would only take a minute because he would tell the elf exactly what she wanted to know. She boldly ordered to reveal the whole truth. The girl began her story. The elf remembered the commotion in the capital, which everyone called an assassination attempt. Hamlet inquired whether Princess Carlo was alive and received an affirmative answer. After all, Carlo used the cursed item that protects against instant death. The girl was surprised and said that only a shield has such a property. From the darkness came the reply, "This person knows nothing about church relics." The elf girl smiled as she looked at the unfamiliar artifact, which radiated a terrible power. She asked who the killer was. The girl replied that she did not know, but only knew that someone from the military was involved. Hamlet saw this tangled matter and smiled, assuming that the criminal was someone from the Imperial Special Forces unit. The girl promised that the details would appear later. The elf asked the informant to find out if there was any other interesting information. She was refused. Hamley ordered to carry out one more task to learn more about the assassination attempt. She received permission, and the girl immediately disappeared. We learned that the Empire made a decisive move, secretly trying to kill the heir to the throne, deciding that a power struggle had erupted inside the country. The girl recalled the cursed item, and images of Gail and their acquaintance surfaced in her memory. She noticed under his cloak a terribly large number of cursed items, but despite this, the boy remained calm. Moreover, the boy, together with his partner, managed to defeat the Lick. The girl decided that he was dealing with cursed things. She bravely took a shower, delving into thoughts about how they were dark elves, victims of cursed items, and recalled their ancient desire for a real family. Game Lee remembered how she bowed together with her people. The girl sought to obtain the signature of the Demon King, as only this could lift the curse from her family and restore her lost rights. Working part-time as a guild master, she also gathered important information and dreamed of joining the Imperial Guard. The girl pondered, if disputes began between the capital and the Empire, would a new chance appear for her? And recently she met a master who creates cursed things. Putting all the details together, the girl decided that it was this artifact that Gail made. Disguised, the girl admitted that this young man with the wind in his soul really seemed interesting to her. In the church in the capital, a man asked the visitors if any curse had been placed on them. Gail's former group looked at the priest in the church with surprise. The man assured that the curse did not work and they were completely clean, but he was immediately contradicted. The team leader scolded Gail, accusing him of having placed a curse on them out of revenge, and said that because of this they wanted to get rid of him and regain their former power. The man replied that traces of the curse still remained on them and that their survival was a true miracle. But now, with Gail gone, everything had returned to its usual state. A group of people stood in the corridor. The guys finally realized that their current strength was the limit of their true capabilities. The commander got angry, accusing the priest of incompetence, and the guys sincerely hoped for such a result. The man in the hood looked at his hand and could not believe that he was just an ordinary mage without special abilities. The commander ordered everyone to listen to him and suggested finding Gail. The boy guessed that their former comrade might now be begging somewhere in the alleys. The man called Kesh. The man asked the boy to stop, because soon they themselves might be on the brink of poverty. The guys sold all their equipment to get rid of the curse and somehow survive. Now they could not even afford a regular hotel, and instead of clothes wore torn rags. They looked so bad that they could be called homeless. The boy grabbed his comrade and asked why he was so depressed, and he in response asked him to let go. The boy stopped struggling in the commander's hands and asked to look at the bulletin board. Kesh looked away. Kesh asked what was going on here. Seeing the announcement, the boy instantly rushes to it and grabs the sheet of paper. The comrades asked Luke what was written in the announcement, and he replied that, as the commander said, they gathered here not just for nothing. Kesh laughed, confident in his correctness, and said that they were very lucky. The boy took out the announcement and asked to look at it. On the sheet was drawn Gail. Next to her image was a royal decree and a wanted announcement. The document asked to find this person, dead or alive, and promised a reward for it. The noticeable features pointed exactly to this boy, and no one could believe that he was included in the wanted list. The boys joked and passers-by looked at their company in surprise. They were fascinated by the idea of catching Gail and handing him over to the kingdom, dreaming of getting a reward for it. The princess, together with her knight, walked, talking about the informant. They decided that they would no longer pay for false information. The knight explained that this informant was a guild member and an adventurer of Class S. The girl added that recently he had participated in a manhunt. The Wolfpack team sat at the table among the knights, behaving not very politely. The boys discussed that the furniture here was very expensive and the food was tasty. At the same time, they greedily ate candies. Kesh threw his legs on the table and began to grumble that informants like them had to wait, and for that, they should demand extra pay. The princess, together with her knights, trying to hide behind their backs, quietly whispered that their guests did not know basic manners at all. The boy noticed two girls and immediately said that they were the best adventurers in this city. He added that only members of the royal family had the right to communicate with them. The princess, stopping her knight from unnecessary actions, replied that she was busy, which is why she was late. The princess named her name, Carla de Gloscan, and the boy realized that he was talking to the princess of this country. She recalled that he demanded an apology from her for being late and irritably asked for forgiveness. The girl sat on the chair, and the adventurer bowed before her, touching the floor with his head. Kesh apologized for his audacity, and the girl suggested getting down to business. She directly asked if they knew the boy from the announcement. The boys looked around and confidently replied with wicked smiles that they already knew him. The knight suggested starting with a description of the one they were looking for. Kesh replied that the man had an average build and dark eyes. The girl said that such information would not help them at all. The girl from Kara's team said that he wore a simple blue cloak. The princess asked to continue. The young man recalled how he did worthless trifles and had a disgusting taste. The princess said that he was mistaken. The team froze in surprise. The princess could not understand why such things were called trifles. The boy awkwardly muttered and asked to wait a little. The boy in the hood introduced himself as Gail. He said that he used to be one of their comrades and was skillful in cursed things. Gail extended 3 amulets and offered to examine them. The girl replied that there could be no mistake here. The princess asked what exactly was meant, and then the girl explained. She was sure of it when she was looking for the boy. The man told this to the knight who serves the princess. If he is to be believed, they are now looking for the owner of a shop where cursed things are sold, as well as an amulet that was given as a bonus. The princess took offense and said that such a thing had never happened to her. The girl replied that perhaps it was because they did not have time to prepare it before closing, or the princess was in too much of a hurry. The girl turned to Luke and asked if he had anything else from the store, specifically from Gail. The boy replied that he got that item from another man, but he has one more. He had a ring made from a beast's fang, a palette knife with slime, and a chain with witch's powder. The boys, confused, asked the boy why he always carried this with him, and decided that because of this item they were so unlucky. The princess, covering her mouth with her hands, barely held back tears and was very surprised to see these things. She gladly took all these things and was happy. Adventurers looked at the girl in surprise, impressed by her behavior. When the emotions subsided, the princess sat down and trusted the people who brought the news. The princess ordered to reward them. The adventurers' eyes sparkled with joy. The girl asked the princess if she really liked those trinkets, but she lied and said no. The princess handed Kesha money and said that this would be an advance for the completed work. Carla approached the boy and said she wanted to thank Gail, then asked if he understood her. The boy knelt on one knee and asked to be believed. The boys rejoiced at the award and began preparing to set out in search of Gail. The commander assigned tasks among the guys. He entrusted Melissa to check the street stall in the trade guild, Morris to find out news in the adventurers guild at the tavern, and Luke to inspect all the wagons. Kesh did not understand why the princess wanted to thank Gail. That man said that for such a generous reward from the princess, they should properly repay her. The Wolfpack team completely misunderstood Princess Carla's request. The princess, together with her knight, watched the adventurers through the window. The girl asked the queen if she really believed she could trust these people. Clara replied that she had no other choice. At night, she looked at the announcement where the princess described and drew that boy. The princess wanted to test what the C-rank adventurers were capable of. The princess overturned the table, grabbed the sheet, and began to tell about Gail. The girl held a flyer with a photo of a boy and said she wanted to learn more about him. This is the city of farmers, which everyone calls Farmer's Corner. Gail sat down and created a new artifact. The boy sneezed and thoughtfully said that there are true connoisseurs of his cursed things who discuss them so passionately. The young man quickly accepted it and moved on. Gail laughed and explained that if you clean the edge of the lich well, it will gain better protection against magic and enhance the properties of the dark element. But in return, he will get a side effect. The properties of light will decrease and physical protection will fall. But if you add powder from ground dark skeleton bones, this flaw will disappear. The young man threw a shard of thunderfire. It was supposed to add endurance against light magic. Gail satisfactorily finished his creation made from the ashes of the Lich Claimer. It was his first special item made during his time in the Farmer's Corner. The young man forged the Sword of the Sage and named it the Split, for this weapon had many good qualities. The boy was about to say something when suddenly the girl hit him on the head and ordered him to be silent. Gail asked what she was doing in his room, but the girl began to complain about the noise. The boy did not understand what was going on. She was about to forgive him for the inconveniences she had to endure, but changed her mind. The girl asked the boy if he would open his shop today. Mura said she would go with him, as the weather was good for profitable trading. The boy agreed with her decision. Gail, like the other sellers, tried to attract customers by inviting them to approach his stall. The girl, however, was confused and silent. On the street, passers-by addressed everyone except Gail. But that boy tried to lure two young men who had just bought meat. Gail offered the boys to use sticks made from bones. The boys refused such an offer. The boy offered the man a custom-made sword, but he fled from Gail in fear. The girl asked irritably, and the boy supported her. The boy handed the sword to the girl, promising to give it at a special price because they were friends. But the girl took it and threw the sword away, and the boy instantly rushed and grabbed it with his whole body, assuring that this item was very valuable and should not be treated that way. Mura told the boy that he was crazy if he sold such things in this town, especially right among the food stalls. The boy replied that trade went well only from morning till evening. The girl explained that this was not the point. She asked if he was familiar with the concept of supply and demand. The young man replied that he knew. It was the connection between buyer and seller. Mura asked him to remember these words for a long time. The boy pondered what could fit here and finally remembered those cursed bands, thinking aloud. The girl pulled the boy back, insisting that they needed to leave. Gail asked to wait because the shop was still open, and if they left, everything could be stolen. But she waved it off, saying that no one needed his junk even for free. The boys came to Gimli. The girl told her about what happened at the market and added that she could no longer handle him. The boys sat aside and said with offense that Mura was no longer his partner. Gail tightly hugged his sword and said that Mura did not understand the beauty of his work at all, since he had worked on it for 3 days. Gimli advised the boy to listen more carefully to others' opinions. However, the boy began to argue with the elf. Gimli explained to him to think about what kind of person and for what purpose would want to buy this product in this city. The boy fell silent and began to reflect. The boy suggested that it was needed for interior decoration. Gimli immediately understood how serious it all was. The elf asked why open a shop in such a place. The girl said that the appearance of a shop with cursed items next to grocery stalls could harm the trade of other goods and attract the attention of the guards. The boy reproached his companion for dissatisfaction, and she replied that it was like talking to a wall. The elf laughed and said that this couple was perfect for each other, but the boy and the girl immediately objected. The boy added that he had paid the trade guild a gold coin for his spot at the fair, and the girl froze in place from surprise. Mura was outraged at such a high price in this city, but Gimli replied that they simply made money on it here. The boy could not believe his defeat. The elf explained to the boy that many people on the street did not yet guarantee good sales, since cursed items were unlikely to be used in this part of the city. The boy was upset. Gimli tried to cheer him up and said that this did not mean there were no buyers here, as among them were adventurers from this guild. Gail was glad about this. But this did not solve the problem, because first they needed to change the location. Gimli asked if they had consulted about a profitable place for trade. The young man replied that it was already taken. The girl asked if he had really seen that place and if there were many traders there. The boy recalled that there was enough space in the square, and even empty spots remained. The elf understood everything and explained that in the capital there are guilds that have their branches and open shops in small towns, so the boys will have to go there. The couple asked where exactly they needed to go. The girl replied that she was heading to the Blacksmiths Guild. Meanwhile, the blacksmith was forging new weapons. The Blacksmiths Guild. The boys come here looking for a good place for their trading point. Gail asked why the blacksmith was considered skilled and not the merchant. Gimli explained that there is a special balance of power at Farmer's Corner. The girl explained that there is almost no influence here, so they yield to the Blacksmiths Guild both in money and people, and the boys from Glassbreaker have now come on an official visit. Mura added that the trading guild aims to become the strongest in the city. The elf praised the girl for her cleverness. In the village, the blacksmith was a highly respected craftsman. He made various metal items, repaired tools, and helped build new houses. His tools were especially valued by the locals because they made it much easier to work the land. Therefore, it is no surprise that his workshop was so popular. The boy asked if they would greet those influential people, as it could help them open their own shop. The girl agreed with him and asked if they had prepared a gift for them. Then the boy took out the cursed necklace and sword. Gail called it a division and said that if he gave it to them, they would definitely be very happy. Mura tried to calm the boy, and Gimli asked in horror what kind of sword it was. Mura also mentioned that the elf asked them to form a circle to go shopping. The companion suggested the boy simply bow, promising to give the gift on his behalf. But the boy was sure that the blacksmiths themselves would be happy if they received the gift from him personally. Then the girl advised him to turn around because the blacksmiths had already noticed him. The boys entered the room where everyone was busy working. Mura noticed that she was hot from the stove. Gimli replied that this was not a reception, it was a workshop, although in the documents it was recorded as a guild. The man remarked to the guests that they were behaving rudely. Gail apologized. The boy asked if they could go further now, but Gimli objected. He said they first needed to call them. Two travelers exchanged glances, and Mura, apologizing, loudly shouted to the workers. Gimli noted that it was not very loud and decided to call them herself. The elf loudly shouted the name Chalin, and the hero froze in place from this. As soon as the girl called, the hammer fell to the ground with a crash, causing the boys to scatter in different directions. Gimli grumbled unhappily at such a greeting, and the girl immediately sharply asked him to be quiet because he was disturbing the work. The girl with 2 ponytails and glasses replied that one call was enough for her, and she would come. The boys were very surprised to learn that this girl was a dwarf. Gimli sat on the hammer of his interlocutor and laughed, replying that she had called her, but she did not come, because of which she heard an insult in response. The girls began exchanging sharp words, and the heroes noticed tension between them. Gilly assured the boys that it was nothing. Gimli introduced the dwarf girl and said that her name was Shaylin. She headed the Guild of Blacksmiths. Raising her glasses, Shaylin smiled warmly and said she was glad to meet a new friend. The boy shook her hand and immediately noticed. The girl's palm was not only bigger than his, but also covered with scratches and testified to a different life experience. I turned to her partner in surprise. Gail and Shaylin spoke at the same time. The boys realized that they were true professionals in their field. Gimli, smiling, interrupted the master's handshake and asked why they were looking at each other like that. The master objected to the girl. Mura asked to get to the point. Gimli replied that today she had an important guest who dreams of opening his own shop. Shelley did not understand why these shops were needed and asked not to waste her time anymore. Shelina thought that if she allowed them to open a shop, it could cause trouble for the trade guild. The girl said she was not against it, but there was one problem. The girl explained that they did not intend to seize the city. Unlike the townspeople, they not only created new things, they also repaired them. It would be much easier for her if she only had to deal with one thing. But she did not notice how she became the guild master. The girl asked the boy's name again and warned him not to trust everything Gimli says, as half of her words are untrue. The young man was silent, and the girl indignantly said that Shelina had been very harsh with her. Then she agreed to sign the document. Gail and Mura rejoiced that they had successfully completed their task. Shelina turned to the boy and said that it was not so simple. In this world, you cannot be so naive. Everything is built on reciprocity. If they need her permission, they should not expect goodwill here. At first, the boys did not understand what she was talking about, but then they remembered the gifts. The girl gave them a barrel. Mura bowed and asked to be poured some strong alcohol. Gail decided to show his sword as well, but received an angry look from Mura. The girl tried to stop him, asking not to draw the sword. However, the boy replied that the master should like it. Shelina asked in surprise what the boys had just knocked with. The boy handed the girl a sword wrapped in cloth. When she unwrapped it, she screamed in surprise and asked what it was. Mura and Gimli watched the boy and the dwarf. Shelina was delighted with such a weapon and assured with a serious look that she understood everything. She said that it was not just a saber. The young man gladly agreed that she understood, and together they repeated this word. At the same time, the boy thanked the teacher, and the girl grabbed him by the shoulder. The girl asked not to address her so formally and to switch to the informal you. The boy responded by noting that she was a true master, and he cried with joy that he had finally met a person who truly understood him. The boy loudly roared and wiped away tears of joy. Mura looked at Chalin. The girl cleared her throat, and the boy asked if she was ill. Gimli asked what had happened. Mura smiled ironically, so Chalin asked her to be quiet. Shelina advised the girl to go outside for fresh air because there was a lot of dust in the workshop, but the girl refused and said that she considered two masters close enough. Then Shelina approached the young man and asked if that was what the girl was talking about. The boy changed his mind and gladly noted that Shelina was a true master blacksmith and also a smart craftswoman who understood him well. The girl looked at the sword with admiration and said that such things do not just drop from monsters. Only by taking it in his hands did the hero feel all its power. In the girl's opinion, this sword has vampirism, a special trait of the dark element that enhances cutting attacks. Gail replied that the girl had an eye like a diamond, and he wanted to tell about its other features, but Shali suddenly stopped him. She said that the cutting had become easier. The girl was waving the sword, and Mura noticed it. Gail explained that the master was simply testing the weapon in practice. Shelina smiled and said that she would also like to have such a sword. When the hero attacked the enemy, the sword activated vampirism, and this helped to restore strength right in battle. Shelina said that such a sword seems large, but is actually very light, so it can be easily held with one hand. She believed that such a weapon is perfect for a swordsman who fights on the front line. Then the girl added that this sword would also be useful for a lone adventurer. The boy gladly said that this sword has protection against magic, and he was also able to put protection against dust on it. Moreover, such a sword was considered cursed, which indicated its obedience. The girl with a smile counted all the boy's compliments, but hearing the last one, she asked in surprise again. Shaylin asked awkwardly what he polished it with. The sword began to curse and grabbed the girl by the hand. Shelina did not understand what was happening. Moore explained that the skull was acting. The girl asked to release her hand. The boy, however, continued to ponder, as if wondering how she could not know about such power. Shelina shouted at the boy and ordered him to take the sword. Morris defended the boy and asked him to lift the curse as soon as possible. Gimli laughed seeing their mess but mentally noted. Besides the curse, the boy's sword received much praise for its qualities. This once again proved that Gail is a master of unusual and even cursed items. The boy used the amulet and removed the curse from himself. Gimli waved his hand and cast a sharp glance toward the boys. The girl held her wounded arm in front of her and could not comprehend what she had gotten into. Mura apologized, explaining that they had tried to be careful. The girl bandaged her arm and replied that it was already too late to apologize. Shelina denied that it was necessary to warn about the curse on this item immediately. The boy sincerely did not understand what the problem was, since for him removing a curse was a simple matter. To this, the girl replied that just because it was easy for him did not mean it was equally easy for everyone. She reproached the boy for being selfish. Shelina asked her colleague if they had come to harm her. The elf replied that she should not make things up, as Gail had no evil intentions. Shaylin confusedly realized that she had taken an ordinary, unremarkable sword, and bitterly said that after this they should not count on her favor. Gail replied that she was acting arrogantly, although they had come to her with gifts. To avoid developing this topic, the girl changed the subject and asked why he had not given such a sword to some guard. The boy, with an offended look on his face, said that he put his whole soul into the sword. The girl scolded the boy and asked if he even knew what buyers want. She thought that nothing would come of him and decided that he should not open a shop. After all, if his goods suddenly became popular, it could cause a real catastrophe for the whole world. Shaylin thought that such a person could come in handy if placed in reliable hands. The girl replied that she was not so heartless. The girl asked how much he wanted to open his own shop. The boy boldly replied that he really wanted to, and because of this she pressed him even more against the wall. The boy was holding his side confusedly and was already asking for the shop to be opened for him. Mura apologized and explained that the boy sometimes behaves strangely, but in reality, he is a good person. Shelina looked down at him and remarked that it was amusing to watch how they were still discussing this situation. The girl agreed to open the shop, but she needed somewhere to sign documents to confirm her responsibility. The girl leaned closer and said that the boy had not paid her yet, then asked him to show who he really was, looking carefully into his eyes. Moore asked if she needed money, but the girl just shrugged and replied that thinking so badly of her was unfair. She had no idea about taking money from the newcomer and just wanted to ask for one favor. The boy asked what kind of request it was, and the girl replied, "If you ask adventurers, they will all point to one place." This place was the only mine in Farmer's Corner. The girl wanted to ask someone to get rid of the monsters that had settled there. However, everyone who entered this mine mysteriously disappeared. She did not even know what kind of monsters lived inside. This task was not easy. It was called Safety of the Anunnaki Mine. The girl asked the boys if they were ready to take it on. Meanwhile, in the palace, Princess Knight asked what all this meant, as she was sure that all this was the business of those acting on behalf of the emperor. The princess did not want to admit her mistake. The girl confidently replied that they were attacked by assassins, and she had no doubt about it. The princess decided that the attack on the servant was not accidental, but had a certain meaning. The girl said that they had faced an assassination attempt on Princess Carla, and a struggle for the throne had begun in the empire. Then she suggested that the first prince of the empire had hired the assassin to get rid of the princess. The servant replied that he had heard about the emperor's illness, and that a struggle for the throne had begun between the first prince, the son of a concubine, and the second son, who was the legitimate child. The princess asked what this had to do with her. The girl at night replied that there was nothing now, but in the future, the princess might enter into a marriage of convenience with the second prince. She asked if the princess had not forgotten about this. To this, the princess said that she had completely forgotten about it and was even a little confused. The princess said that this does not yet mean that she agrees with her fate. The butler replied that such a decision is beyond even her power to change, Princess Carla, as this agreement has international significance. The girl replied that the princess's marriage would not only raise the empire's prestige, but also strengthen the kingdom. Thanks to this, she would gain the support of the second prince, and his behavior shows that for him this marriage has only political significance. Even if the plan does not work, the first prince will lose nothing. Maybe that is exactly what he was counting on. The girl said that the fragile empire now has two paths. She emphasized that this idea should be taken very seriously, and also suggested making a friendly visit to strengthen relations. The knight said that they needed to lure out the killer sent by the first prince. The girl screamed, but the knight replied that even if they caught this killer and forced him to talk, it still would not guarantee obtaining direct evidence. After all, if the empire simply remains silent about what happened, it will not help the kingdom at all. In the best case, they will only be able to express their concern about the situation, unless, of course, they want to enter into open conflict. Carlos stood up and declared that in that case the engagement must be cancelled and their agreement broken. Moreover, as a princess, she would refuse the engagement with the second prince herself. The girl confidently looked into the eyes of her own dark evening. The girl threw the crown and fell onto the bed. The knight replied to her that the agreement between the countries must not be broken. The princess lay on the bed and said she did not like it. Looking at her hand with the ring, she added that they had already chosen the ring. Meanwhile, on the outskirts of the city in the Inanaki mine, miners are working. The mine hums quietly. Gail claimed he was good at cursed things and helped the team more than he fought himself. Gimli replied that she was actually a guild master, so she could be disregarded. The boy asked if more participants were needed since he and Mura were standing behind, and the elf was not participating at all. Shalina sadly lowered her head and agreed, so they decided not to change anything. The girl said that at first she wanted to give them a task of CB level, but later changed her mind. She chose a more difficult task because the heroes had already been through a lot. The boy noted that they had recently arrived in the city. Gimli smiled and reminded that the guys hadn't told Shalina. If she takes the task and fails, the difficulty level will increase. Shalina almost got angry, and her colleagues added that she made this decision after talking with her. She thought again and realized that if the task was not completed for a long time, its difficulty would not change. The boy asked if they would fail it and if the quest rank would increase. Gimli confirmed and warned that then the task would become S rank. The peasant replied that recently many adventurers had disappeared there. Mura remembered that 9 out of 10 such stories ended in mysterious disappearances. The boys looked at the stone that resembled a monster's mouth, and nearby a tunnel was visible, the entrance to the mine. The boys heard some noise. They hoped it was just the wind, but deep down they knew a monster lived here. Their anxious thoughts were suddenly interrupted by Shalina, who asked why they had frozen in place. The girl asked why, if they are adventurers, they simply do not face the problem and solve it. She recalled having heard about this place before. The boy reminded her that most who went there never returned, even despite submitted applications. The girl replied that such a dangerous task should pay at least 10 gold coins. Shalina told the guys that this task used to be easy, and the reward for it was very small. Moro replied that then no one would want to take on such a task. Gail asked if he could try himself as an attacker. Moro was surprised by such a proposal. The girl reminded that the boy had previously single-handedly defeated the army, led by Lick. Gail replied that the undead are something completely different, and they still do not know what monsters hide inside. Their conversation was interrupted by Shalina. The girl with the hammer said she is taking the matter into her own hands. Shaylin decided everything for everyone, and the guys were surprised by such a proposal. The girl asked why they had such faces. She simply decided to take everything under her control. The guys were surprised that the client was going into battle with them also as an attacker, carrying out his own mission. Gimli, however, noted that for the girl it was not a problem at all. Shaylina said she was strong and showed her arm muscles. The boy asked in surprise if Lita could handle it, but she just smiled and told him to rely on her. Her team consisted of a guild master, a master of cursed things, and support. Such a combination seemed incredible. However, the girl did not allow herself to despair and remained confident that she would not lose. The girl was confident. Whatever monsters they met on the way, they could always rely on Gail's abilities. The boys moved forward, hoping that everything would turn out well. Gimli wished them luck and said goodbye, waving her hand. The team went inside and illuminated the passages with their flashlights. The boy turned toward the direction from which the sound came and looked down into the abyss. The boys started to make noise, but Shalina quickly calmed them down. The girl explained to the boys hiding behind her that it was only the wind. She told about the holes through which it passes and sounds like a dog's howl. It was because of this strange sound that the place got its name. Shinjali threw a stone at the girl and asked her to look. Mora caught the stone and, together with Gail, carefully examined the iron ore. SHP Lena said that deposits or veins were once found here, and from time to time a metro appeared. She said this mine is quite good. The guys turned around and looked at the mine shaft. The boys found themselves at the very bottom of the mine, in a deep abyss. The heroes were struck by her beauty. Shalina explained that this was exactly why she stayed here. This place means a lot to her, so she cannot be afraid of it. Mora thought that at least they were no longer in the cemetery with the living dead, and in general they had nothing to fear. But suddenly she bumped into something and asked in surprise what it was. The girl noticed the petrified statue of a man with horror. She jumped back, screamed, and began shouting that a revenant was here. The boy rejoiced, and Shalina said that such a thing was impossible in this place. The girl hid behind the guildmaster and asked Gail why he was so happy. The boy replied that a runny nose in such a place is something special. The boys concluded that these were not statues at all, but genuine works of jewelry, art, and beauty. The boy replied that it seemed to him as if that person was standing right in front of him, just as alive as before. Shalina asked the boy if he didn't find it strange. The boy replied that it was true skill, and the girl standing behind said that it was all complete nonsense. Mura turned around and pointed to the passage, suggesting to the boys to pay attention there while they discussed the difficult details of working on the statue. Mura led the boys aside, saying that now was not the time for such conversations, and asked them to look in another direction. Shaylin stood up and looked around, examining what she saw with surprise, as did Gail. The entire room was filled with statues of people. The girl was swearing and could not understand what was happening. Shalina asked why there were so many statues here, and the boy noticed that they all differed from each other. Mura felt that something strange was happening and decided to find out the opinion of her companions. Shalina looked carefully at the statue and recognized her friend in it, which she told the boys, greatly surprising them. The girl recognized a few more statues. They were adventurers she had seen earlier in the farmer's corner. Shalina could not believe her own eyes. The missing people were standing before them. The girl's face suddenly tensed. The boys noticed that petrified people were standing right in front of them. Gail understood why he perceived these statues as decorations and admitted how mistaken that was. Shalina, gripped by panic, said it was like turning into stone. The boy realized it was the work of some monster and grabbed the guildmaster by the shoulder. The boys took a fighting stance, supporting each other. At that moment, Mura shouted that she was near the entrance. The girl ordered the boys to watch the rear and the sides. Gail turned to Mura and said things were very bad, as not many monsters were capable of that. The girl agreed and added that creatures like the basilisk or gorgon belonged to the higher class A monsters. The boys realized the cave smelled of chicken, feathers were everywhere, and the creature could turn everything to stone. A chicken's scream sounded. Gail shouted that their enemy was a cockatrice. The wall began to crack and crumble. The cockatrice is a mythical creature, half chicken, half snake, which many religions consider a harbinger of doom. It has strong protection and can withstand even thrown weapon strikes. The cockatrice is famous for sharp claws and poisonous breath that turns everyone around to stone. Moreover, this monster is very agile and intelligent, always planning its attacks. The wall on the Morised side began to collapse. The girl did not understand what was happening. Shalina said that now they needed to switch places. The boy called out to the girl in response and swapped places with her. Gail rushed forward, meeting the cockatrice that was charging straight at the heroes. The monster lunged at the boys. The hero clenched 3 darts in his hand, preparing to fight back against the enemy. From behind the huge rooster, a snake suddenly crawled out, showing its sharp fangs. The boy quickly threw the darts. One hit the snake in the neck and the other got stuck in the bird's body. The monster was struck by electricity, and the boy joyfully exclaimed that the monster wanted to ruin them and had already opened its beak, but in the end, it fell into the trap itself. Shaeli asked the hero how he managed to pierce the monster's body with such powerful defense. She added that this could be understood if it were an ordinary dungeon monster, but this was a boss. The boy replied that it made no difference to him what kind of monster it was. The main thing was to act as quickly as possible. He explained that he used disposable darts with a paralysis spell that ignores any defense. Gail added that this effect on the monster would not last long. Shelley swung her hammer and charged into the attack, replying that she didn't care. She decisively moved into battle, and the ground beneath her feet cracked from the force of the hammer's strike. Charlie gathered all her strength for a strike and looked angrily at the enemy. Charlie, with precise strikes, cut the monster's head off its body. The monster's head flew into the air, and everyone noticed that she managed to toss it up after 5 hits. The boy commented that it was just a direct hit. Shelley proudly replied that this was her heroic form. The boys warned the girl that this was not the end. Shelley fell right into the snake's mouth and screamed. The girl shouted to Mura, and she began to recite a spell to become stronger, assuring that she could be relied upon. The muscles on Shali's arm became more visible, which surprised her greatly. Mura warned her friend, when using enhancement magic, the main thing is to act quickly because the effect lasts very briefly. Shelley, in a jump, struck the snake with a hammer right in the mouth, and confidently said she would handle it herself. The girl tried to pry open the snake's mouth. Shali said that now a first-class blacksmith would demonstrate his strength. The boys watched carefully what was happening. Shali tore open the monster's mouth, demonstrating her strength. The monster tore its mouth open. The girl fell near the defeated one and began to vent steam. Shali could not stay on her feet, fell to the ground, and laughed. She said it was a complete victory. Shali sat on the ground while the boys ran to her. Mura loudly warned her to be careful and added that it was Cockatrice's slowness that saved them because the arrow was still affecting him. The girls began to ask about the artifact dart and learned that the boy found it in a ghost who ignored the defenses in the capital. The boy did not remember the details exactly, but said it was a skeleton in a black cloak. The girls looked at each other with interest and asked him further at the same time. The girls asked if the skeleton held a terrible tin lamp and a scythe in its hands. The boy remembered this, snapped his fingers, and answered that yes, everything was correct. Gail, who looks like a little skeleton from the outside, passes right through walls. The girls shouted in fright that this was the god of death. The messenger of misfortunes, the god of death, never appeared in the human world. The girls hurried to remind the boy of this. Gail just smiled and replied that there was nothing scary about it. Such a skeleton often appears in underground catacombs. Although when that skeleton saw the boy, it got scared itself and ran away in shock. Mura gave him a surprised look, not believing her ears. The partner grabbed the boy by the collar and began shaking him, shouting that he could not have seen the deity. The boy replied that he had seen him only twice. At that moment, Mura shouted at the boy for everything he had done to him. Gail replied that he used a skeleton to create the cursed item because there was no other way. Mura was stunned by shock and froze in place. Closing her eyelids, the girl replayed his words in her head once more and understood why the dart had such a strong effect on the boss monster. Shali looked at him with disapproval and asked what kind of person the main character was. Mura, remembering her friend, replied to Shali that she should have been more careful, as life could change in an instant. Shelley justified her actions, explaining that she could not just sit aside and tremble in fear of death. She said that anyone who gets into danger sooner or later loses vigilance. Mura looked sternly at the girl until she promised to be more cautious next time. Mura remembered something and was about to tell about it, but the boy suddenly interrupted her. The boys gathered together and with smiles announced that they had completed the task Inanaki Mind Safety of difficulty level AA. The three friends joyfully jumped for happiness because the task was accomplished. While Gail was collecting monster feathers, the girls sat behind the boy and patiently waited for him. Mura told her friend that they needed to warn Gimli about the help they had given to the adventurers. Then she asked if it was even possible to use the mine they were currently in and received an affirmative answer. Shelley replied that various monsters had appeared there before, but the most mysterious of them was the Cockatrice. She added that it would be unfortunate if it were settled there. The girl recalled how she first went out into the world as an adventurer. The boy pondered this and addressed Mura. Gail asked if it was possible to eat this monster. The girl thought and said she was not sure, but maybe some parts were edible. Shali shuddered and told the boy that it was poisonous and could not be eaten. Gail again deliberately asked Charlie, pretending that the monster seemed to them like a familiar chicken. Meanwhile, Mura approached the boy and asked why he was hiding here, and added that a few more parts needed to be torn off the monster. The boy carefully warned the girl to be attentive. The boy thought and then said that this mine was too small for such a large monster. He even thought that maybe it mistook this place for a chicken coop, but he could only guess what the chicken was thinking. Gail raised his head and noticed that it really smelled like a chicken coop, chicken droppings, and rotten eggs. Suddenly he heard a crunch, and the boy asked what Mura had stepped on. The girl looked under her feet. Something broke right under her sole. The boy carefully examined the object and realized it was an eggshell. The girl asked if it was not too big, and the boy agreed with her. Gail asked Mura why chickens build chicken coops. Shelley looked around and understood everything. Mura replied that chickens do this to have a place to lay eggs. Shelley quietly swore, for which she immediately received surprised looks. The girl explained that there were little chicks there. Behind the small statues echoed the squeak of the bear monster's offspring. Little monsters gnawed on the hardened remains of miners. Then their attention shifted to the children. A group of people watched the monsters with fear. The boys were confused and realized they had ended up in a nest while the chicks were attacking them. The girls screamed that it was time to run, but the boy could not understand why, since the monsters had just hatched and might consider them their parents. However, the snake-like babies were already running toward the heroes with the intention to feast on them. The boy was quickly grabbed, and all three rushed to run away from the crowd of little monsters. Mura said that these creatures want to eat them. Shalina agreed and added, they need to run faster because if they get swallowed, all the responsibility will fall on her. The boys were rushing down the mine corridor until they suddenly realized they had reached a dead end. Shelley replied that the entrance was blocked, and Gail immediately asked what they should do now. Shelley said that the best defense is offense, and she was the first to launch an attack, asking the guys to cover her. The girl hit one of the chicks in the face. The monster shattered into pieces. Shelley exclaimed joyfully that with this sledgehammer, you can even break stones. Looking at the crowd of monsters, the girl replied that it did not affect them at all. Mura asked her to hold on a little longer, and she agreed. Mura realized that this battle would be much harder than the clash with the cockatrices. Small cockatrices are slightly smaller than adults, so their number can easily exceed 100. Hens have always been very fertile birds, and these monsters also inherited fertility from the snake. These monsters were naturally very cruel, and hunger only intensified their rage. However, if you kill several adults, their young are immediately gripped by terror and flee. The children of Cockatrice were reckless and saw only a victim before them. At this time, Shelley continued counting the monsters she had already defeated. The girl was enjoying the fight, but there were still too many monsters around. Mura had just finished drawing the rune and apologized for making them wait. A magical circle appeared under Shale's feet, and thanks to Mura's spell, her powers increased and her speed became significantly greater. Glowing magical runes appeared on Shale's body. Shalina exclaimed with joy that she now had so much energy it seemed to overflow. Moore noted that this feeling was completely unlike the previous surge. If Shalina focused all her magic on this energy inside, her power would grow even more, though not as fast as she wished. That is why to destroy the small Cockatrice, Shaylin needs only one strike. She first increased her agility, then improved other skills as well. Filled with joy, Shaylin jumped at the monster with a scream. The girl's strikes were like a real tornado destroying the little Cockatrice, and the magic that enhanced Shali significantly increased her combat capabilities. In such a situation, Shali became almost invincible, but there was still one drawback. Shelly grabbed the monsters and started shouting loudly, "How many little ones are there?" The tired girl said that her strength was almost at its limit. Mura replied that she herself was about to be exhausted. She turned to Gail with a question, whether he had an enchanted weapon that could help defeat these creatures, one like the one he used against the orcs. The boy sadly replied that he hadn't had such a thing for a long time, and added that the situation with the orcs was completely different. The thing is, the power of evil spirits in cursed artifacts hardly affects monsters with weak will, such as small cockatrices. Shelley asked Gail what he was talking about. He replied that a spell can be compared to a conditioned reflex, just as an adult salivates at the mere sight of a lemon. However, he added, chicks do not know what a lemon tastes like. Therefore, it became clear, spells that cause fear or confusion and affect the enemy's psyche will not work on monsters with a certain level of intelligence. This time Persis did not come to their aid. The little cockatrice did not stop attacking the boys. Shali was already tired, but was preparing to face a new wave of attacks. Mora could not believe what she heard, and decided to ask once more if Gail had any personal belongings that might help. The boy replied that his things were powerless here. The boy decided to examine the bag, and replied that there were personal items for sale inside. It was then that he found the cursed bandage. In the bag there were also a dark mask and an ornament made from curved horns. Gail replied that creating such strange things is a real pride, and in fact they are made for interior decoration. Shelley noted that the guy's backpack is literally stuffed with these items, but in response she heard that their effect is very weak. Gail replied sadly that his defense was only 3 times better. Agility had doubled. He no longer felt fatigue, and his resistance to poison had become stronger. The girls were amazed that his cursed items gave such weak effects. Shelley replied that this was exactly what they had been missing. Mora warned that she would now create a protective barrier, and at that moment, the monsters were already at a decent distance. Full of enthusiasm, Shalina quickened her pace. She was eager to test the new items for durability as soon as possible. The boy agreed, although he reminded her that these things were not really designed for combat. The girl took the bandage but suddenly noticed holes in it and immediately threw it aside. Seeing this, the boy was stunned by Shale's behavior. The girl straightened up and tried to convince herself that it would give her more strength. The boy agreed and explained that this item provides the girl with 3 times more protection and reduces fatigue. Gail carefully tied the item on her forehead while the girl stood tense. Suddenly an aura flared around the girl, and Shale said with surprise that the fatigue had truly disappeared from her body. Monsters patiently waited behind the barrier, while Gail dressed the girl in various items one by one and explained in detail what each of them was for. The girl noticeably changed and said she could see in the dark, even if nothing was visible under the mask. Mora noticed that the chicks were about to break through the barrier and asked the boy to quickly put on the rest of the equipment. The boy replied that the last artifact was the crying horns, which could significantly increase agility and strength. The girls were very surprised by this news. Shalina put on a full set of cursed armor that belonged to Gail. The girl asked what had happened, and the boy, standing a little aside, enthusiastically noted how cool she was now. Mora simply put her hand to her forehead, as if trying to understand herself. Shelley thought that becoming 5 times stronger was something incredible. She shifted her gaze to her fingers and felt a new, stunning power raging in each of them. The shield broke and Mura immediately noticed this, warning the boys. Monsters rushed at Shali, and Mura immediately warned the girl about the danger. Shalina sharply turned around and swung her hammer. She tore the monster to pieces with one powerful blow. Mura and Gail stood and marveled at the new abilities of their comrades. At that moment, they felt their minds shaken, although Gailina was already without Mura's enhancement. Shalina was also surprised and joyfully exclaimed that now she could do anything. Suddenly, a new technique appeared in the girl's mind, and she spun around, swinging the hammer. Shelley called this strike the infinite spinning attack. The girl was going crazy from her new abilities and laughing. The boys were watching the girl's behavior, and Mura decided to ask if there were any dangerous components in the artifacts. The boy answered uncertainly that there were none, but explained. If you use these things together, they can produce a special effect. When the properties of cursed items overlap, their effect is amplified, and when you combine the mask with horns, the effect becomes much more powerful than if used separately. The girl noticed that Shelling did not get tired at all and moved like an experienced runner. Shelley herself was already preparing to deliver the decisive blow and attacked the last monster right on target. The girl stopped by the body of the last monster. Shelley removed a leaf from the mask, and the curse immediately dissipated. The girl was glad to get rid of the strange protection. Seeing this, Shaggy remembered how she said that walking in such armor among people was awkward. The boy noted that not long ago Shelley praised this armor so much. Then the girl explained that her praise only concerned the fact that the armor makes one stronger. Gail sighed irritably and said that these things were already worn out. Shalina objected, saying that her things could be sold for more. The boys asked in surprise what she was talking about. At that moment, Helena fell to the ground, trembling and groaning from pain all over her body, and did not understand why she felt so bad. Then the boy asked her if she really thought that all the fatigue would just disappear, since the effect of the curse only creates the illusion of the absence of exhaustion. The boy continued to explain that the girl used a 5-fold increase in strength and a double increase in agility to unleash true fury and crush the crowd of monsters. Her body gained resistance to poisons at the moment the effect of the cursed item spread. However, as soon as it was removed, all the power of the curse vanished. If there was already poison in the body, it continues to act. In this world, there are few madmen who love to experiment with cursed things. Usually, people who trade such items are treated as unnecessary and unwanted. But if a cursed artifact allows you to deal with a whole pack of Cockatrice chicks, then its price is hard to imagine. Gail said that it was necessary to wait a little, and the pain would pass, so he asked the girl to rest a bit. Shalina lay on the ground, spreading her arms and legs like a starfish, exhaling from fatigue after the battle. Mura smiled, leaned toward the girl, and hinted that she behaved not very decently. In response, Shalina sharply said that she no longer had the strength to get up. Morin squatted down, lowered his head, and quietly said that he had spent all his mana, but later the strength returned to him. The man was also sitting nearby, sorting through things in his bag, and added that he also had to use many cursed items. The boy said that the increased difficulty task of guarding the Nunaki mine was still completed. The boys smiled joyfully, celebrating their victory. Mura admitted that if she had known in advance that this was a cockatrice's nest, she would never have taken on this task. Gail supported her, saying it was better to stay behind the counter in the shop district than to end up here. Shali also agreed and said she wouldn't have dared to take on this matter. The boy pondered, then asked. Gail felt that something was wrong. Anxiety gripped him as soon as he saw the egg. 2 giant cockatrices were walking behind the boys. The monster swiped its paw, trying to crush the boys. The boy said confusedly that the first bird they met was a chicken, and now a rooster was standing before them. He hurriedly jumped aside, trying to avoid the attack. Gail Ube explained that there were 2 cockatrices in the nest, and that was why most adventurers were defeated there. Shali cursed in frustration, not understanding why the male was so gigantic. The snake hanging from the rooster's tail grabbed the petrified cow with its jaws and began swinging it. The rooster monster lifted a huge stone left from the cow and threw it at the heroes. The boys fled in fright, shouting, asking if they had wasted their turn for nothing. Shali grabbed a hammer and lured the monster closer to herself. The girl shouted irritably, promising the rooster that she would make a crispy dish out of him because she was tired and he was disturbing her rest. She realized that they had broken into his nest themselves and made a mess, which is why the monster got angry. The monster screamed. Shelley calmly addressed him, saying that now she was in charge of this mine and did not understand why he was so outraged. The girl shouted at the beast that this territory belonged to the Blacksmith Guild, not the rooster. Shelina screamed loudly. The girl was preparing to attack, still angry at the monster. Gail tried to stop her, warning her to be careful. Gail grabbed the girl and jumped with her to where the fog had not yet spread along the edge. Right before the couple's eyes, a dead chick turned to stone. Shelley asked the boy in surprise what that meant. The boy admitted that he had never cared about it before and had only heard about it from others. The ugly chick completely turned to stone. The boy finished his story, adding that cockatrices have the ability of a stone breath. The monstrous rooster was still releasing fog. The boy explained that if it weren't for him, the girl would have long since turned to stone. The hero added that many other adventurers had been attacked a long time ago. The basilisk puffed its cheeks, and a new cloud of fog burst from its mouth. The guys rushed to run away from it. They were most fortunate that the breath had a small radius of effect and spread slowly, even though they were in an enclosed space. The girls stopped in the middle of the corridor and realized that they had reached a dead end. The guys distracted the rooster, while Mura was trying to figure out how to save them. Gail and Shelina could not hold the defense for long, so they ran to the sea. Cockatrice relentlessly chased the boys. The girl was shocked and did not understand at all why the boy acted that way. The sea asked the boys why they were still cornered. Gail confidently answered the girl, and together with Shaylee, they rushed towards the girl as danger from the monster approached closer. Cockatrice began the attack, directing its tail forward, and the snake with its mouth open approached the adventurers. The boys froze in fear. The snake broke through the blocked tunnel, and the boys fell forward. The boys lay on the ground. Gail and Mura carefully watched the monster and tensely waited for what would happen next. Mura said that they had nothing to defend themselves with now and needed to find something to use as a shield. The boy asked the girl what could be used and immediately recalled that Chelina's hammer was thrown back and the cart was smashed. Then Chelina stood before the boys and said that their shield was her. She stood right in front of them. Gail and Mura looked at each other in surprise, not understanding what was meant. The monster carefully observed the boys, and in its eyes reflected how the girl spread her arms to the sides. Shelley stood before the heroes, protecting them with herself. She assured that everything would be fine and ordered them to hide behind her back. Gail objected to the girl because she did not understand what she meant. The girl replied that she had already said before she would be at the forefront of their team. Shelina entered the thick fog with a smile, saying she was just doing her duty. The boy, confused, tried to pull the frozen girl back, and Mura covered her mouth in horror. Shelina replied that Gail was a very strange person to her with a deep voice, but for some reason she could not hate him. She said that thanks to sacrificing her body as a shield, they had a chance to survive. Mura cried and said they needed to stick together. Shelina almost froze with excitement, but still dared to ask the boys for help. The girl remembered her friends from the guild and said that she was doing it for their sake. Shelina also recalled Gamley's words, who said that she was a true good elf. The girl did not want to keep the boys in suspense for long, as she understood that she might not have another chance. Gail reached out to the girl and used magic to remove the spell. Shelina opened her eyes again. The girl lowered her hand. Shelina silently looked first at him, then at her hand, and could not understand what was happening. The girls could not bear the tension and asked what was going on. The boy replied that, touching the petrified Selena, he realized that maybe he could cope with this spell. Gail, slowly scratching the back of his head and smiling, added that he decided to try and dispel the magic. The girls were so surprised that they could not utter a word. The boy began to answer that, in his opinion, the magic of the cockatrice was similar to a poison that works on the same principle as the Gorgon's poison. It was a revelation to him that some monsters could cast such curses. He also thought that it was actually strange to call petrification a poison, and this became another new discovery for him. Shelina interrupted the boy, pointing at the monster and noticing that its crest was shaking. The girl said that such attacks greatly exhaust the monster, and if Gail understands how this spell works, then the monster no longer seems so scary to them. Then Mura replied that this changes everything. They needed to attack the monster while it was weak, and added that she could use another enhancing ability. The girl clenched her fist and said that she would help Shali become physically stronger. Shali agreed in response and decided to rely on her. The girl came up with a plan. Shali was to deal with the snake on the cockatrice's tail, and Gail was to take the final step and give the gift to the rooster. Gail and Shullen quickly moved forward toward the monster when it lunged at them with the snake. The girl jumps right into the snake's mouth and attacks it with her hands. She lowered her hands, sharply swung them, and hit the monster on the head right in the air, after which she softly landed on the ground. Shali realized that the attack from both sides was cunning in its own way for them, and earlier they could not even think that the poison could be so deadly. At that moment, Gail was moving along the snake's body towards the rooster. The boy rushed forward to the monster. not even looking back at the scream that escaped him despite the fear. Gail was already lying on his back when the rooster crowed, and it woke up. The boy threw his cursed artifacts at the monster, using various weakening spells. He was not even sure which of these curses would work on the strong opponent. Maybe one would be enough. However, the young man smiled and warned that today the monsters were expecting a special curse promotion. He activated a technique that allows delivering many hits in a row without any pause. The monster rooster was trapped in a curse. The girls slowly descended from the mountain, where skulls were scattered everywhere. Meanwhile, the boy continued the fight, and Gail was falling down from the bird. The young man stretched out his hand forward and beckoned the monster, luring it to himself. The rooster was sinking deeper and deeper among the skulls every minute, screaming in pain, loudly cursing and casting spells, trying to break free. Gail descended from the mountain to the girls who were running towards him. Mura asked the boy if he had used all his weapons, and he agreed. Seeing the mountain of skulls, the boy admitted that he was not sure which of his curses would work on the boss, so he decided to use them all. The girl looked at him in surprise, and dark rays burst from the mountain. The girl shouted at the boy, convincing him that if he activated all his magical items, the world would come to an end. The boy just laughed and said that she was exaggerating. The monster screamed from the fallen hill, dark rays shimmered around it. Shali noticed this, although she herself had warned the boy not to hold back, but he, as always, overdid it. The boy hid from the bright glow of curses. In a moment, an explosion thundered. The boys were thrown back by the blast wave. Near the explosion site, red rain began to fall. Shalina woke up smelling an unpleasant odor and said that it smelled from her. She got up and addressed the girl. Mura replied that she was barely alive. Meanwhile, the girl was wiping dirt off herself and complaining that she felt disgusting. Mura was upset and said that now she would have to buy a new cloak because so much blood could no longer be washed out of this one. She took off her cloak. Shalina asked where Gail was, and her friend replied that he was right here. The boy was lying upside down, leaning on a pile of stones. The girls shuddered. Mura, stepping forward, could not believe what was happening. The boy woke up, got up, and asked what that rumble was. The boy was surprised but quickly understood everything and said that his mind seemed to be breaking. The girls shouted together with indignation that Gail was to blame for everything. The boys wasted no time and rushed to the exit. The mine was gradually collapsing. Huge stone blocks were falling from the ceiling. The mine completely collapsed. The boys barely got out and fell to the ground with relief, rejoicing that they had managed to escape. At that moment, Shalina approached from behind and gave the adventurers a light tap on the back of the head. Shalina shouted at the boy who was swearing because he started destroying the mine, although the task was only to clean it up. Gail stood up, dusted off his clothes, and said that they had completed the task anyway. Shalina did not understand this boy at all. Gail agreed with the others and said that they had defeated all the monsters, so they deserved a generous reward. Shalina was very outraged by these words. She almost lunged at the boys, shouting that no one would pay them anything because they still owed her. Gail replied that it was cruel since she had promised to arrange a word for him in the trade guild so that he would be allocated a place for a trading tent. Mura was also outraged because they risked their lives and deserved a reward. And Shalina added that she was the one who faced the most danger, recalling how she stood in front of everyone like a living shield. Shalina angrily pointed at the boys, accusing them of crimes and of imitating minors. Then the girl grabbed her head and began listing her troubles. She herself used cursed equipment, then lost her hammer, and then the mine exploded. Shona stood near the mine entrance and shouted. She could not comprehend how hard this day had been. The boys made funny faces and teased her, which made them have to fall silent. Not far from the mine, where the main corridor from the underground was fenced with posts, suddenly a hand appeared. Lavushka coughed and tried to get out of there, thinking that death awaited her. She pondered how dangerous the master of cursed products Gail was, since at first Gimli wanted to watch him from a safe distance, but Gail drove him away with an explosion, and even Lavushka could not avoid that. The girl ran along the bark high above the heroes, carefully watching them. She saw the true power of the boy with her own eyes, and it impressed her more than she could imagine. Gimli wondered if the boy could be useful to her. She looked at the boy and thought that he simply created cursed things, but their power was on the level of real artifacts. Later, the boys returned to the mine together with the girl. They approached the petrified statue of the boy. Gail removed the spell, and the stone began to fall off the boy. At first, he did not understand where he was until the girl with a ponytail and tears in her eyes rushed into his arms. The boy asked Penelope in surprise what she was doing here. The girl replied that he had disappeared, and she was very worried, so the adventurer helped her find him. Shawlies with tears in her eyes watched the couple, joking that it had become hotter here than in the forge. Mura gladly announced that now they would start restoring the mine and save other adventurers. The lovers thanked everyone for rescuing the boy and promised that if they got out of this task, they would definitely get married. Gail put his hand in his pocket and handed over his cursed tool as a gift. The boy began praising his store, but the girls immediately warned him not to try to slip them some cursed product as a gift. Mura, leaning towards Molly, whispered that she didn't want such a thing even for free. The couple watched the conversation of the adventurers and rejoiced at it. Gimli opened the door without even looking at the one who came and spoke the usual greeting words. Seeing Shali, he sadly asked why she had come, and Shailina already angrily clarified what problems this girl had with her. Koval sat down at the bar counter where Gimli was already standing. The girl noticed that there were almost no people in the tavern. Gimli, with a fake smile, asked the guest if he came to sell something or just wanted to get punched in the face. Shelley smiled and replied that she would gladly sell something if she could afford such a price. Shailina placed on the table the dart with which they defended themselves from the Cockatrice. Gimli asked what was wrong with this dart, but in response heard that it was worth looking more closely at the artifact. The girl looked through the monocle in surprise and asked what it was. Shailina, in response, inquired what exactly she saw in the dart. The girl replied that this is a genuine artifact. Shailina noted that Gail gives away such things almost for free and asked if the interlocutor knew about this. The girl added that that guy is simply incredible and asked what she knows about us. Gimli smiled contentedly and pretended to be thoughtful. He said he only knew that the guy came from the capital and had previously been on the S-rank team. Shailina looked at the interlocutor, who was smiling at her with distrust. The girl resigned herself and asked why a guy like Gail had wandered into this godforsaken land at all. Shailina rested her chin on her palm and replied that he had found travelers petrified by the cockatrice in the mine and saved them all. Shali added that the boy managed to involve the church in his healing through a curse. Gimli squinted and asked again which curse Shailina was talking about. Shailina replied that she herself had almost turned to stone. In those depths of the mine, one after another, petrified adventurers were found, but Gail healed them all, Shailina explained. The girl said that now the only sanatorium in the city is run solely by the church, and this could not have happened by accident. Shailina thought that she was probably deceived somewhere. Gimli remembered how the girl told him about the scattering that the boy used. Shailina listened carefully to the words of her interlocutor. Satisfied and smiling, Shailina asked if the interlocutor liked that guy. In response, she heard a vague but still affirmative confirmation. The girl noted that this was clearly different from usual indifference, and if one remembered the petrification from the basilisk, it would disappear instantly. Viral said that the guy did not use any potions and did not seek help from the church. Shailina pondered, and after that quietly cursed. Shelley could not understand why he, having such abilities, was still an ordinary wandering adventurer. Gimli agreed, noting that a rookie is a rookie. But after the issue of salt contamination and the rescue of the adventurers was resolved at once, the girl asked if he wanted to apply for a rank promotion himself. Shailina replied that she does not change and asked why she should do it. Gimli asked Shailina what she was going to do. At these words, the girl looked at him thoughtfully and turned back. Shailina replied that she took the boy into her guild of blacksmiths to find out if he really has great abilities and a taste for this craft. Gimli said he was 100% confident in the boy, and added that there is no rule requiring a person to join two guilds at once. The girls smiled at each other, then fell silent without a word and went their separate ways. At that moment, Gail and Mura were talking in the mine. Suddenly, the boy unexpectedly sneezed. The girl stepped away from the boy and said a little irritably for him to sneeze to the side. The boy apologized, explaining that there was a lot of dust underground. The boy noticed that Shailina behaves quite rudely with her people. The girl replied that if she forgave them for everything they had done, maybe they would have a chance to change for the better. The boy thought that his interlocutor was too optimistic. The girl began accusing the boy of everything. She said it was his fault for activating all the curses at once. Now he was a hero who managed to save the adventurers, and at the same time a villain because he destroyed the mine. Gail remained silent, saying nothing. Mura asked the boy if he had joined the Blacksmiths Guild and listened carefully to his answer. The boy touched the bandage on his neck, to which a tag confirming his membership in two guilds, the Adventurers Guild and the Blacksmiths Guild, was attached. Gail noted that he and Shelley had agreed that she would help him in the forge. The girl remembered the blacksmiths and said that it was very strange, since the guild only accepted true masters of their craft, and ordinary adventurers were not even taken there for regular jobs. Mura asked the boy what he was supposed to do here. The boy answered somewhat uncertainly that in fact nothing special. He was just lending the guild a few cursed items he had created. The girl clarified whether his work had been approved. The boy awkwardly agreed, recalling how his products were immediately sent back for revision. The girl remembered how Shelina got angry when the boy gave her a cursed sword as a gift. The boy replied that he took her request as a wish for the interior, so he made something in the same style. The boy handed Mura a vase shaped like an inverted skull, into which flowers were inserted. The girl asked fearfully and surprised why he even thought to invert a skull and make an ikebana out of it. Mura asked the boy not to carry such things with him anymore. The boy was upset by such a harsh reaction because he had spent the whole day on this vase. The girl ironically asked how he managed to spend so much time just turning the skull over. The boy denied it, saying he actually wanted to achieve a special shine and polished the vase for several hours. To this, the girl irritably replied that one should not polish other people's skulls and added that his creation looked ridiculous. Gail raised the vase to his face and asked if it was beautiful as he was carefully examining its pattern. The boy added, "If you decorate a room with the vase, it will constantly restore strength, and if you drink from it, wounds will heal very quickly." The girl said that such an item is a true dream for a mage, since the speed of recovery is a matter of life and death for them, but the boy simply made a decoration out of the artifact. The boy did not understand what made his creation special. The girl, throwing her head back, exclaimed that everything is much more complicated than he thinks. Mana recovery is very similar to stamina recovery. It all depends on how well a person eats and sleeps. The recovery rate can vary if consuming alcohol, sweets, and other similar products. Sometimes due to illness, it is difficult for the body to restore mana, so mages always take care of their health. The girl clenched her fists, remembering how despite all this she had to drink potions to restore mana, although they were tasteless to her. She meditated in the gloomy room, though she could have simply poured the potion into a vase. Covering her face with her hands, she sank to her knees, thinking that all this was simply impossible. Mura replied that Shelini would definitely not like such a vase. At that moment, Shelini approached from behind, holding a bag, and asked what the boys were doing. Shelina saw that because of the boys' screams, the mine's supports began to crumble. The boy explained that he showed Mura his new experimental invention, and the girl felt unwell. Mura, leaning against the wall, decided to go rest. Shelina looked at the vase the boy was holding in his hands. The girl said that if he tried to sell something like that in the city, he would simply be kicked out. The boy replied that he did it as she asked and handed his product to the girl. Shelina got angry and shouted that she asked him to do something useful for her, then threw a bag at the boy. Gail sat down on the ground, placed the bag between his legs, and asked what was inside. The girl replied that there was the head of a cockatrice he had killed. Shelley replied that she could sell Gimli's head and warned that the monster's body was still unburied. Gail asked the girl again, since she was the one who killed it alone. But Shelley said she only got rid of the monster's small offspring and also a chicken, so she asks not to be admired. The boy reminded the girl that he had not yet received his reward from her. The girl heard this and froze in confusion. Shelina grabbed the boy by the collar and asked threateningly, implying that a simple thank you was no longer enough. The boy replied that he agreed to the task only because she promised to help him with the shop. The girls shouted angrily that they had ruined everything, and now they would have to restore the mine. The girl pleased the boy with the news that after the mine's restoration she would help him with the shop. The boy began to dream and talk about the future store, but suddenly he was interrupted and asked to look ahead. Shelina looked back at the trailer covered with tarpaulin where the monster was hiding. The girl mysteriously asked the boy if he guessed what was inside and grabbed the edge of the canvas. The boy immediately understood what was inside and was amazed. Then the girl explained that inside was an organ that allowed the basilisk to release a petrifying breath. Shelina explained that it was the stone breath, or more precisely, the organ that created it. She reminded the boy that he himself said it was something like a curse. Gail pondered her words. The boy immediately recognized that the stone breath he felt was the same as the gaze of the gorgon that turns to stone. He managed to break the curse and save Shaylin and all the adventurers, thereby obtaining solid proof that it was truly a magical curse. The girl decided that this material could be used and asked the boy if it suited him and if he could create a magical instrument from it. The boy in response asked if she was really sure about using such an instrument. Shelina said that such an instrument could fetch a huge sum, and she was completely satisfied with that. The boy was already reaching for the object, but the girl stopped him with words. Shelina came up with a way to thank the boy for his help. However, the boy did not like her idea at all. The girl promised the boy to explain what demand and supply are. The boy frowned and grimaced in dissatisfaction. People were very surprised by the cursed things that Gail created and began to disperse from the farmer's corner to different parts of the empire. In the very center of the Imperial palace is an underground treasure vault. The first prince was sure, It was the artifact that prevented him from carrying out the assassination attempt. The boy grabbed the girl lying on the ground by the chin. The prince told her that apologies were not enough and asked the girl why false rumors about him had started spreading. He reminded her that he was the first prince of the empire and asked who she thought he was, angrily scolding the girl who was the head of the Assassin's Guild. The girl apologized, but the boy grabbed her by the hair and began dragging her across the tiled floor. He said that she boasted so much but ultimately failed. He added that such assassins were of no use, only causing him problems. The boy brought the girl to the chest. The girl froze with fear. The prince declared that this was the most sinister tool in the entire empire, the true heart of the devil. Once all humanity was gripped by fear just at the thought that someone might have such a thing. This artifact released a creepy and ominous soft poison. The prince warned that the heart extracts life from people and asked if the boy liked the new food. The boy told the girl that his favorite dish was people like her. The girl shuddered silently with fear. The boy sharply grabbed the girl by the head and brought her to the heart of the devil. He sternly asked if she understood why she was brought here. The girl confessed confusedly that she did not know the answer and quietly asked for forgiveness. The girl begged to stop this. The poisonous fog was sucking the life force out of her. The prince said that a single touch to the heart is enough to kill even the bravest warrior. The girl begged tearfully to stop and sobbed. The prince released his hands and said he would stop there. The chest closed. The boy asked how it happened. The girl began to tell that the operation was going successfully until she sent spies to the elite. The girl said that the main goal of the princess was to seize the very artifact mentioned earlier. She heard that this item reliably protects against any techniques, and this is exactly what the prince ordered her to replicate. The boy asked if she really said that the princess was able to fend off a series of his attacks on her own. Then he answered himself, that simply could not have happened. The girl explained that the artifact provides protection from instant death and has several other properties. The boy was very surprised to hear about such a powerful artifact. The girl agreed that it was hard to believe. The prince could not comprehend. Even if the princess were killed by hired assassins, it would change nothing. The problem was that no one knew which artifacts were kept in the empire. The princes realized that the situation had seriously escalated and asked what exactly this artifact does. The man became angry upon learning that the kingdom had managed to acquire such a valuable artifact. The prince did not care about Carla, as it was not beneficial for him for his brother to take her as a wife. The girl wanted to tell even more, but first asked for permission. The girl replied that in fact she had acquired this artifact from a young merchant. One evening, in a cozy corner of a tavern where adventurers from the capital usually gather, a team of S-rank adventurers was amazedly discussing why Gail decided to go so far. Melissa noticed that they were speaking too loudly, so they should have been quieter, but the black mage raised his mug and asked, what if someone hears their conversation? Then the reward for his capture might be taken by others. Luke suggested the team return to the conversation because he had important news. Among the taxi drivers, interesting rumors are circulating. Cash immediately asked what exactly the gossip was about. Could Gail really owe someone? The paladin loudly set the mug on the table, calling the waitress in a rude tone. With displeasure on his face, he waited for the girl to quickly run up to him. He shouted fiercely, slapping the table with his hand, and demanded beer, outraged by the incredible slowness of the waitress. The girl apologized, but the man did not stop. He began demanding a whole barrel, not even heeding Luke's remarks. The man continued to tell that one of the carts was heading straight to their village, but on the way it was attacked by orcs. They say that someone from the rear guard killed them all. Hearing this, the paladin abruptly rose from his chair, outraged by such an assumption. He could not believe it. In his opinion, if people from the reserve squad could also hunt monsters, then there would be no need to divide into front and rear squads. Robert interrupted Kesh Bilboa with displeasure. He wanted to finish telling because he had learned something else important. The man was dressed in simple, tattered clothes. They say he was waving a dagger wildly and destroying everything around. They say that dagger was a cursed artifact. When he finished his story, he turned to the team captain and asked if it was similar to what Gail does. But the man calmly finished his dinner and answered quite differently. He assured that he was not capable of such tricks, since even they could barely cope with the orcs, and hunting them alone was simply impossible. Luke, disagreeing with Kesh's opinion, replied that it was worth hearing what news others had. Melissa immediately added that she herself had heard. Someone had seen a man resembling Gail. Kesh suddenly jumped up and, slapping his hands on the table, demanded more details. The warrior replied that at first, as expected, the boy simply started selling goods in the store. Perhaps he sold his cursed things cheaply, and later displayed his silly trinkets as home decorations on the market street. Melissa sighed sadly and said that shortly after that the guards quickly closed his shop. The paladin laughed and agreed that it was indeed him with his disgusting cursed things. These items probably gave terrible penalties and caused many complaints. But something was bothering him. It seemed Gail was making a good profit from him. Norris confirmed he had heard about the high demand for his goods, and there was another similar person somewhere in the hotel. Moreover, Lucas noticed that the boy was dressed in new clothes, so he decided that he probably had money to pay for the ride in the cart. They concluded that even if the royal soldiers searched for him with extraordinary zeal and used all possible means, they still would not manage to find any trace of him. From Melissa's words, it became known that he earned a considerable amount of money, and therefore had to spend this money somewhere. Kesh did not understand at all how all this could be connected together, but the Black Mage seemed to have already suspected something and suggested putting all the facts together. Norris realized that Gail had changed the location of his activity, and now it was no longer limited to just the capital. The team wondered if he was hiding any other intentions. Gual always behaved strangely. It seemed he always had some benefit or something for sale. Everyone agreed that he was definitely not in the city now. Then the warrior added that he seems to have some connection to a man from the trade guild. Perhaps he applied for permission to trade in the shop. When the girl showed the man from the trade guild the document and the order from Princess Carla, he reluctantly shared a small part of the information, emphasizing that it was a secret. She even asked if he considered her his friend, how he was doing, and what he was feeling right now. Then Luke summarized everything, saying that he had experience in trade. Maybe he even conducted business in several cities at once. Kesh looked at the empty mug. He said it didn't matter what he traded. Still, if he had money, he would open a shop with those damn trinkets. The boy grabbed the mug with both hands and loudly suggested that everyone drink together. The paladin shouted loudly that he was already tired of waiting for his beer. At that moment, the footsteps of the waitress were heard, and all eyes immediately turned to her. While Kesh said that all this was Princess Carla's expenses, behind him Melissa and Luke froze in surprise. Behind him stood a girl with 2 large barrels of ale when he loudly shouted that they needed to drink to the bottom. The waitress slammed the huge barrels on the table right in front of Kesh's face, causing all the plates, mugs, and their contents to jump in surprise. The paladin angrily shouted at the girl, asking why she even brought the client, but she had already managed to run away, leaving him only a short phrase, "This is your order." Luke looked at her with admiration, amazed at how strong she was, since lifting such a barrel alone would not be easy. Turning the corner, she sighed with relief. Someone finally spoke to her, telling her that the team was discussing where Gail was now. The girl with tired eyes turned to the young man who had addressed her. 3 waiters stood before her, thanking her for the help. The girl's name was Liznette. She took off her wig and asked why she had to moonlight in the capital's suburbs, gathering information and watching others. One of the guys asked if these people were really the ones they were looking for. Liznette confidently replied that yes, they were exactly them. She sat down on one of the barrels and said that their behavior completely matched the information she had received earlier. One of the guys inquired if they were hired by Princess Carla. They replied that they were coming from a farming town and mentioned a man named Gail. Wolffangs are watching a man named Gail Hamilton. He is exactly the one Princess Carla is so persistently trying to reach. So the girl summarized, he was the one who created that artifact. It turns out that this guy is the creator of the artifact the S-Class team is hunting, but it is still completely unclear who he really is. But Liznette noticed that he was extremely cunning. Even working in such a team, he never left any traces behind. She was sure it was just a deception to hide the true identity of the artifact's creator. This person was like a ghost. No one even knew what he had done before. At least they could watch the Wolffangs as long as they needed. Moreover, they still managed to find out Gail's approximate location, so their efforts were not in vain. The girl ordered the guys, who bowed their heads, to make sure the adventurers left as soon as possible, while they themselves would stay nearby, continue watching, and then simply take Gail by force. But then a manager immediately appeared and shouted at the top of his voice that the guys should not avoid work. Orders are waiting, and the dishes are still not washed. Liznette grumbled discontentedly under her breath and put the wig on again. Meanwhile, Gail was in the guild Blacksmith's forge. At that moment, a girl entered the building, opening one of the massive doors. The boy was crafting some new device, and Mura stood by the entrance. She silently watched Gail's work, not uttering a single word. But this silence was suddenly broken by the boy himself. He said he wanted to add something. This interested the girl. She became curious about what exactly Gail wanted to say. He turned to the girl and thanked her for helping with the task of guarding the mine. He understood that it was because of him that she ended up in this adventure. Gail extended his hand to the girl and thanked her, explaining that he felt much calmer with her nearby. Hearing such a confession, the girl blushed and looked confusedly at the master of cursed objects. Mur shook her hand and thanked her for the help, because it was thanks to this that he was able to open the shop in a favorable location. She is one of the best support mages, and there has not yet been a situation where she could not help. The boy was happy because Morris helped him. His dream was about to come true very soon. The girl was still embarrassed by everything she had been told. She added that if the boy insisted so much, she was ready to continue helping him. But suddenly the boy sneezed loudly right at her. Mura asked the boy to look away when he sneezed. He apologized to her and wondered in surprise why he sneezed so often and whether he was really mentioned that often. Shelina approached Mura and explained that the cause of all the troubles was dust from the mine. Gail noted that things were going well for him thanks to the rented workspace. Then Shelina noticed that the guy had done something and began to look at it with interest. The boy noticed that he did everything as he was told, but in his opinion, it turned out tasteless. To this, the blacksmith replied that if he thinks so, then the people around will definitely have a different opinion about it. Shelina gladly grabbed the device and asked how to use it. Then Gail stretched out his hands and asked to return his device to him. He quickly raised his device, turned it on, twisted the knob, and the device buzzed, emitting bright light. It was a device created to launch a petrification beam using the organs of the Cockatrice. Shelina immediately crouched and hid from this beam, begging not to use it against people. The blacksmith jumped back and asked if Gail really wanted to turn into stone a second time. The boy replied that he could lift the curse in any case, but he was not sure if there would be demand for it. Then Shelina explained that it was a practical structure, as she had already talked about the features of supply and demand. Only meadows, mountains, and forests stretched around, and there were very few places where stones for construction could be taken. The girl put on glasses and began to explain in detail that by stones she meant building materials. Depending on the area, they could be very valuable. For example, how would children build a building in the middle of the desert? Maybe they would tamp down the sand and make bricks from it, or simply dig materials directly from the ground, or even bring everything necessary with them. Most people use these methods, but digging the earth is very hard work. Water is needed to compact the soil, and bringing it in is not an option at all. Moreover, bricks may turn out to be not strong enough. It turned out that by using this invention, one can create sand and process it with a stone beam. Nothing else needs to be done. And then the inspired guy realized how to get building materials. Shelina noticed that Gail has truly golden hands, he just hasn't learned to use them yet. The boy laughed contentedly, listening to Shelina tell her instructive story. She said that digging or transporting ore from the mines was just one way, but farms always lacked the necessary materials. The girl hugged the boy and said that thanks to this invention, they would be able to quickly obtain building materials. This thing solves all their problems, so she is ready to generously reward for it. The boy kept wondering if the girl really liked his invention, but she calmed him down a bit by saying that he had no sense of style at all. Shelina wanted to make him understand that she had never been interested in the cursed objects before, but it was Gail who opened her eyes to this. The boy smiled contentedly and laughed again. The girl sighed heavily, thinking how simple-hearted he was since she had not praised him, but only that damned object. Shelina drifted away from the topic and asked if it was possible to make another such thing from the leftover material, but the master replied that it was unlikely. The small organ that emits a stone breath is not yet sufficiently developed. The snake's tail also contains poison, but it is not suitable for a curse. The girl thought it would be good to have a device that produces poison. Gail did not expect this at all. Could a machine that produces poison really come in handy? But Shelina explained, they have many problems with pests and insects here. Kovalika cautiously inquired whether he really did not know what the poison was made of. The boy picked up the conversation and asked if she wanted him to figure it out. The young man thought it would be easy if he found the necessary materials, as he often crafted amulets with deadly poison. The girl happily ran up to him and asked what exactly was needed for the work. If it were about a runny nose, one could use the poison glands or stomachs of ghouls. Moreover, the talisman is easy to attach to the mummy's bandages, but such materials are hard to find for sale. Shelina admitted that she was overwhelmed with inspiration and promised to definitely ask Gemly to gather the necessary materials. The girl agrees to buy everything at a fair price and use what she is given. Then the boy hands her a bottle of rotten fragrant oil made from goulash. Mura assumed that this thing could be very dangerous, but decided not to specify the details. Meanwhile, Shalina told Gail to simply follow her orders and handed him several papers. Inspired by this moment, the boy ran forward and said that he would now try to do something. Koval said she would take the tool to check how convenient it was to use. The boy nodded without even turning around, and Moore decided to help the girl and take her to where she was heading. While they were walking, Shalina dared to ask Mura why she was here. Mura replied a bit awkwardly that she just came to see how things were, and because they were working together now, there were fewer abandoned orders. Gimli was very glad about this, and if Mura and Gail felt comfortable here, then Shalina was absolutely happy next to them. After some time, Kesh's team stopped near a cart, heading towards the agricultural town. They sat together, cheerfully discussing the bill from the store, which had just arrived on time from the royal family. Kesh managed to buy himself a mithril sword that cost a full 500 gold coins. The warrior woman bought herself a sword forged from wyvern bone. The mage received a new grimoire and staff, and the thief armed himself with armor made from the hide of a magical creature. Now they were certain, with such items, the curse of Gail was no longer frightening to them. But the captain found it strange that despite their strong team, no applications had yet come from people of his supporting class. However, doubts quickly dissipated, as there were very few adventurers of the right level. Meanwhile, someone sitting on the floor muttered that no one wanted to join their team. At Kesh's request, the girl took off her hood and said that their task was to replace the support in Wolfgang's group and also carry their belongings. It was Liznit along with her subordinates. Kesh said they should be grateful that he fulfilled their pitiful wish. It was the easiest way to observe everything, but Liznit barely restrained herself because of such rudeness. The captain pointed to the bag and ordered to bring it to him. Then he offered his team some food and drink while they were on their way to the destination. The boys enjoyed delicious dishes and drinks at Carla's expense, admiring the beautiful scenery around. Liznit noted that they should not get too carried away with drinking since they had taken on the task of protecting this caravan. Kesh refused to like it. He ordered the girl to be silent, then forced her to throw a cover over herself along with her clothes so she would not see their gloomy faces, because their mood made even the wine seem bland. The Liznit team had many expenses and they often lacked money. However, there was no talk of shared food or agreements. A side job at the tavern seemed like a much better option. Suddenly, a whistle sounded in the air. Liznit, together with his team, reacted to this. When the monster appeared, mercenaries and adventurers instantly ran out to protect every cart. However, none of them ever saw the monster. Only strange sounds came from the dense forest. A huge crowd of various monsters rushed at the column. One of the guards assured that after the recent orc attack, the security was strengthened, so there was nothing to fear. However, the monsters scattered the horses, adventurers, guards, and even the carts in different directions. The man ran up to the guard and reported that they managed to identify the monster leading the pack. It was a huge hippopotamus. The head of the security service instantly realized that they were facing an S-rank monster. Such a creature should be located somewhere on the border between the Empire and the Kingdom. After that, the Liznit team began discussing that fighting monsters was not their specialization. Their strength was people, not beasts. It could not be denied that in an open fight the team had almost no chance of victory, for among the enemies were killer wolves, huge snakes, and red grizzly bears. One of the boys suggested to the chief to flee. Usually they would have done so, but this time they had an important mission, and only together with Kash's team could they accomplish it. Liznit could no longer endure, so she ordered her team to prepare for an offensive and take defensive positions. Her comrades were surprised, as the Empire had declared a mission of destruction. Apparently, the Kingdom too was supposed to have a similar mission. However, it is said that the S-level team that took on this task suddenly abandoned it. The girl quickly guessed that these might be their companions. They briefly consulted among themselves and decided the Keshan team must engage in battle with the hippopotamus, trying to force it to do so. Lizetta shouted loudly that the enemy was attacking them and that it was a hippopotamus. The highest-ranking adventurers' team immediately paid attention to her cry for help. They looked at each other, not understanding what it was and where their friends suddenly disappeared. Kesh only muttered that Liznit had a terrible voice. Her team barely restrained the angry girl. The boys noticed that the cart stopped. It became very noisy around, and the driver was nowhere to be seen. But when the bandit peeked out of the cart, before his eyes appeared the jaws of a huge monster. The boys screamed in horror, and Liznit carefully examined what had happened. The orc attack occurred because the hippopotamus drove them out of their home. That was why the orcs ended up on the road. The strength of this giant is so mighty, cruel, and incredibly powerful that only a few are capable of handling it. Kesh looked at the street and could not understand what was happening before him, but the monster gave him no time to think. It roared, and at that moment smashed the cart in which the highest-ranking team was. Lisnet's team was cautious and skillfully fought back, timely avoiding the monster's attack. They flew right over this terrible monster. The girls carefully landed on the ground, and behind them the cash team fell like a pile of stones. But suddenly the hippopotamus turned and let out a loud roar. He definitely was not going to retreat. The air seemed to split in half. Everyone froze in horror, not understanding what kind of creature was before them. It possessed not only incredible strength but also superhuman speed. Lisnet confidently stated that it was indeed a hippopotamus, and added that Kesh and his team were hunting it. Her words greatly frightened everyone. They just exchanged fearful glances. The warrior stood up. He did not understand how she knew what kind of monster it was, but that was not the main thing for him. The warrior proudly took a fighting stance and confidently declared that even this monster was no match for him. People sitting in other taverns noticed the Wolf Fang's team of S rank among the guests. Because of this, they could not just leave everything as it was. People joyfully shouted the team's name, and Lisnet along with her assistants also decided to join in the support. But Kasha and his comrades decided to perform together, proudly declaring themselves the strongest adventurers. Even Lisnet noticed their fighting spirit and was inspired, seeing the true strength of an S-level team. But suddenly, the hippopotamus fiercely swung its tail and knocked down the entire cash team. When the adventurers scattered in different directions and the spectators froze in amazement, the girl sadly howled. She had imagined the S-class adventurer team quite differently. People began to panic and run away, and monsters crawled from all sides. Lisnet realized that staying here was dangerous, but her team was ready for anything. They could not just flee. The girl understood that running away after a failed mission was foolish. She thought about how senseless it all was. Drawing a pistol from behind her back, she loudly announced that she belonged to the strongest organization of mercenary assassins. She led her assistants into battle, and everyone rushed at the monsters. They needed to destroy the enemies, help each other, and remain unnoticed by outsiders. The team fought bravely, and Lisnet told the boy to prepare something. The girl decided to handle the hippopotamus herself, and the assistant wished her to be careful. The girl hid in the forest's shadow and, moving between the trees, planned to stealthily attack the hippopotamus from hiding. But nothing helped. She noticed him. Animals, especially those with sharp sensitivity and night vision, do not allow anyone to sneak up on them unnoticed. The hippopotamus deflected the dagger thrown at him with his tail, and at that very moment an opportunity appeared. Another dagger was meant to slit his throat. However, the attempt failed. The blade could not pierce him. Lisnet realized that he had driven himself into even greater danger. The girl managed to stab the dagger right into her own eye. She was pleased with her action and mocked the monster. But he grabbed her with his tail and released a poisonous mist from his mouth. It turned out that the hippopotamus was not afraid of this poison at all, and this became a real problem for the girl. Then she understood that it was time to use what Prince Belian had given her, a fragment of the demon's heart. She also realized, if she used it, she would become part of his blood and flesh. Meanwhile, in the royal capital, Princess Carla was learning the art of tea, drinking under the guidance of Duchess Melinda. The Duchess explained that the chin must be held straight. It should be parallel to the floor. If you lower the chin, it looks too modest, and if you raise it up, it can show disdain. For Carla, this was very exhausting. When sitting, you need to cross your legs at the ankles. At the same time, the left leg should be slightly forward. This is a symbol of friendship, the right leg on top, and also a copper sign. Carla noted that hardly anyone would notice this. Melinda also added that when serving tea, you cannot take two pieces. It is allowed to take only one or three, even if it is more convenient for someone to take two. Numbers that divide evenly mean division. When holding a cup, you should elegantly raise your pinky finger. The princess covered her ears with her hands and screamed in despair and fatigue. Adjusting the diadem so that it stood at a 45-degree angle, the Duchess confidently told Carla that she must become a true lady, impeccable in any situation. Carla felt her soul grow heavier. She remembered her duty. She said that she was married to the second prince, whom she did not even know, because of which the first prince tried to kill her. How does she even manage to think about this without any anger? But Malama noticed that the princess's behavior directly affects both the surrounding world and the development of the entire kingdom. Since she is chosen from birth, the princess should consider her role and act according to her status. Princess Carla de Gloskin sighed heavily and was about to tell about the life of the chosen one. She said that she would rather choose for herself how to live. From the outside, it seems as if she got more than others, but it is also a burden for her. She feels that these privileges bind her like shackles. The girl had considered herself cursed since birth. Gazing at the birds, she wondered if Gail could lift this curse. However, the servant suddenly pulled the princess out of her thoughts. He noticed that the absence of conflicts with the neighboring empire meant that the citizens would remain calm and not shed blood. It was worth asking about the empire itself, but the girl was interested in something completely different, the demon's heart. She said she was curious whether a creature that threatens people really exists, but Vivian explained that those who suffered from the devil passed on these stories, although others perceived them as fictional. Then Kerala asked if it was true, but Vivian replied that no one knows for sure. However, of all the legends, it is known that the devil's heart is the most terrible and sinister cursed artifact in this world. Meanwhile, the battle outside the capital did not subside. Lisnit firmly grabbed the girl with his tail and was already about to throw her straight into his mouth. But her maid noticed this, shouted to her lady, and threw a brightly glowing ball into her hands. Bright light suddenly illuminated everything around, blinding both monsters and people. And it seemed Lisnit regained her strength. She dug her nails into the monster's tail and unexpectedly easily tore it off, ripping the skin and muscles. The tired girl was surprised when the flashbang grenade affected the monster, but that moment was enough for her to put on the bracelet containing the sixth part of the devil's heart. The girl suddenly jumped aside, but this only made the hippopotamus angrier. Now the beast rushed at full speed straight at the girl. The boys were very worried about their mistress because this giant was moving terribly fast and his horns could pierce anything. However, the girl confidently put her hands forward. Lisnit stopped the enraged monster flying straight at her with her bare hands. The boys, even after many years of knowing her, could not hide their surprise. They definitely did not expect this from her. The bracelet with the demon's heart filled her with incredible power that is hard to express in words. Her eyes turned black. The monster advanced again, growling ominously, but it was clear that it was already at the limit of its strength. The girl, confident in her strength, grabbed the monster's horns more comfortably and easily lifted its heavy body. Then, with all her might, she threw it to the ground, simultaneously tearing off one of the horns. The hippopotamus was dripping blood. The other monsters looked at this fearfully. Even the assistant Lisnits froze in horror before the power of the lady, who burst into ringing laughter. The servants of the hippopotamus monster scattered in panic in all directions. Now it was unclear who the real monster was here. The influence of the devil's heart was truly terrible. The girl realized that the monster paid for underestimating her, but in a moment she fell to the ground due to the relentless power of God, and her comrades rushed to remove the curse from her. The veins on the girl's arms began to bulge again, but those who supported her reacted quickly. They spent a lot of money and purchased a church ritual in advance to lift the curse. The tears of the king god turned into a shining circle that surrounded the team with magical light. The girl groaned in pain, and the bracelet, which had already fused with her hand, suddenly fell to the ground. He screamed in frenzy, and the girl remembered the words about how she could become something real, alive, and firmly promised herself she would never allow it. She placed the monster into the jar. This artifact cannot be completely destroyed by any means, but Lisnit feels that a piece of the demon's heart is already inside her. Now she understood why the prince did not give her a talisman to lift the curse. The girl herself did not expect to use such a terrible thing. However, now she felt better. They repelled the hippopotamus attack, so they could calm down a bit, although their caravans suffered significant losses. Among those who survived were adventurers and mercenaries, but most of the wagons were heavily damaged, so continuing the journey was no longer possible. They could only wait for the patrol. The astrolady asked how badly they were hurt, but everyone was only worried about the girl. However, it was important to remember that Kai and his team were very exhausted. When dusk was beginning, the artifact was securely sealed. The guys were amazed because with such power, even the mightiest creators of artifacts could be subdued. But only Lisnit understood that all this came at the cost of her own life. The girl clenched her fist tightly. Her hatred for Gail Hamilton grew with every minute. Meanwhile, in the Guild of Blacksmiths, Gail could not stop sneezing. The reason was that he sneezed so often that remnants of mucus gathered on his face. However, the guy showed the girls what he had made. He created something based on Shalina's drawings and hints, but it turned out less bright than expected. It was a lantern made of bones. The guy took the lantern in his hands and wondered if this skull-shaped device could work. Its energy comes from souls flying in the air, even if they are souls of insects or plants. Shalina explained that ordinary street lanterns usually use firewood or magic stones, which are expensive, but the ghostly fire can be used constantly. It does not get consumed and is completely safe. Mur wondered if it was a pity that these were just skulls, but Shalina reassured him and said that practicality was the main thing. The girls did not explain anything to the guy, but simply asked to replace all the lanterns. The blacksmith asked if the boy had created anything else before. Then the boy pulled out another basilisk. In addition, he showed a stone ray emitter, and the boy also invented new tools for farming. He began listing his creations: the cursed thresher, the weeping grinder, the saw of sorrow, the trembling sieve of souls. Shelina could only marvel at how he managed to make it all. The blacksmith asked if Gail and Mura were going to look at the commercial premises. The surprised couple immediately turned and looked at the girl. The boy hesitantly agreed, and Shelina told me and M that there is a perfect option just for him, on a small street, a little further from the main road. Gail asked with genuine joy if his shop would be in that place, and heard in response that it would be. This building previously belonged to an alchemist, which suited Gail's shop theme well, and they were to pay the rent by selling his cursed items. Mora and the man agreed that this was the perfect place. Shelina added, if you clean up, rearrange the goods, and hang a new sign, the shop will become stunning. The boys laughed cheerfully, and the blacksmith noted that as long as the hero is here, he can calmly use the guild furnace and feel at home. Everyone was already aware of this. And later, the exhausted column of wagons moved forward again. 10 days had already passed since the giant's attack. However, almost half of the wagons heading to the agricultural town were damaged. The travelers were saved by a patrol unit, after which they set off again for their destination. But the most interesting thing is that Kasha and his team have now become real heroes. They defeated the giant hippopotamus and other monsters, saving everyone from destruction. The team laughed joyfully, delighted by the praise and already imagining piles of money, while the mage and the rogue confidently declared that they were excellent support for the paladin and the warrior. Melissa admitted that without their help she would have achieved nothing, although she did not remember this at all. The boys were angry. Cashin also did not recall how they managed to win, but it was clear. Without the help of Luke and Norris, they definitely would not have coped. Kesh proudly declared that they had still managed to take from the hippopotamus an eye, a torn-off tail, and even its incredibly strong horns. They were carrying all these trophies with them on one of the carts to the agricultural town. The team decided that the eye was cut out by a trembling dagger belonging to Melissa, but the horns and tail were chopped off by someone like Kosh, who still remembers those blows. Almost no one remembered what really happened to the giant monster, as the travelers and mercenaries suffered a great defeat. Lisnit noticed that there were no traces of blood left on the sword at all and wondered, how could this have happened? When the girl dealt with the monsters, Kesh and his team finally came to their senses. They stood up and began screaming in terror. They looked around, not understanding where all the monsters had gone. Suddenly, Melissa noticed her dagger, which seemed to have hit the hippopotamus in the eye, and Luke found a cracked horn nearby. Kesh also came across a severed tail. He thought that during the battle they lost their heads. Perhaps that is why their memories became so foggy. Later, they decided that they had done it all themselves, and replacing the memories, rejoiced in the victory. The Lisnit team decided not to tell the heroes that their mistress had arranged all this. It was not their main goal, and extra attention could only harm the killer. When Kesh's team arrived at the farm site, everyone greeted them gladly. For the locals, it was a great honor. These guys helped save both the cargo and the people. Kesh joked that hippos were like nuts to them, easy to crack. The tired teams of Lisnit stood aside, sadly realizing that only those who talk a lot and do nothing receive glory, while they, despite all their efforts, remain in the shadows. When Kesh's team was pondering what to do next, Melissa suggested looking for an inn. The mage and the thief, on the contrary, wanted to go to the tavern. Lisnit got angry, awkwardly coughed, and asked if it wouldn't be better to visit the guild first. Kosh reluctantly agreed to go and exchange the reward so that the poor people, for whom he had taken Lisnit under his wing, would not run away with all the loot. The girl was already losing patience but still held on bravely. The Kesh team looked around in surprise, not understanding which city they had ended up in. Instead of lanterns, ominous skulls lay everywhere. The boys were surprised that the residents were completely satisfied with everything. Norris asked if they had seen anything like this before, and everyone looked at him with understanding in response. They immediately realized it was Gail's handiwork, because everything looked, as always, terrible and tasteless. The guys thought he only knew how to create bizarre things that pleased no eye. But they were even more surprised that the whole street was filled with these strange creations. The dark mage asked if only he found everything here unusual, since the atmosphere resembled a small provincial town. Then Kesh noted that this was only to their advantage. Perhaps Gail's shop was nearby. The guys laughed evenly with the team. They thought the guy was a real fool if he left so much evidence, but they were not the only ones laughing. Lisnit joined them too. Meanwhile, the guys decided to start the search exactly from the guild, as they were advised. The girl in the hood noted that they were moving in the right direction. Her assistant added that it seemed Gail was indeed in the city, but he was unsettled by Kesh's thought. Then the killer decided that Gail simply did not trust their team and was hiding his true skills. At the guild, they were met by a short girl with a broad smile, but Kesh responded less politely. His team immediately noticed that it was an ordinary barn. They passed by tables and visitors, discussing among themselves that, it seemed, there were no interesting tasks to be found here either. Kesh confidently leaned his elbow on the counter behind which the owner of skills stood. With a detached look, he watched the girl who was smiling at him. The boy said that they are an S-rank team, and they need her to immediately call the guildmaster. However, she replied that she is the guildmaster and asked how she could help. Kesh called Liznit, and her team rolled up a large cart. At that very moment, the fabric was torn off her and thrown straight onto the floor. The boy proudly threw the loot in front of Gimli and asked how she liked it, but she didn't even move. She calmly asked what it meant, showing no emotion, which only made Cashew angrier. The girl stroked the tail and inquired if it really belonged to a hippopotamus. Then the team members explained it was an S-rank monster, and the kingdom would pay a lot of money for it. And Gimli insisted that they had to bring either the whole head or at least the heart of the beast, otherwise it would not be considered a victory. In the capital, they would have been told the same. All crew members looked away when he sternly asked if they had fled without finishing off the giant. Kesh thought he remembered this girl, and clicking his tongue, the boys headed for the exit. Gimli smiled and asked to definitely kill the hippopotamus next time, and the Liznit team began gathering all their things to take with them. But suddenly the mentor turned to Liznit and asked which organization she was from, which frightened the girl greatly. The girl froze in place, and Gimli asked why she pretended that they had done everything themselves, although it was actually her. If Liznit really wanted to deceive, she would not have left such a trace from the decorations, but it was already too late to think about it. Liznit quickly led her people away from the girl, who was working with them in the same field. Gimli happily guessed that these guys probably came from the same capital as Gail, and therefore, something interesting definitely awaited ahead. Meanwhile, Gal and Shailena were already heading to see the new small shop that had just been prepared. Gail put the sign in place and addressed the girl, asking how the work was done. She noted that the result was again bland, but somehow this kind of work suited the Master of Curses. The boy thanked the girl, calling her a true professional, but it was clear that she did not like it at all. They stood near the shop decorated with skulls and horns, and on the sign in large letters was written, Gail's Cursed Items Shop. Shailena said that for her the best thanks would be if the boy continued to fulfill her orders. He agreed, as the girl was his regular client and often helped him. The boy promised to visit the Blacksmiths Guild. Gail announced that the shop would open tomorrow and suggested celebrating the event today. The boy promised to call Mura, and the girl was already hurrying after them, wondering if the boys had finished everything. Kuznets noticed that Mura arrived just in time. The shop was about to open, and it was possible to observe the work. The girl also wanted to help with the opening, but was a little late. Once this shop belonged to an alchemist, so repairing it turned out not to be so difficult. The boy asked if Mura was going to organize a team again to complete tasks. The girl replied yes, but noticed that the boy had recently been too absorbed in solo adventures. The boy was offended and said that he needed to get materials somewhere, but no one wanted to go with him. Well, who would dare to deal with the Master of Cursed Items? Of course, Gail was very glad that the shop finally opened, but he did not stop there. His plans included continuing to engage in adventures. For the future, he dreamed of hiring a seller, while he himself would gather materials and create new things. However, for now, such an opportunity did not exist. At that moment, Mura seemed to have thought of something and wanted to share her idea. The girl suggested joining the team again and helping as a seller. She noted that, although they were both support players, they managed to complete tasks well together. Mura blushed awkwardly and, looking away, assured that together they would definitely succeed. While the girl silently waited for his answer, the boy turned around, and it seemed as if he was about to approach her. Meanwhile, Gail rushed to the display window with his invention because he noticed that the bandages on the mummy began to peel off. Mura covered her face with her hands out of shame, realizing that he was not listening to her again. The wizard promised that they would meet that very evening when darkness fell. The blacksmith began preparing strong drinks, and the young man started cooking food for dinner. The girls left discussing something among themselves. Mura asked if Shailena had come up with the name, and she confirmed. Then the blacksmith added that usually only those with a special purpose come here. And Gail rejoiced that he had opened the shop together with true friends. Now he had a place where he could be himself, and his happiness knew no bounds. He could not even find words to describe it all. A bell of coolness hangs on the shop door. They say it belongs to the keeper, who soothes the souls of children near the cemetery and escorts them to the other world. The ringing of this bell can be heard from afar, and where it sounds, unique cursed artifacts can be seen on the shelves. When it was already dark and stars shone in the sky, Gail heard a noise outside that immediately caught his attention. The boy heard someone entering and greeted the guests, warning that the shop was not yet open. But this time the visitors were not ordinary. Among them was a paladin. Kesh entered confidently, looking around, and greeted the master of cursed things, throwing him an insult. Gail stepped back, not understanding why the team was here and what they were planning. But Kay was already accusing him of ruining many people's lives and now just enjoying his own. Suddenly, the door was torn off its hinges, with a loud crash from a powerful blow. The entire cash team, along with 4 strangers, suddenly burst into the room. Gail asked what they needed since his shop was not even open yet. The Black Mage then asked them to go out to Lisnet Street. The 4 of them left, and Gail wondered why they needed so many newcomers. His thoughts were interrupted by Norris, who said that now they could talk. The master was surprised, for it was they who drove this boy away, saying he could open his own shop. So what business do they have with him now? The boy's voice trembled, and he couldn't even move his legs. Kesh explained that they came for Gail to lift the curse from them. Such an answer surprised the boy even more. Meanwhile, on the street, one of the assistants asked again if it was really Gail Hamilton, and why he was left with the team that works with Cash. The girl explained that this way they would be able to see what this boy was capable of. However, she still doubted whether he was really the creator of artifacts. Gail thought that Kesh meant the curse that was placed on the equipment, but these negative effects were not supposed to affect the entire team. He specifically cast the curse so that only he himself would feel all its effects. He did it because he sincerely wanted to help his team, as he had long since gotten rid of this curse. Gail still could not understand which curse was being talked about, but Katz was convinced that the guy had placed a curse on them out of anger and hatred because of the exile, and even snatched one of the goods with a threat. He forcefully threw the cursed mummy onto the floor and crushed it with his foot. At that moment, Gail shouted that it was his main merchandise. Melissa said that the breakdown of such goods would only be beneficial, and Luke, pulling out a knife, added that he would do everything possible to ensure that no goods were fit for sale. Knives flew straight at the goods on the shelves, and the Dark Mage began using combat magic, not at all worrying about the possibility of fire. The boy rushed to stop the others, but Kesh grabbed him by the collar and sternly ordered him to immediately remove the curse from them. He was already tired of all this chatter. The master said that even if all their abilities were restored to the original level, they would not become better. Then Kesh asked again, "Does that mean they are weak?" He threw the boy against the wall, he fell to the floor, and he slowly drew his sword. The princess's task no longer mattered to him at all. He threatened, if Gail does not want to lift the curse, he will simply kill the one who cast it. This idea was immediately supported by all members of his team. Kesh thought they were stuck in wild places among losers, and he was eager to get out of here. The master asked again what exactly the paladin had said. After that, he punched the boy with all his might, and the boy flew backward. Gail acted without thinking. It was just an instant reaction, a reflex. In a tight space where you can't swing a big weapon, fists become the best weapon and quickly defeat the enemy. The boy stood before Kesh and firmly said he would not allow the store entrusted to him to be destroyed. He strictly ordered the team of adventurers to stop. Gail could endure insults directed at himself, but seeing his friends from the farm being offended, he only nodded back at them. The master loomed menacingly over the captain of the Wolffangs and loudly said that it was time to end this. His fists clenched tightly, and his eyes blazed with relentless anger. Everyone went outside. Lisnet was already thinking about what she would do with Gail after this clash, whether to kill him or kidnap him. Everything was going according to plan for her. She allowed the Wolffangs to complete their last task, calling them simply smiling dogs. Kesh assured that he was not going to give up, and Norris added, "If anyone dares to act so boldly, they will have no other choice left." The captain took out a bottle. He anticipated that something special might be needed. The thing was, the team was doing great, so back in the capital he treated himself to an expensive tincture. The whole team drank the potion, and Melissa irritably said it was a pity to waste such an expensive thing. Suddenly, 4 lights lit up around, and Gail had to cover his face with his hands. He squinted, carefully examining the situation. It was an item that could enhance all abilities, but the boy was more worried about the familiar smell coming from it. Kesh boasted that this item was a rare and very expensive thing from the Adventurers Guild, which could enhance abilities. He mocked Gail, saying that he had never even seen anything like it. The whole team rejoiced, because thanks to this potion they became like they were before the curse again. Although the young man said he had not placed a curse on them, everyone immediately rushed into battle. They surrounded this boy from all sides, as if a real monster stood before them. Norris explained that since the boy was always lagging behind, he did not participate in team tactics, but now they would show him the team's main trick, the Wolf's Pounce strategy. Gail, as a former team member, knew well. As soon as you look one way, you are immediately attacked from the other, and if you focus on one attacker, you find yourself surrounded. The young man believed that Kesh was the main strength and threat in the team, so he should not lose sight of him. But as soon as he focused on Kesh, Melissa stealthily approached from behind and attacked him, asking where he was looking. He noticed that her stats had improved, and her movements were faster than he expected. However, he managed to dodge the first strike, as he already knew this fighting style, but immediately after that came a second strike. Gail deftly dodged the sharp knives of the robber, who promised to stab him. He realized that together Kesh and Melissa did not yet pose a great threat to him, but Luke's attacks were already a serious problem. Luke threw knives tipped with an unknown poison. Even the slightest scratch could be fatal. Meanwhile, the team captain was already standing behind the boy. But the young man easily dodged again, which greatly surprised Cashew, as if he knew every step and movement in advance. But for Gail, the most important thing was to watch Norris's flame when he cast the spell. He needed not only to dodge the fire, but also to prevent the flame from reaching the city. Kesha was irritated by how boldly Gail dodged. He used the summer rain technique and ordered the others to surround Gail so that he could not escape. Melissa and Luke immediately rushed after Gail, who was running fast. Finally, he managed to do what he had planned. The whole team was very close, so he unrolled the scrolls with the curse. The young man not only dodged their strikes, but also lured the enemies, making them freeze with anger and fear. If Kosh and his comrades use enhancing artifacts, even a slight weakening of their effect could prove decisive. He made them feel the full power of the cursed artifacts they so despised, using a powerful weakening against their advantage. Gail activated the amulet of the innocent prisoner, and suddenly a large grid appeared above the team's heads. At that moment, some dark force grabbed them, and they, overwhelmed with horror, tried to understand what was happening. This amulet can be used only once. It activates when you choose a target located just a few meters from you. After activation, a weakening effect is applied to the enemy. This interesting artifact was made from the ashes of a prisoner who spent his entire life behind bars, where he was unjustly sent when he was very young. Although the area of effect is small, everyone who enters it feels all the pain, sadness, suffering, and burden that the prisoner carries within. In one of the buildings abandoned because of monsters, Gail came across undead sealed inside a wall. This intrigued him, and he could not pass by. She radiated an extraordinarily strong curse, but clearly could not move. Then Gail wondered what exactly caused this strange phenomenon. He turned to the skull and asked it to come closer and tell the undead a sad story. Then he used magic dispersion, and the body seemed to dissolve right before their eyes. The old man honestly admitted that this young man was the first person who approached him and spoke. Tears ran down the cheeks of the old man, whose eyes were closed as he told his story. He became part of the wall when he turned into the undead, for even in life he often leaned against this wall, even if it was cold. If compared to the effect of enhancing all abilities used by Kesh and the entire team, this amulet, although not as powerful, can reduce all abilities by 3 times. While Kaish and others shouted that all these curses and stories were complete fabrications, Gail, without hesitation, was already running in the opposite direction. He called him to follow him to continue the fight. The plan was simple. The residents must not suffer, so the battle had to be moved to another place. Although he had not been here long, he already knew the area better than Kaishan's team. Therefore, he wondered where they should go next, maybe to the catacombs, the abandoned church, or the hospital. He looked back and noticed 4 silhouettes behind him. The wolf fangs were indeed chasing him, so he threw at them, "Don't fall behind and keep it up." And at that very moment, someone was talking near his shop. It was a cautious team. They couldn't even move. Their bodies became incredibly heavy. Although they spent a lot of money on boosters to improve their stats, something went wrong. The captain angrily pondered why Gail's curse did not work as he expected. He turned to Lysnet, hoping to get an antidote or at least some help, but there was no trace of her or anyone else anymore. While Kesh was outraged about where their reinforcements had gone, they had long been chasing Gail through the night forest, not letting him hide. Shortly before Gail began her escape, Lysnet noticed an amulet on the innocent prisoner and realized that this was the person they needed. It was Gail Hamilton, who had many magical artifacts. The assistant asked what they would do next. Lysnet replied that they must not make a fuss, as guards could appear in the village at any moment. They needed to act quickly and not let people gather, as it seemed they were already late. In the distance, the footsteps of the guards were already heard. Lysnet ordered her assistant to lead the spectators away and was about to move alone, but suddenly froze in place. She was as if bound by an invisible snake. The girl could not take a single step forward. The girl hugged herself by the shoulders, feeling something dark, almost devilish, lurking in her soul. However, she could not believe it. It seemed all just nonsense. She immediately ordered her people to retreat, not thinking about others. The main thing for her was to save herself and her own. It seemed the seal that restrained the demon's heart had been removed, and the girl fell to the ground, gasping for air and greedily inhaling it. The assistants surrounding her watched with anxiety what was happening to her. Although the seal she left for her assistants was well hidden and securely closed, and it was not easy to remove, a strange feeling still did not leave her. The girl turned to Kesh's team and noticed that the demon's heart responded to Gail's artifact, recognizing it as equally powerful. The black magical substance reached out to the girl again. She ordered her assistant to flee even more strictly, as this darkness had begun to reach them too. Listenet managed to break free and with horror stood up, pondering what to do next. The boys immediately felt something. It was a debuff, an attack across the entire area. Even from a light touch, it became clear that their indicators sharply dropped. It was the power of Gail Hamilton's artifacts. The girl felt her body still trembling and covered in sweat. Something more than just exhaustion was happening to her. Other states had changed as well. Listenet was able to recognize several symptoms: slowed movements, reduced defensive abilities, growing fatigue, fear, and impaired perception. Among experienced assassins, who are trained to sense even minor changes in characteristics, few know this better. However, even Listenet had never encountered such a complex negative effect. She felt strong fatigue, even when she only slightly touched that black glow. If she had been fully under it, the consequences could have been much worse. It was unclear how many more such traps were hidden around. The girl commanded the boys to scatter and under no circumstances touch the black light. He constantly caught up with them, but he grabbed their mistress Listenet the most, who was desperately trying to break free. Yet she noticed that the target disappeared from sight. Hamilton used the artifact to weaken Kesh, but then why did he decide to flee? There was little time, so all four, without discussing anything, rushed into the forest after the young man. The boy did not spare the powerful artifacts he had saved for the escape. It was exactly that same crazy wind. It seemed he headed to the outskirts of the city, so his accomplices would not be there. Listenet was glad, as it meant there would be 4 of them against 1 Gail. There was nowhere left to retreat, and when asked what they would do with Keish's team, Listenet answered without hesitation that they did not care about them. Gail was going to the abandoned hospital building on the edge of the village. Long ago, people who died from a terrible epidemic were buried there. The girl laughed. This boy, who stood before them and lived in darkness, had thrown himself into his own grave. What a fool he was. The boys seemed to feel the power again, picked up speed, preparing for an uneven fight. But later they found it hard to breathe. They ran much faster than usual, and to not lose him from sight, they had to exert considerable effort. The killer assumed he was using an amplifier, although it was possible that his main stats were simply focused on speed. Moreover, Listenet was very close to him. Although she was not directly affected, the girl still succumbed to the influence of his artifact. She realized she had been inattentive while watching the battle between Galen and Kasham. If she had lost sight of him because of this, she would have made a lifelong mistake. After all, this man has the power to change the balance of the entire state. They could not allow him to escape under any circumstances. He had to be captured alive or dead. Although they anxiously felt they were gradually falling behind, they still gave their all to complete the task. However, caught up in the chase, they completely forgot about caution and attentiveness to what was happening around them. This was completely unlike them. They did not yet know what danger they had brought to the outskirts of this city. Meanwhile, Kethian and his companions slowly advanced toward Gail, and the captain joked that they looked more like a group of turtles. Suddenly, a girl appeared before them and asked if they were responsible for all this fuss and what happened to Gail's shop. In response, Kesh irritably asked if this lady had any problems. By her posture and appearance, they understood that before them stood not an ordinary person, but a true opponent. They carefully looked at her clothes, then asked how she dared to appear here after leaving them following Gail's exile. Could it be that after everything that happened, they really gathered together near the farmer's corner? The dark mage, realizing what had happened, hit his forehead and exclaimed that now everything was clear to him. He believed that finding Gail in such a remote place would be impossible, but Mura was here too. Could it be that everyone else really thought it was just a coincidence? It turned out that Morgulras had been an accomplice of Gail from the very beginning. This was exactly what the wizard accused the girl of. Luke, Melissa, and even Kesh froze in surprise and astonishment, and I only pretended to find it funny. She asked if Norris was perhaps a fool. Earlier she thought he was just not very smart, but now he had really overdone it. However, explaining anything to him was a waste of time. Meanwhile, the guys nodded in understanding, as if agreeing with her. The mage, with his head held high, remarked that such deep thoughts were clearly beyond the young lady with such a revealing neckline. He was sure that her thoughts were like an open book to him. He asked Mura if he had guessed correctly, but the angry girl declared that they were all terribly mistaken. Kesh wanted to say something, but the sorceress interrupted him. She reminded that it was they who had driven Gail away, and she joined their team only because she was invited. The girl sincerely wanted to find out why she was considered an accomplice and what exactly she had done wrong regarding these people. Kesh could not utter a single ordinary word, and the girl did not back down. She asked if she had cursed them and how it happened that she became Gail's accomplice. When the boy fell silent, she stood up, and he was finally able to sigh with relief. Turning her back, the girl addressed her former leader. He came to such a remote place, ransacked a stranger's shop, and after all that, he still had the audacity to disdain a team member who is no longer among us. More sternly asked if the boy was taught in childhood that one must not do anything that could harm others. After that, she began to cast some kind of spell. She confidently declared, standing in a fighting stance, that this must not be done under any circumstances. The Kesh team decided to act like a pack of wolves and defeat the enraged Mura. Kesh assured that although they were moving slower, only Mura was ahead of them, and she was completely alone. However, the young man could not even take his sword in his hands. The girl asked if this was Kime's attempt after May. She said that thanks to their spells that weakened her, she managed to strengthen her power and agility, and now she was ready to show them the true mighty May impulse. The sea attacked the cash collection team with wild fury. Grabbing her team's captain by the collar, she sharply said she would do to him the same as what was done to Gail's new store. Maybe then they will understand what it is like to be in his place. But suddenly, Melissa ran up behind Moira, raising her hand to strike. She was confident because she noticed that the girl was not looking there. However, Moira was not scared at all. She sharply struck the rough woman, who attacked her from behind without even looking back at her. Then the witch noticed that Gail had cast strong debuffs on their team. This meant that the fight was no longer just 4 against 1. The girl said that they could not win this fight because there were only 2 of them and 4 opponents. Luke warned Mura not to get cocky. He emphasized that the most important thing is not to let her get close, since they have weapons that work at a distance. The robber shouted that her miserable tricks would not work on them. Norris and Luke were preparing to attack the girl from different sides. The bandit promised to stab the girl, but when he reached for a knife, he remembered he had already used them all. While he was thinking, recalling how he left many knives in Gail's store, Mora had already approached him and raised her arm to strike. She struck Luke in the stomach with all her might, making him bend over in pain and scream. Then she flew back several dozen meters. Meanwhile, the wizard began preparing a special strike, a hellfire ball meant to kill her. But his magic shone brightly, and the girl thanked the wizard for lighting himself up, then threw a bottle of alcohol at his head. The bottle flew straight to the target and hit the dark mage right on the head, causing him to fall to his knees. Others noticed that hitting him was quite easy. The entire Kasha team lay on the ground like trash, without the strength to even open their eyes and look at the enemy. Nearby stood the sorceress threateningly. The gathered crowd watched attentively as the girl continued to tease the team, and people begged her to stop. But this was only the beginning, for they were not finished yet. She looked at the bottle of wine she was carrying as a gift and said sadly that she regretted bringing this wine to the opening ceremony, but now it was more important for her to find Gail. The girl was making her way through the crowd of people gathered near her friend's shop. When she managed to get inside, the girl wandered among the display cases in surprise, until suddenly her gaze stopped on a mummy lying right on the floor. The girl carefully picked up the figurine that had fallen to the floor. She held it in her hands with the same meticulousness, remembering how attentively Gail once corrected her. The boy assured that this product was special, but Moira at that time was immersed in her own thoughts. The girl carefully placed the mummy on the table, but suddenly sounds came from behind, and someone asked what had happened here. On the shoulders of the blacksmith Shalina lay a heavy barrel. She came to congratulate on the opening. Moira flinched sharply, realizing she needed to immediately go and find her friend, but just as she was about to run, the blacksmith grabbed her hand and insistently demanded an explanation of what had happened. Gail disappeared and he needed to be found as soon as possible. Although Kesh's team couldn't handle him, Moira was still worried. She understood that the boy probably didn't want to put the townspeople in danger and was trying to lead the enemy away from the city. Then Gimli appeared at the doorstep and reported that the boy had gone to the other end of the city, to the abandoned cemetery. The girls rejoiced upon seeing the hostess and asked where she had found out where Gail was. She replied that she had learned about it by chance. Then, averting her gaze, she awkwardly added that people with woolly fangs are very strange. The girl personally brought the materials she received. They were animal organs that emitted an unbearable stench. Gimli said that some group was chasing the Lord of the Curses, which, in his opinion, had much more experience than Kosh with his team. Frightened, Mura thanked the girl, and then, despite her appearance, decisively rushed to help her friend. There was no time to change clothes or take weapons. Everyone understood this perfectly. Kovalka asked to wait a little. It seemed she wanted to go with Mura. The girls with smiles took weapons from Kesh and Norris, deciding that it is better to have at least something than to be left with nothing. After this, they set off with their heads held high on a special mission to save Gail Hamilton. Gimli volunteered to accompany the girls, and then noticed that every second now mattered, and probably Shelina was not used to this yet. Besides this, the girl admitted that she felt something unpleasant. Mura asked if it was related to those who were chasing Gail, but the mentor explained that it was about the feeling of the presence of something inhuman. She showed the girls the tail and horn she had brought, explaining that these things belonged to a hippopotamus. Then she added that those who are now pursuing Gail came here from the kingdom's capital. They failed to kill the hippopotamus, and it escaped, but beast-type monsters are very resilient, and those with rank S are also intelligent. That is why they are capable of organizing strategic attacks and leading the entire pack. In other words, it is not surprising that they followed for so long, relying on their keen sense of smell and waiting for a convenient moment to attack. The girls could have stumbled upon the hippopotamus, which made the task category AA in difficulty, but after encountering the basilisk, they did not want to deal with such terrifying creatures at all. Meanwhile, Gail had already reached the abandoned hospital, which was also a cemetery. He stood on a tree, breathing heavily after a quick run. The boy quickly jumped down, turned around, and confidently took a fighting stance, calling his opponents to come out of hiding and show themselves. Mercenaries slowly appeared from the bushes and asked the boy to wait a little while they rested. He agreed without any objections. Gail wondered where he had seen these guys before, and suddenly remembered they were Kasha's comrades. This news caused irritation and offense in Lisnet, as she felt unpleasant to learn that she was considered a friend of these pseudo-heroes. The girl pointed at him and asked what his problem was, but not Tay. When did this happen? How could he run so fast? However, the boy explained that he was sure the Kashan gang was chasing him, or he was running from them. Angry Lisnet replied that they would never catch him. But the girl's throat dried up from shouting, and then Gail said he understood her condition, so he offered her a little drink to calm down. He had no water with him, but he didn't even have time to explain what exactly he gave her. The woman greedily snatched the bottle from his hands and immediately took a sip. She drank everything to the last drop, then asked what it was because the drink smelled strange and seemed to stick to the throat. The young man replied that it was a prototype potion that removes petrification. Then he added that it was the amniotic fluid of the basilisk, and Lisnet froze in surprise. The girl began to vomit everything she had just drunk while the young man watched her in confusion, unable to understand what had happened. She angrily asked why he gave her that to drink, but the assistant advised first to see exactly what she was given. However, the girl did not want to hear any remarks directed at her. Gail was upset because he could not understand why she spat out the medicine that healed petrification, even if it was monster fluids. After all, there is a saying, bitter medicine is the best, and she herself said she wanted to drink it. Lisnet raised her head, took out a weapon, and ordered all auxiliary forces to immediately seize Gail, who was already completely confused by everything happening here. The girl ordered to surround the boy and capture him alive or dead. The young man raised his hands and began to apologize, asking if the potion was really that terrible, but it seemed no one cared anymore. The killers rushed to attack the boy, who apparently had not yet understood how to defend himself. The boy deftly dodged Lisnit's strike, and she immediately warned him that running was pointless. When the boy fell, the girl swung a second time, but he again managed to dodge and responded with a kick. 3 blades controlled by the girl swiftly flew toward him, but he calmly dodged them with quick and precise movements. The girl noticed that he skillfully avoided all their attacks, but the young man explained it was not about him, but about what was beneath their feet. Everyone on the team bowed their heads. The entire ground around was littered with piles of various bones, and here and there wooden crosses were visible. The girl clearly did not like what she saw, and Gail noticed that even more bones were hidden underground. Lisnet decided that before her was an experienced adventurer used to cemeteries, and that his legs were fine. The guys realized, although they were more numerous, there were so many obstacles around that they were scattered and could not gather together. The young man believed they would soon retreat. Neither strong blows nor carefully planned joint attacks would help here, because the cracking of bones and the rumble of debris immediately revealed all the team's plans. The girl threw a knife and the blade passed right close to Gail's face. But what surprised her was not how he dodged, but that the boy was in no hurry, as if deliberately waiting for his chance. Everywhere around stood old, hastily made graves, and the hospital building had long since turned into ruins from rain and wind. I couldn't wrap my head around what awaited Gail in this terrible place. The boy interrupted his thoughts and said he didn't want to seem rude, but he would still suggest leaving this place. It seemed the team was already used to moving through this place, but that was not the reason he chose the cemetery. For him, this place seemed perfect for setting up an ambush, as it was easy to find good materials here. That's why he often comes here and knows this area well. Something began to happen, and the boy clearly liked it. The Lord of Curses fit perfectly into this place, where bones, body remains, and lost souls wandered around. The reason Lisnit's team had to return home was very simple. It had already appeared right from beneath the ground. The boy assured that the team was being led to a safe place, but at that very moment, various undead began to appear and rise from all sides. The boy, unafraid of this, joyfully spread his arms to the sides, as if celebrating his victory. Lisnit and her team initially thought they were walking into an ambush, but very quickly realized, by the smell, dirt, and appearance, these were local undead. Princess Carla lay in her room and looked at a postcard with an announcement about the search for Gail. She wondered how quickly this boy would be brought to her. Vivian asks the high priest to examine the princess, as she constantly thinks only about Gail Hamilton. She did not understand what was happening, as this man was almost a stranger to her. The princess had seen him only once in her life. The high priest noted that he was the one who saved her life. The priest and his assistant decided that the princess had fallen in love with this young man. Vivian asked, could it be that instead of preparing to die during the attack, the princess fell in love? The man did not answer the question, but noted that Carla and Gail, with their special preferences, perfectly complement each other. Although they did not manage to meet, the idea of the perfect person had already formed in their minds. Meanwhile, the men vainly tried to calm Vivian. Meanwhile, in the farmer's corner, Lisnit and his team watched over the cemetery left on the site of the old hospital, guarding against any dead rising from there. Then the girl realized that it was all part of the Master of Cursed Things' plan. He deliberately made them believe they were being watched. Meanwhile, he surrounded the opponents with the undead, preparing a trap for them. The boys stood shoulder to shoulder and noticed that they were seeing such a large number of undead for the first time. Avoiding the flying monster, one of them said that if they had to fight even 4 of these, the chances of victory would be almost none. 4 people he mentioned were supposed to be Kesh and the rest. Gail wondered what was wrong with them. Lisnit sharply replied that they were completely different from those fools. After all, they are killers accustomed to living in the shadows, which means they cannot lose in a fight against the undead. Hearing these words, the whole team rushed into battle, greatly impressing their mentor. But the dead were not going to retreat either. There were so many of them that they pressed the Lisnit team against the walls, surrounding them from all sides and piling up one after another. The boys fought with all their might, bravely covering each other and making sure not to leave any openings to avoid losing. Lisnit gave the order to form a circular defense and begin a maneuver to lure Gail inside the circle. They were going to finish him right on the spot. And suddenly a gigantic monster appeared before him, which the girl instantly cut into pieces. She noted with satisfaction that this combination became his main trump card, and he was indeed very close to victory, but be that as it may. Lisnit also had an ace up her sleeve, an artifact called the Heart of the Demonic King, but this thing could not be used just like that, because it had too many restrictions. Therefore, Lisnit could not afford to waste time. Then she realized the best moment to use this artifact would be when they destroy all the undead. At that time, Gail's reinforcements were hurrying through the night forest. The girls discussed that experienced killers decided to attack the gate, and there were about 4 such attackers. More emphasized that they needed to get there as soon as possible to even the odds. The blacksmith, without stopping, said that only when a person leaves do you truly understand how important they are to you. She shouted that from now on the wind was under her protection, because they needed to create many more cursed things and bring a real agrarian revolution to this agricultural town. And he is also her partner. The guild leader bowed her head in agreement, for without Gail she would have had much more trouble. She thought that next time they met, she would definitely tell him. Even if you are a master of cursed things and sometimes act foolishly, someone still needs you. She promised herself to tell him everything exactly as it was. Shalina, running at full speed without stopping, asked what they would do if a wounded hippopotamus suddenly appeared. Mura noted that both the mercenaries and the hippopotamus were already too much. Meanwhile, Gimli pondered this. She explained that the wielder of cursed items can gain unique skills that ordinary professions do not have. Mura asked what specific skills were meant, and then the master told about one of them, changing misfortune. It is a perfect evasion ability called Sudden Luck. The girls asked in surprise what kind of unexpected luck this was. They noted that the ability to change misfortune is a very strong skill. If it can save from death, everyone would want to have such power. But unfortunately, this is a very rare ability that cannot even be used at will, so girls can only hope for the best. Meanwhile, Liznit and her team have already slain a large number of undead, desperately fighting to complete their mission. The girl noticed that somehow they managed to defeat all the undead, but she no longer had the strength to even approach Gail. She raised her hands, admitting that she had to surrender, too many undead, and Gail still summoned new ones just as easily. Liznit acknowledged her defeat. The assassin captain extended her hand for a handshake. It was a sign of agreement. Gail, without hesitation, hurried to her to shake the extended hand in return. When the boy approached, Liznit said she was just joking and told him to throw her the jar. She undoubtedly caught this sealed vow. Explaining that this was their trump card, she opened the jar and released the creature that was inside. Having defeated this creature, she decided to tell the boy about it as a gift for the saved life. She held out the artifact in her palm and explained that it could enhance a person's physical abilities to the limit, but in return it takes life force. It is the most terrible and powerful artifact, but suddenly Gail noticed something behind the girl. She turned around and saw a hippopotamus running straight at them from the forest thickets, the very same one that was missing one horn and one eye. Liznit did not understand why this monster appeared here, but there was almost no time to think. It was already flying straight at them. At that moment, Gail, trying to be ready for the best outcome, made his choice. Saving the killer, the boy pushed away the girl, who was confused, and prepared to take the full blow himself. Realization of the enemy's strength. Liznit stood among the rubble of the roof that collapsed after the body fell, clenching her fists tightly as she watched everything. Despite all his eccentric habits and incessant chatter, now she could not deny it, he was the one who saved her life. Her face still has a sad expression. She thinks that this man was unlucky, despite everything that happened. She confidently stands before a gigantic opponent with horns. Her posture is straight, her gaze focused, and there is no fear in her eyes. Her hair flows as she acknowledges that the enemy stubbornly pursued them, not losing persistence. The ruins and debris around emphasize how dangerous this situation is. The girl took out the artifact, carefully twisted it in her hands, and with a mysterious look began her story. The artifact in her hands sparkled as if sensing her mood. She did not even try to threaten directly. A cold look and a few words about how she values persistence were enough. Black whirlwinds of energy burst from the artifact. The heroine, with a mad smile, raises the hand in which the sinister artifact gleams. With a voice full of triumph, she commands it to consume both herself and the heart of the Demon King. The artifact instantly begins to consume the girl's body, enveloping her from head to toe in dark magic. The power of the artifact went out of control, the space filled with chaotic and eerie energy, and Liznit bit her lips tightly from excitement. The heroine was engulfed by numerous dark tentacles. At the same time, various abilities activated within her: protection from instant stun, resistance to fatigue, and increased strength. All this indicated that her combat power was steadily growing. The tentacles increasingly enveloped her body. The girl gained new abilities, inexhaustible reserves of magical power, and complete insensitivity to pain. The artifact revealed all its power, and now she became an extremely dangerous opponent. The hippopotamus froze in place, its large body tensed like a compressed spring. Yellow eyes did not leave the girl, carefully watching her every move. The thought hung in the air that the moment for attack was already lost. Now any action would be too late. The main heroine confidently took a fighting stance and declared that the time for revenge had come. She assured that this time Behemoth would not be able to escape. Her appearance radiated confidence and readiness to win. Two opponents met on the battlefield, the girl with the activated artifact in her hands and a huge monster resembling a rhinoceros. She rushed forward, preparing to attack, and the beast roared threateningly. There was a large hole in the roof of the building. This indicated that Gail had landed here after a strong blow. Against the backdrop of the night sky, a dark silhouette suddenly flashed between the branches. Someone quietly exclaimed in surprise. Gail lay on his bed, stunned by what had happened. He admitted to himself that he really thought this time he wouldn't survive, but suddenly he realized with relief he was incredibly lucky. After all, he had landed right on the bed, falling through a hole in the roof. Gail was in a room where many beds stood. He sat on one of them, and just above him in the roof was a large hole. Looking around, Gail realized that this place could truly be called lucky. However, he thought that if he had fallen down, he would have been seriously injured. He sits in a dimly lit room and tensely recalls what happened. Thoughts swarm in his head. he is almost sure that he did not manage to get a good look at that monster. But he clearly remembers how the beast-like creature suddenly attacked them. Suddenly his face changes. He remembers the phrase zombie animal. An image of a distorted dog appears before his eyes, but in a moment, the boy pushes these thoughts away, realizing that he meant something completely different. He continues to thoughtfully examine the creature. One horn was broken, one eye was missing, and the tail looked ragged and damaged. He realizes with surprise that he had never seen such a creature before. Although this creature seems strange, its appearance perfectly fits the description of a zombie animal. With these thoughts, he falls onto the bed, lies down, and tries to understand what exactly he saw. He continues to ponder what happened, recalling how Shelina told about the villagers' concerns over a monster that attacked their fields. Probably, at first it was a wild boar, but over time it turned into an undead. He suddenly stood up, realizing that there was no time left. Gail said that perhaps the monster posed a threat to Lisnet. He confidently smiled and declared that, as a master of curses, he should be the one to deal with it. He also added that working with the undead was his main duty. Kosh pressed himself against the door, peering into the dark room. Worried, he whispered that he was somewhere very far away. Darkness prevailed all around, and he had no idea which way to go. Lisnet continued to fight the monster, whose face showed an evil expression. She held on to the last and tried not to retreat despite the danger. Meanwhile, Gail was rapidly approaching to help her, but it was still unknown whether he would manage to reach Lisnet. Gail was moving forward, his back visible against the background of the road. Around him, a tense atmosphere prevailed, and the question arose, would he encounter someone on his path who could stop his haste? The fight with the monster becomes even fiercer. The girl and the monster met with determined looks, and at that very moment simultaneously launched an attack. 3 observers watched the battle with anxiety and tension. Fear and worry were clearly readable on their faces, their eyes widened with excitement. The heroine quickly descended from above, focused, and prepared to deliver a powerful strike. Her movements were confident and precise, indicating determination in this decisive battle. Her sword fell to the ground and shattered. It was obvious that she had struck the monster's unyielding horn, after which it became enraged. A formidable, evil rage appeared on its face. After the strike, the girl fell to the ground, and at that very moment, a piercing, furious roar of the monster sounded. She managed to lean on the monster's horn to avoid falling completely. The observer called out to Lisnet, and thanks to this she managed to recover. Instead of falling, the girl smoothly transitioned into a combat stance. She raised her head, gathered all her strength, and prepared for the next move. She said she wanted to tear out the monster's second eye, but even the artifact that enhanced her physical strength was too small for this. The task proved too difficult, even if she held the heart of the Demon King in her hands. The observer noticed that Lisnet needed new weapons, but she replied that there was no need for that. She told that she had torn off the monster's tail with her own hands, a very important and strong part of its body. The girl confidently declared that this time she would tear off the monster's head, showing its true face and fist, but she did not manage to finish speaking when she suddenly started coughing. The coffee became even worse, and the girl completely weakened, falling to the ground. On the dark background, the girl's heart began to be shown. It was beating harder and harder. She lay on the ground, lifting her head with difficulty and quietly wheezing. On her chest, a dark mark was visible, as if something black had begun to spread inside. Others anxiously asked what was happening to Mrs. Lisnet, looking at the girl who lay on the ground and could not get up. She lay on the ground, barely lifting her head. Her fists were tightly clenched, and her lips were pressed together in pain. She was trying with all her might to hold back the suffering. One of the observers exclaimed anxiously that this was impossible. Darkness was born in the girl's heart, which quickly grew and increasingly engulfed her. Because of this, Lisnet felt a strong weakness throughout her body. The main heroine turned onto her back and pressed her hand to her chest, right where the heart is located. She felt the pain and discomfort gradually intensify. She could not breathe, and everyone immediately rushed to her, worried about her condition. Her eyes opened wide, breathing became frequent and heavy. She began to suffocate, unable to withstand the growing tension inside. The tentacles of the artifact began to wrap around the girl's body. Her abilities disappeared one by one: resistance to death, enhanced strength, tirelessness, insensitivity, and infinite magical energy. The body quickly lost support. She was still lying there, eyes wide open, unable to breathe, feeling complete weakness and not understanding at all what was happening. The man who approached and lifted her in his arms said that the curse had gone out of control for the second time. It seemed the effect of the Demon King's heart was beginning to weaken. He concluded that the artifact would stop only when it completely consumed Miss Lisnet. From the opposite side, a monster began to approach them. One of the observers gave the command, "Two must stop the behemoth." Both quickly ran up to the creature, took combat positions, and prepared for the battle that was about to begin. Listenet tried to stop them, convincing them that they could not cope with such a monster. A strong blow from the monster scattered them in different directions, and stones swirled in the air around. She was half lying, supported by the hands of one of the observers, and everyone around looked at what had happened with anxiety. Her eyes were wide open, and sweat appeared on her forehead. This revealed the tension and fear from what was seen. Two of them flew into the air along with the stones, spraying blood. Blood flowed from their mouths, indicating serious injuries. The monster roared threateningly, and Listenet shouted that she had enough. She yelled at one of those present to finally come to his senses. He replied tensely that nothing had worked out. He cried out in despair that the tears of the Divine King had no effect. This could not be, since this artifact was considered the best shrine of the church. He cursed angrily and threw the artifact at Listenet. The drop did not even have time to touch Listenet's skin. It immediately evaporated, as if something inside the girl repelled it. The girl glared at him angrily and said, "Could this curse have become so powerful that it can no longer be removed?" Listenet's eyes rolled back and blood poured from her mouth. The man holding her screamed in horror, began calling her name, his voice trembling with despair and panic. Listenet, who had undergone serious training and learned to endure pain and almost not lose consciousness, continued to hold on bravely. She clenched her teeth tightly, trying with all her might not to succumb to suffering and not to faint. Her body began to twitch violently, her arms and legs trembled, and cries of death burst from deep within. The heart of the Demon King beat with wild force, as if it was about to break out. All around lay the bodies of fallen undead. They were frozen without movement, some in bizarre poses, with distorted faces and remnants of darkness on them. The battle was becoming increasingly fierce, as if besides the hippopotamus, another dangerous opponent was about to join this royal clash. From the darkness began to emerge a creature with a terrifying, twisted silhouette. It had long been considered the most harmful of all creatures from the otherworld. Its appearance alone violated all laws of nature. The air around became thick and heavy, saturated with gloomy darkness. From a high pile of dead necromancers suddenly rose a dark figure. It emerged from among huge bones and rotten bodies. A dreadful stench of death hung in the air. It seemed that its very appearance pierced everything around with a sense of inevitable doom. The silhouette with a skull instead of a face said excitedly that this spectacle was simply stunning, and he already felt a special, refined aura of death beginning to appear around. She listens to its hoarse, almost senile voice and turns her head toward the direction from which the sound comes. She saw a silhouette darker than the shadows cast by the dead bodies. The heroine noticed a lantern that dimly but clearly glowed in the surrounding darkness. The weapon held by the mysterious dark figure was huge and menacing. Its long curved blade gleamed in the weak light of the lantern. Lysette opened her eyes wide in surprise and could not believe what had happened. Something indistinct appeared in the distance, and gradually a silhouette began to take shape. Gradually, features of a mysterious figure began to emerge from the darkness. Its appearance was gloomy and inevitable. Behind it slowly formed the silhouette of a long and sinister braid, making the image even more threatening. Before them appeared Shinigami, the god of death, who comes into this world when he senses a powerful aura of death. His task is to collect the souls of the living and escort them to the world of the dead. Listenet admitted that the hippopotamus was a surprise, but this creature appeared even more unexpectedly. Suddenly, before everyone, a Shinigami appeared in the form of a strange and terrible creature, and it greatly frightened everyone with its incomprehensible powers. This creature belongs to gods or demigods who almost never appear on the Earth's surface. This creature is spoken of as the Lord of Death. Although such beings appear very rarely, this time it came into the world of heroes, bringing with it a sense of horror and inevitability. The creature slowly spread its arms to the sides, as if greeting everyone around or trying to encompass everything around with its ominous power. Opening its embrace, it spoke in a slow, deep voice. Addressing all present, it called them children of humans who seek life together with similar companions. Listenet's eyes widened with surprise as soon as she heard this voice. The one holding Listenet in his arms barely uttered that he could not even move. His voice was tense, and his whole body seemed bound by an invisible force coming from the mysterious creature. Listenet and her companions froze, completely losing the ability to move. It seemed the invisible force pressed them to the ground, their bodies as if disobeyed. All this happened because of the terrifying voice of death, which awakened in everyone a deep, primal fear and suppressed any desire to do anything. The creature laughed quietly, and its laughter sounded brief and eerie. However, this terrible influence was felt not only by Listenet and her friends. Even the monster, which had been growling fiercely until then, suddenly fell silent. No one could even move. Even Behemoth, this incredibly strong and obedient monster, froze as if bound by invisible chains. The creature tilted its head to the side, as if trying to listen to the silence. After thinking slowly, the creature slowly lowered its gaze downward. Empty eye sockets, hidden in the shadow of the skull, stopped on Listenet. Lying half-sitting, Listenet trembled all over and barely breathed. She raised her head, and her eyes, full of pain and tension, met the empty gaze of the creature. The creature squinted at Listenet, and as if assessing her strength and determination, said with barely noticeable irony and coldness in its voice, adding a bit of playfulness to its words, that it was curious about what exactly was happening here. The creature laughed ominously in a low voice. Looking at Listenet's chest, it seemed to transparently hint at the heart of the Demon King, thinking about the power or danger hidden inside. Even the heart of the Demon King froze, as if he held his breath. Shinigami carefully shifted his gaze several times from Listenet to the hippopotamus and back, as if comparing them and pondering something important. Shinigami raised his eyes to the sky, spread his arms, and exclaimed with admiration that he could not contain his amazement at such a magnificent spiritual sacrifice, calling it truly wonderful. Lysen pressed her hands to her chest, feeling that this darkness could engulf her soul. She barely avoided the blow, but even then the heart of the Demon King continued to pull her inside. She thought that if the curse of the Demon King was lifted, the hippopotamus would tear her to pieces, watching the monster. She lowered her eyes and realized, if the curse of the Demon King was lifted, the giant beast would tear her to pieces. She began to understand the situation she was in. Shinigami hovered over the battlefield, the hippopotamus stood nearby, and Listenet sat on the ground in helplessness. She felt inside that death was very close, and perhaps she was not destined to get out of here alive. Suddenly, behind the demigod appeared a mirror. He explained that this mirror reflects people's thoughts. He turned to Lysetta and said that now he would show her two important things. Then he told her that this would become a memory for a lifetime. Listenet pondered how it would be to see all her memories before death. She began to recall her life. She was born into a poor family, and to reduce the number of hungry mouths, she was given to work as a maid. She remembered how they treated her like an animal, very cruelly. She served in a noble family. She recalled that in that house lived a girl about her age, whom she once met while drawing water from the well. Lyset remembered how the girl about her peer looked at her with a cold gaze, and it frightened her a little. She remembered how every time she was reminded of her hometown, that well-dressed girl appeared before her eyes, immediately returned the feeling that everything in a person's life is decided at the moment of their birth. Lyset recalled the moment when she could no longer endure it and dared to take a step forward towards freedom, towards a life she could now choose herself. She steps on the ground covered with dark liquid. Eventually, as the heroine recalled, her path to freedom led to involvement in a murder case. In her imagination, her own frightened face flashed by. The memories ended and the scene returned to the present time. Listenet stood motionless, lowering her head. The main heroine remembered how she once stood on a mountain of bodies. Then she was overwhelmed by pain and loneliness, and she promised herself, no matter where and how she died, she would not regret her choice. Lysetta, without raising her head, said with gloomy submission that her life was meaningless. She thought that this was truly karma. She could never have imagined that the fate of a hired killer who had taken others' lives all her life would end with the Shinigami coming for her. The Grim Reaper looked at her and said that now the second part had begun, and that was all. The Shinigami continued to speak about what future might await her. At that moment, Listenet, gathering her remaining strength, stood up and took a fighting stance. She replied confusedly that she did not understand why her life was suddenly ending here, and did not accept the Shinigami's words about the future. Listenet looked at the demigod and pondered his words. She remembered that even after the murder case was closed, the noble family continued to use her, causing pain and humiliation, as seen in the background where a man is pulling her by the hair. She continued to say that she was sent to the funeral of the Empire's first prince, and since then nothing had changed. Listenet recalled how she ran away from everything, constantly dreamed of freedom, and could not tolerate any restrictions. She jumped over fences, recalling those moments and pondering how she ended up trapped by limitations again. She wondered what if this very place became where she landed. She looked up, trying to understand what had happened. The main heroine remembered the day she first arrived at this farm. She stood under a tree and watched the village from afar. Listenet believed that although the farm was not rich in money, the nature here was much more generous than in the city. She recalled that people can find happiness even in a simple and modest life. Liznit looked toward the door with hope and anxiety. The heroine approached the door and thought, what if there was a person who could accept her as she is? Since then, she began dreaming of a peaceful life on this farm, reaching out to open the door. Despite uncertainty and fear, she dared to open the door. Memories of her dream to live quietly and peacefully on the farm suddenly broke off. It seemed this hope was never meant to come true. Her memories suddenly cut off, and Shinigami screamed in panic that he heard it and wants to forget. Shinigami said that recalling the past or thinking about the future at the threshold of death makes no sense. Liznit was looking through the shards of the broken mirror. At that moment, the demigod imagined the soul as a dish to which the best spices had been added, and he squeezed his scythe even tighter. He raised his scythe and, looking at the small figure of Liznit before him, spoke farewell words. Lizetta, overwhelmed with tears and anger, said that she was tired of all this and that she was no longer going to endure it. She looked at the raised scythe, and her companion, sensing danger, instinctively wanted to be near her, trying to protect her. She only raised her hands to defend herself when suddenly someone appeared next to her unexpectedly. Gail stood between Shinigami and Liznit, raising both hands to stop the scythe. Holding a siphon in his hands, he turned his head and looked at her. Shinigami looked at him in surprise, and the main heroine was amazed that he was still alive. Liznit asked him with surprise and distrust how he could even move under such weight. Gail asked in surprise what kind of pressure that was. At that moment, the cursed bracelet activated. He smiled and said that cursed objects are very convenient. Shinigami was very surprised and irritated. The demigod asked why the hero had come here. The hero, also irritated, replied that it was him again. His opponent was annoyed that Gail appeared everywhere the undead appeared. Shinigami raised his weapon and rushed to attack Gail. You look straight at the demigod and raise your hand. The hero used dispersive magic against Shinigami. A powerful splash arose from this. At that moment, the demigod began to slowly dissolve into the air. All three watched carefully as the particles scattered in different directions. Liznit watched everything happening with surprise. All three watched as Shinigami disappeared. The heroine noted that he dispersed the demigod in just a moment. Gail smiled farewell to his enemy, and at that moment, the bright light in the sky began to slowly fade. The enemy's body fell to the ground along with his sword. All three stared motionlessly at the place where he had just fallen. Liznit looked at the lifeless body with disgust and was surprised when she realized that it was truly dead, not alive. She looked at the Shinigami's body and asked Gail if it was even possible to kill a demigod, even if it was very difficult. At the same time, she noted that Gail had still managed to defeat the Shinigami. Gail turned to them and calmly explained that he had simply removed the spell. He explained that if he killed the demigod, he would not be able to obtain valuable materials and at the same time raise the level of his opponent. He stepped on the Shinigami's side with his bare hands, which greatly surprised everyone around. The hero raised his scythe, and silhouettes of skulls with spines gradually appeared around him, creating a creepy and threatening atmosphere. He glanced at one of the skulls and remarked that it always appeared so unexpectedly. Lizetta, however, thought to herself in surprise why this surprised him so much. She noticed that even the Demon King's heart remained motionless and silent. At that moment, the main heroine began to cough. The boy nearby noticed this, called her anxiously, and approached closer, while Gail watched them with surprise. She assured that she was fine and that she needed to defeat the hippopotamus. At that very moment, the girl felt that after the Shinigami disappeared, the artifact inside her suddenly began to move. Gail looks at Liznit with concern. He is clearly worried about her condition, and it seems he has noticed something. He feels or notices something unusual. It is a sign that a dark force is hiding inside her. Look, she's standing in the foreground, has dropped to her knees, and is holding her hands near her chest. She barely straightened up and asked in a weak voice where he knew that from. The hero was sitting on the railing, looking at her and explaining that he couldn't see her curse before. Liznit confirmed with a bitter smile that this curse is truly unique. She said that there is no similar curse anywhere else in the world. When Gail said that it was the heart of the Demon King, he himself was surprised by his words. Repeating this name in his mind, he could not believe what he had learned. He enthusiastically talks about the curse, calling it alive and very strong, while Liznit is amazed to see how fascinated he is. Even the church potion lying on the ground could not cope with the curse. However, she said that Gail could try. The heroine looked seriously at Gail and warned, if he touches this creature, it might possess him. The hero confidently replied that he was ready to take the risk, but at the same time made it clear he would keep the artifact for himself. At that moment, Lisnett suddenly began coughing violently and barely stayed on her feet. Realizing that time was short, Gail immediately got down to business. He focused and began to disperse the artifact that was attached to Lisnett's chest. From Lisnett's chest, a dark, smoky substance began to break free. Gail did not stop and continued to disperse everything to the very end. Lisnett looked at her chest with surprise and confusion, from where the dark, twisted energy of the curse was slowly breaking free. Her eyes widened. It seemed she still could not believe that this was really happening. The curse completely left the body and rose above them. From Lisnett's chest, the dark curse burst out, compressed into a dense sphere, and smoothly flew into Gail's palms. The curse in Gail's hands suddenly activated, and he, captivated by its power, smiled in amazement. This gift immediately showed its power at the beginning. Gail enthusiastically said that he wanted to divide this curse into small parts and make various items from them to fully study it. Lisnett sat on the ground, amazed at how quickly the curse dissipated. Looking at him, the heroine mentally admired how stubbornly he fought the temptation to side with the Demon King. He held a vessel with liquid in his hands and extended it to the heroine, asking her to drink, not letting go of the curse, which he still restrained with one hand. She angrily said that she foolishly spat out the liquid. He explained that this liquid enhances physical abilities and, most importantly, helps to get rid of petrification. He smiled and said that all living beings contain nutrients within themselves. This is an important fact that should not be ignored. At that very moment, something distracted him. At that very moment, the hippopotamus monster was looking straight at them, and Lisnett drank what Gail gave her. She began to get up, thanking him for the help. She got up and warned Gail that he needed to run away while he was still alive. Approaching the monster, she hoped it had not yet recovered from the influence of the Shinigami's power. She confidently looked at the monster and said that after all, she was its target. He told how a terrible monster appeared in the background, explaining that this creature had taken over the body, and it was already a miracle that it survived at all. Gail enthusiastically called this monster a zombie creature, and Lysetta reacted indifferently and somewhat confusedly. She looked at him irritably over her shoulder and asked why he thought so. Gail replied enthusiastically that these are the main signs of an animal. If body parts are missing, it means he is a zombie. She wondered if he had gone crazy. Seeing how he suddenly got up, she shouted loudly to Gail to run away. Seeing how he slowly got up, she realized that the hippopotamus was already gradually recovering from the influence of the Shinigami. Gail, supporting Shinigami, said that he would handle it himself. The villagers had long complained about wild beasts, and he did not want any of them to get hurt. He took a fighting stance, raised his scythe, and declared that he would destroy it here and now. He rushed into attack as the monster was just getting to its feet, preparing for battle. Lisnett cautiously tried to stop him, warning that it was not worth taking this thing with bare hands because it could cast a curse. But Gail calmly replied that everything was fine and began to speak. After all, with pride, he declared that he was a true master in dealing with cursed clients, and Lisnett was surprised and opened her eyes wide upon hearing this. The giant slowly approached them, while Gail took a fighting stance, preparing for battle. They looked each other straight in the eyes, and the tension between them only grew. The fight was about to begin. The hero explained that the Shinigami's scythe was so sharp that it could cut through flames, storms, and even waves. There was nothing it could not slice through. Saying this, he immediately demonstrated its power in action. With one powerful swing, he cut off the hippopotamus's head, and Lisnett watched in shock as it rolled onto the ground. Looking at the place where the hippopotamus's body lay, Lisnett thought that Gail was a true master of cursed things who managed to defeat even the god Shinigami. She also pondered about exorcising the heart of the Demon King. Looking at the hippopotamus's head, she thought that Gail had one in him too. Looking at Gail, she remembered that she had saved him 3 times already and loudly shouted his name. He smiled at her and turned his head in response. She suddenly knelt down. Looking at him, she could not help but admire how wonderful he was. He approached her with a worried expression on his face. The severed head of the monster was thrown to the ground. Suddenly the head sharply opened its eyes. He approached her and called her. When he called her, she looked at him attentively and closely. He had already begun to lift her, but she apologized and said she was fine. She said with admiration that he had defeated the monster and looked at him with wide-open eyes as if she suddenly noticed something. The headless body of the hippopotamus began to rise right behind Gail. Lisnett shouted, warning him to look back over her shoulder. Gail shouted and swung his sword again, striking the hippopotamus's torso with all his might. The body split in half. Standing by the body, he thanked Lisnet, admitting that the monster had almost sneaked up on him by surprise. She looked at him in surprise. Lisnet, examining the monster's body, mentally noted its indomitable strength and persistence. Even after being beheaded and dead, it still continued to attack, using only its torso and relying on its sense of smell, not losing its fighting spirit. Looking at its body, she thought that even though it was an enemy, it deserved admiration. Recalling their battle with the monster, she considered that their first encounter had ended in a draw, and the second time, Gail saved her. She thought that if they fought 10 times, he would probably survive 9 of them. Looking into the lifeless eyes of the beast, Lisnet said goodbye to it, calling it a brave warrior who had fought all his life. She wished it peace. The main heroine bitterly thought, if even something had gone wrong, her life would already be over. Holding your hand, Lysetta confusedly thought about what to do next, while Gail calmly distributed basilisk elixir and other potions. Watching him laugh together with others, Lisette felt relief and joy that he was alive. Looking at him, she suddenly realized that she had completely forgotten about her mission. After all, she needed to kill him. The three who had just helped each other to stand up stood side by side, and Gail calmly watched nearby. Lysetta carefully examined his smile. The heroine looked at the four and informed them that Prince Barial's mission had failed. Gail opened his eyes wide when he looked at her, hearing her words that they were surrendering. Hearing these words, the 3 people bowed before the hero in reverence. At the very moment when he was looking in surprise at the unexpected bow, someone's voice sounded behind him. Gail said Shirini's name in surprise, and in response heard that she was not alone here. The girl standing nearby looked at them in surprise. She opened her eyes wide, not believing what she saw. She looked at Gail, then shifted her gaze to the other girl. The girl, with tears in her eyes, mentally rejoiced that he was okay and really wanted to see him. Gail looked at the girl in surprise, and she, meeting his gaze, felt that the time until their meeting seemed like an eternity to her. Not holding back her feelings, she rushed to him, trying to shorten the distance between them as quickly as possible. She quickly ran up to him and joyfully wanted to hug him, thinking that she would never let him go again. He was near, alive, and that was the most important thing for her at that moment. Looking around, she saw the body of a giant, a pile of wounded undead mercenaries, and the bloodied scythe of the Reaper. These were the traces of a brutal battle from which she had just managed to escape alive. Mura barely restrained her emotions and was about to hug Gail, but suddenly froze. A strange, eerie silence prevailed around, which made her stop. The 2 girls shared their impressions, noticing how tense and captivating everything around was. Gail showed Sharina how to use the scythe, and explained that it was a very sharp weapon from which excellent agricultural tools could be made. The girl with the sword, looking at the severed body of the monster, thought that everything has its limit of sharpness. Gail continued telling Sharina, adding new details to his story. He began to talk about Shirina's shop, and she listened to him attentively. Gail said that his former comrades had destroyed the girl's shop. Although he managed to stop even greater destruction, it was impossible to avoid the consequences completely. He apologized. The girl smiled in response and said that she would simply take something from her workshop. Hearing the girl's response, the hero finally calmed down, and she smiled back at him, confirming her words. Sharina and the girl with the sword greeted Gail, noting that he had managed to return to the creepy style. They were surprised at how quickly he handled such a frightening appearance and encouraged him with friendly pats on the back. The mistress watched Gail closely, and he could not understand whether he was being scolded or praised. Then the 2 girls explained that it was both a reproach and praise at the same time. She turned to Lysette and said that they had met again, calling her Miss Killer. She replied that her journey was already over. The girl began to tell how recently an event happened to her that completely changed her views on life. At that moment, 3 of her companions noticeably lowered their heads, as if feeling the full weight of what was happening. Lisnet admitted that her attitude towards life had indeed changed, but with her head lowered, she added that this did not mean she had new views or plans for the future. The mistress listened attentively to her, sincerely interested and fully understanding everything she was saying. The girl informed the guildmaster that they would not stay here long, they just needed to rest. She and her companions were seriously wounded. Hearing this, the mistress promised to provide them with clothing, food, and shelter until they fully recovered. Gail offered her and her team to work temporarily in his shop so they could recover and not feel like a burden. The girl hesitantly asked if she was sure. The hero smiled and replied that the shop was going through hard times now, so until everything got better, he could not pay much. Gail smiled and explained that over time, Lisnet would recover, and working as a seller would not harm her wounds. She looked at him in surprise, and hope appeared in her eyes. She thought that if there was a person in this town who would accept her as she was, she would want to spend peaceful days beside him. Now she could only guess whether her wish had come true. Looking at the ground, Liznit could not hold back her feelings. Tears welled up in her eyes, and she bit her lip to keep from crying out loud. Seeing her tears, he involuntarily stepped forward, looking anxiously at the girl. His hand rose slightly, as if he wanted to support her, but he froze, not knowing what to do next. He hesitated a little, then began to walk around her in circles, carefully asking what had happened and if she was in pain. She wiped the tears from her face and watched as he fussed, explaining that he had run out of cockatrice fluid. She smiled, feeling his kindness. She laughed through her tears and called him a fool. Sharina watched their conversation, quietly smiling. She thought that she had always known Gail as a good person, and smiled. She recalled that he always listened attentively, even when it was about stories related to the undead. However, it seems a bit strange to me, she frowned. It was visible that she was somewhat a little upset. She decided that she would talk to him about everything a little later. Next to her, the girl with the sword laughed at her. She smiled and turned to the mistress, noting that everything ended well. The mistress nodded approvingly in response. Gail approached the three and tried to show something. Noticing this, the mistress widened her eyes in surprise. The mistress began to question Gail, listening carefully, whether it was really the heart of the Demon King. Gail confirmed that it was so. Liznit told that the heart of the Demon King is divided into 6 parts, each belonging to different empires. One of these parts belongs to her. The girl said that Gail helped her get rid of a piece of the Demon King's heart before it completely took over her body. The mentor listened to her story attentively. The female craftsman, looking at the item in Gail's hands, immediately understood. Even 1/6 of this cursed equipment with the essence of the fallen demons is deadly dangerous. An ordinary warrior would die instantly, and a priest would not be able to cope with such a threat. The mistress was thoughtfully looking ahead. Her face remained stern. She was confident that Gail was a true master of curses, capable of removing even such a dangerous power. Looking at his surprised face while he still held the artifact in his hands, she had no doubts about his abilities. The night had already fallen, and the mistress was thoughtfully reflecting on everything that was happening. As soon as the sun rose, an outraged shout sounded over the village. Someone loudly and a little angrily exclaimed that they were a team with rank S. In a small cell sit guilty men, overwhelmed with indignation, loudly expressing their discontent. One of the prisoners, clearly angry, asks with even greater emotion what this unbearable and unjust treatment of them now is. Meanwhile, the girls sit calmly at the table and have a leisurely conversation. Morin sighs heavily and wearily, noting that it is too noisy here today. She hopes and believes that this unpleasant moment will soon pass. Her interlocutor, resting and leaning her elbows on the table, quietly agrees with the girl. The girl understands that the creature that looked like a wolf and caused this clash cannot simply be let go without punishment or consequences. She knows this for sure and realizes the full seriousness of the situation. She also understands that it was for this reason that an important meeting was organized in the city, where a trial was to be held, but unexpectedly representatives of the royal capital intervened in the matter, and this turn significantly changed the course of events. She ponders how, due to accumulated debts, requests appeared to postpone punishment for Kosh and all his people in the city. She agrees with the decision made, but at the same time clearly understands that they were not at all obliged to carry out this order without questioning its fairness. The girl understood that this was an incredible and very urgent message from the capital of the kingdom, so everyone, though reluctantly, obeyed. The girl understands that they could have refused to carry out the order since they were officially promised compensation for all damages. She fondly recalls how Shirna, the farm representative, momentarily held back her anger and calmed down. Gimme asks the girl if she thinks Gail is currently in his workshop busy with something important. She replies that Gail said something inspired him, and now he is hurrying to implement this idea. The girl, noticing that her interlocutor was not listening to her, called her name. Jimmy lightly touched Mora's nose and jokingly asked why she was so serious. She inquired if it was because Gail was not nearby at the moment. The girl blushed, denying her words, and asked confusedly why she was even discussing this. Her interlocutor at the table reassured her, saying there was nothing to worry about because she perfectly understood what was being talked about. Mura became even more embarrassed, quickly changed the subject, and said that the task turned out to be interesting, and now she would go and kick him out. Jimmy smiles, holding a sheet of paper, and realizes that a girl in such situations is not very frank. Both women agree with this and are certain there will definitely be people who are not even scared by the heart of the Demon King. The girl says that it is not strange at all. If someone has bright abilities or a special talent, they inevitably attract attention and become popular. She sincerely admits that to some extent she understands why Mura and Lizinette are in love. A warm smile appears on her face, but then she becomes a little sadder. Confidently raising her head, she says that she is the woman who truly wants him. She tells that their race of dark elves was cursed by the Demon King himself, and because of this terrible millennial curse, their people are now almost destroyed. The girl understands that it is time to be strong and not let her clan disappear. She recalls the shard of the Demon King's heart, which they so desperately sought to obtain, and which, fortunately, ended up in their hands. The woman believes that there is a person capable of lifting this terrible curse. Gail, who is working hard, says that he has not rested or slept for a moment, but has been constantly working without stopping. The boy is happy because the time to finish the work is near. The man proudly said that he managed to improve the Demon King's heart, and this artifact became truly unique and rare. He realized that the material that fell out can suppress the Demon King's heart, so he naturally used it in large quantities. The boy says that thanks to opposite factors, he managed to completely remove all the flaws of the Demon King's heart, and at the same time did not affect its main advantages. He understood that he could only reduce the negative sides, but besides that, to restrain the uncontrollable tentacles during use, he imposed many small spells. The man says that he managed to tame the thirst, because of which the artifact absorbed the life energy of its owner. After that, the boy takes out the finished artifact and says, "This is the Demon King's heart, an improved and enhanced version from Gail." The boy stands by the stove and smiles widely. He sincerely rejoices in his achievement. He says that this is his newest and best creation. Another man approached the man sitting at the table and handed him a letter. He carefully read the message and then asked indignantly what it was and whether this letter was really from Lizinette. In the letter, she wrote that she is resigning for personal reasons. The man was very upset, sharply got up from the chair, and loudly asked what happened to her heart, which he, the demon lord, entrusted to her. Suddenly his gaze fell again on the letter, and he noticed something important there. The letter said that she took a sixth part of the artifact called Demon King's Heart as severance pay. The man fell to the floor in surprise and began to wonder what kind of severance pay this was. The man says that after Prince Bilal read the letter from Lizinette, his face became pale, and he looked even scarier than any corpse in these lands. The night girl and the princess look at the bound criminals before them with indignation and anger. The criminals, feeling shame, avert their gaze and cannot look them in the eyes. The princess addresses the Sea Order group, Wolfpack. She admits that she suspects they have not understood everything yet. Looking at their expressions, both joyful and upset, she says she has been watching them all this time. The girl admits that she knows everything that happened. She wonders who they think they are to destroy someone else's shop and summon all the guards. The girl speaks out, and the knight indignantly replies that it was an official order, and everything that happened on the farm occurred due to the kingdom's negligence. The girl reports that she has already settled all matters on the farm, and the issue is officially resolved, so she is ready to share the necessary information. The guys look at her with surprise. She declares that she will not consider their feelings, as she will not allow such disgrace to stain the history of their glorious kingdom. The boys respond indignantly that they did nothing wrong. They were just trying to destroy the cursed things that looked like trash in the shop window. The girl looks at them with surprise. She covers her face with her hands, regretting Gail's wonderful creations, and asks him to hold on. Suddenly, she turns sharply, looks sternly, and asks if one follows such logic, then what punishment do they deserve? The boys were frightened by what they heard. One of them nervously asks if they have been pardoned, and with hope in his voice wonders if they will be released. The response was the silent walk of the girl knight. She simply approached, waved a stack of papers, and gave the boy a good slap. The girl says that they opened an account in the name of Princess Carla and bought all the things in the stores on it. The princess replies that after calculating all expenses and payments to the farmers, they need to pay 2,310 gold coins and 82 silver ones. She explains that their expenses are related to hotel accommodation, food and dinners in expensive restaurants, as well as bills for various things and equipment, but suddenly she wonders, what happened to their equipment that they recently purchased? The girl admits that they paid all these expenses from the state budget, but assures that they will return the money in full. She understands that this will be impossible since all their funds have already been spent and there are no savings, to which the man replies that all this is just additional expenses. The woman starts to get angry, shouts and demands to show where on the paper it says that the expenses are covered. She adds that it was only cooperation in the investigation. The girl assumes they will be taken away, and the boy is outraged and asks where exactly they are being taken. The girl replied that if they could not pay, they would work off the debt with their own hands. She explained that they would have to work for free as much as they had been wasteful. The woman says that the conditions here are tough, but considering their bad behavior, they were still lucky to find a place willing to take them. The man looks at them in shock, realizing they were forced to work without pay. The boy stands up indignantly and asks how much he has to pay for all this. The girl, with a cold look, thinks and replies that it will take them about 10 years. The boys got scared upon hearing the verdict, as they realized it sounded like a life sentence. They are forcibly taken away from this place, and the girl remains to watch everything that is happening. Suddenly, a man approaches her and informs, from today this task concerns them as well. The man is outraged and asks what kind of task it is. He is curious about the exact work they will have to do. The girl smiles in response and says that for now she will give them some peace and quiet before the real work begins, assuring them that they do not need to worry about the work yet. The boys were frightened by the appearance and behavior of the girl, but she told them not to pay attention to her kindness. After that, the guards led the culprits further. At that moment, the princess peeks out from behind the door and asks the girl if they have already left. Nish replies that yes, they have left. Then the princess turns away and sighs with displeasure. She sits by the window, and I turn to the girl and say that these guys have done terrible things. The princess closes her eyes and smiling admits that they really came in handy, so she spared them. The girl opens her eyes and looks out the window. Looking ahead, the girl raises her palm up, agreeing. She thinks that Jill Hamilton is in the corner of the farm. The girl confidently says that she has finally found him. She clenches her fist. It is a sign that the boy is now in her hands. The princess with a smile says that she was just thinking about where to go on an expedition. Meanwhile, the girl turns to Vivian and says she needs to contact her father. The woman looks at her in surprise, not believing what she heard. The girl turns to her, smiles broadly, and places her hand on her heart. She confesses that it is time to pay more attention to agriculture. Gail is in the workshop on the farm, focused on working on a new product. Suddenly something happens to the guy. He anxiously lifts his glasses. The man looks toward the door and calls Liznit. The girl peeked out from another room and asked what had happened. The boy apologized to her, explaining that he had gotten too absorbed in his work and didn't notice it was time for her to change clothes. He thanked her for the help, and the girl replied that he shouldn't apologize, as it was even better this way. She hadn't distracted him from working with the artifacts. The boy wipes sweat from his forehead and sincerely thanks the girl. He says that when she is on duty at the store, it helps him a lot. The boy understands that she meets with clients when he cannot be nearby. Smiling, he admits that during this time he has even learned to make the turtle laugh. The young man watches the skull used as decoration in the interior. It is a real lychee skull, grimly smiling at all the guests. The boy turns to the girl and asks if she finds anything strange about it. The guy looks at his beautiful new girlfriend in uniform and admits that it is still best when guests are greeted not by a machine, but by a living person. The girl blushed and confessed anxiously that this uniform was from the bar where she once worked part-time. She says that when the cost of the uniform was deducted from her salary, she got very angry. The salary was already small, and then there was the uniform, which she thought she would never need again. But in the end, she still had to buy the uniform. The girl admits that she was quite upset about the violation of labor rights at the time, but who could have thought that the uniform would actually come in handy? The girl smiles broadly, looking at the boy, and says that she then accepts his proposal and will go first. Liznit says goodbye to her friend and promises that they will see each other tomorrow. Gail stands up and sighs with relief. He raises his hands and joyfully exclaims that the artifact is finally ready, and it is incredible. He says that now it improves all abilities without negative effects, since the tentacles that previously harmed a person now serve to better stimulate certain points. The man presses himself to his work, admiring what he has achieved. He admits that for him, the coolest design matters most, since the idea with the tentacles is simply brilliant. He carefully examines the artifact and says that it is, of course, cursed. After all, this thing differs from ordinary curses. Along with it plays a musical solo, and sometimes it even quietly talks to its owner. The boy dances like a skeleton and admits that he is never bored by loneliness. The man is amazed to learn that this is only 1/6 of his abilities. The boy realizes how big the world is and that there is probably much more interesting in it. He looks out the window and smiles broadly, realizing that there are still so many amazing artifacts in the world that he does not even suspect. The man decided that from this moment he will search for new materials and create more and more artifacts. He glanced at the monster's head and understood, since the improvement is complete, now it is time to make something new out of this thing. The young man, immersed in his own thoughts, carefully reviews all his ingredients. He focusedly arranges them, pondering what exactly to use to improve the mysterious and attractive so-called heart of the Demon King. This difficult question makes him think about further actions, since he will need other materials for the matter. The boy understands that if someone really wants to buy it, it will make sense to think about selling, but now he will just put the thing on the shelf for viewing. He wonders why the Demon King decided to improve such things, since usually similar dangerous items are either destroyed or sealed. The boy asks himself why he even cares about this. After all, it is just his hobby. Suddenly the man, immersed in his thoughts, feels something behind him. He sharply turns around and with surprise notices a girl in front of him, who also seems to be lost in thought. At this moment a tense atmosphere hangs between them, full of surprise and expectation. They look into each other's eyes without looking away. For a moment everything around freezes, and time seems to stop. They remain alone with their feelings and thoughts, not daring to change anything. The man, having composed himself, suddenly got scared when he unexpectedly saw the girl in front of him, but she just smiled at him as if greeting and cheerfully said, "Hello." The boy got scared, sharply leaned back, and asked the girl why she suddenly appeared here. The girl replied that it would be better if he asked since when she had been near him at all. She began listing all the words he had said earlier and which she had heard. The boy, blushing with shame, covered his face with his hands and said in surprise that she really heard everything he said. The girl, with a slight smile, admits that she actually heard his conversation and decided there is someone else here. Seeing the situation, she hesitated a little before speaking, waiting for the right moment. The man feels even more embarrassed, saying that her words seem frightening to him. Suddenly the guy came to his senses, stood up, and asked the girl how she ended up here at all. After all the doors were securely locked. He began to wonder if Liznit had accidentally forgotten to lock the entrance, but deep down the guy understood. That simply could not be. Smiling and joking a little, the girl returns the artifact to the boy, confessing that she came here without permission and even dared to steal the heart of the Demon King himself. The boy, embarrassed but smiling in response, takes the artifact and replies that he understood everything even without explanations. At these words, the elf closes her beautiful eyes and smiles softly, and the boy replies that she should not smile so widely because he perfectly understands. In reality, all this is illegal trespassing on someone else's territory. Gail looks at Gimli a little surprised and asks why she came here. He thinks she is probably interested in buying his artifacts since she couldn't come during the day because of her work as a guildmaster. Gail looks at the girl, who barely smiles, and asks what exactly interests her. The girl, blushing and a little shy, admits that she does not need artifacts at all. In fact, she only wants him, Gail himself. The boy, surprised by these words, turns to her and asks what she means. Suddenly, he notices the girl bowing low before him. The man watches the girl's actions, noticing her confusion and surprise, but cannot understand what exactly she means. In response, the girl remains silent and lowers her gaze, as if searching for the right words. Gimli, addressing the boy, sincerely thanks him for his incredible skill in creating artifacts. She confidently asks him to listen to her. The boy watches the girl's actions in surprise, not quite understanding what she wants from him. The girl pleadingly asks the boy to listen to the request of her people, the Dark Elves. She slowly approaches, as if gathering courage, and asks if he will refuse her this important plea. The man confusedly thinks about how she, without her usual arrogance, with a sincere expression on her face, said such heartfelt words that deeply touched him. The girls come out of the bar cheerful and tipsy. One of them, swaying a little, turns to Gail. Her friend, supporting her by the shoulder, says that his shop is still far away. The girl smiles slightly and replies that she met Mura by chance in a tavern, and they never celebrated the opening of his shop. Whistling to herself, she adds that now they definitely need to drink together with Mura in his wonderful artifact shop. She confidently stated that because of Mura's modesty, Liznit would never show herself if she believed that this foolish creator of artifacts was to blame. Her friend quickly and firmly agreed, adding that she feared nothing with alcohol and was ready for any risky actions. The girls approach the door of Gail's workshop, knock, and ask to be let in. Suddenly, one of them gently pushes the door and notices that it is not locked at all. The friends, a bit embarrassed by their excessive caution, start laughing. They can't believe it turned out to be so simple. Mura is still laughing. She confidently declares that she will definitely go inside now and loudly asks if he is home. She cheerfully suggests meeting, having a drink together, and talking about life. Her friend in the background gladly and proudly supports Mura. Frozen by the girl's actions, Gail appears before them. He stands and gently embraces Gimli. They pressed warmly and tenderly against each other. The young man, still not understanding anything, asks confusedly what is actually happening here. Gimli glances briefly at the girls entering the room, while Mura in turn freezes from surprise and embarrassment, not knowing how to behave next. Morrow, noticing something strange and not understanding the full complexity of the situation happening around, anxiously turns to the boy, trying to find out what is really going on here. The man, noticeably upset and a little nervous, replies that he himself would like to figure it out. The boys gathered together, sat down at the table to have lunch and discuss all the truly important and interesting events happening around. Looking around, one of the boys noticed a heavy, tense atmosphere in the room. Gimli, focusing and gathering his thoughts, began to speak, addressing the others. She tells that the Dark Elves have been under the curse of the demonic king for 1,000 years. Suddenly, another girl interrupts her, worried that such talk might spoil the taste of the festive wine, but not wanting to delay events, she asks to continue the story. The girl returns to her tale. She says that the creature, which brave heroes defeated thousands of years ago, was almost immortal and extraordinarily strong. The girl focuses and says that during the last battle they still could not finally defeat him, so the ancient heroes divided his body into parts and turned them into artifacts scattered all over the world. Now no one knows exactly where these artifacts are located. Mura, understanding the whole essence of the story, asks if the heart of the Demon Queen is not just a name but the real heart of a demon. The boy, not hiding his surprise at what he heard, reacts with astonishment, and the girl in response smiles warmly and confidently confirms her words. She tells that the Demon King seeks to be reborn and is gradually regaining his former power. For this, he needs to find and collect the fragments of his body that were scattered across the world. Over many years, these parts of the Demon King have turned into powerful artifacts. The girl, gathering her thoughts, admits, for this dangerous mission he used them. After all, the Dark Elves, who were once close to the demons, had no real choice. She explained to them that even in such a state, when the powers are sealed, there still remains a huge magical energy inside, which they received from the Demon King. Therefore, he gave them a choice. Either cooperate with him or face complete destruction. The guys sitting at the table listened to her words in surprise. Gimli, lowering his head and admitting his worries, confesses that this is exactly why they could not refuse this difficult path. After all, when all the parts of the Demon King are gathered together, there is a risk that he will be reborn again, as has happened in ancient times. The boy agrees that this is indeed a serious problem. He asks if it would not be better to turn to those who call themselves heroes, as it was 1,000 years ago. But the girl objects and explains that most of the artifacts have already been collected in the village of the Dark Elves. Because of this, a powerful curse has fallen on the village, coming from these places. She looks at the man and understands. That is why they were looking not only for the parts, but also for someone who could lift this terrible curse and save them. The girl continues to tell. It was then that Gail Hamilton appeared, a master of cursed artifacts who could remove the spell from the heart of the Demon King. Her words add hope to the conversation, and the boy listens carefully to every word. The girls, looking intently at the boy, cannot believe their ears. At first, the man thinks. Then he shifts his gaze to what Ejimili said, trying to understand what to do next, and asks how they should proceed. She noticed that after their conversation, Gail looks thoughtful, and she herself has immersed in reflection. The woman cannot decide whether she did the right thing by revealing such an important secret to him, or if it all turned out to be a futile matter. The girl thinks about how everyone fears and avoids this thing, since even the Empire considers the heart of the Demon King a weapon of self-destruction. She wonders if it was too risky and senseless an act. The girl begins to lose hope, realizing that probably no one will fulfill this request. Suddenly, the boy, unable to contain his emotions, exclaims loudly and asks Gimli, "Is it true that in the village of the Dark Elves there are artifacts that, according to rumors, rival in power and might the things of the Demon King himself?" The girl agrees with the boy. She explains that all the artifacts made from the parts of the Demon King, which they collected in their village, can match the heart in power. The man, excitedly standing up from the table, joyfully says that he definitely must try to use them. The young man clenched his fists and felt that with these artifacts he was capable of creating something truly incredible. Suddenly, inspiration overwhelmed him, and he joyfully exclaimed about it, quickly moving forward. The girls, opening the door, surprisingly note that for him this is incredible. The power of these artifacts exceeds even the horror of the Demon Lord. Gail remarks that for the hero this journey is not an ordinary adventure at all. The girl notes that the Dark Elves do not swear allegiance to the greatness of the demons. She explains that once they, along with humans and demons, fought in a war against this, and for them, it was just one of many interspecies conflicts in the past. Now, after the defeat, they live almost without hostility. The girl explains that people are short-lived, so they quickly forget everything. Almost no one anymore feels hatred towards the Dark Elves, because most have even forgotten that they come from a demonic lineage. And with what intention does Gail approach the girls? Mura says that the very fact of the existence of the Demon King for the non-humans already seems like a fairy tale. The interlocutor agrees, and the elf adds that that is why her kin will be glad to see him among them. Suddenly, a young man approaches them, and with a smile supports her words. Suddenly, the girl asks to wait a minute. She stands up. Anger is visible on her face. She declares that she does not like this story at all. The boys look at her in surprise. She looks sternly at Gimli and says she does not trust these elves. The girl only smiles slightly in response. Sharina admits that they have known each other for quite a long time. She asks why she has been silent until now. If she hadn't accidentally come here with her friend this evening, she would never have found out about it right now. The girl bares her teeth in response, and her interlocutor continues telling her story. She explained that information about the parts of the Demon King is a strict secret outside the village, and threatening with it is strictly forbidden. Therefore, before revealing all the details to Gail, she carefully tested his abilities. Sharina became even angrier, clenched her teeth. Suddenly, the boy standing nearby felt as if he had seen this scene before. Sharina could not resist and took a sip from her glass. She asked the guy how he was doing and if he liked living near the farm. The man, looking at her in surprise, did not understand why she suddenly asked such questions. She says that she only meant how wonderful it is to live here and asks if he has already settled in. The boy replies that the city is really nice. There is tasty food, many dungeons to choose from, and there are always enough materials from the undead, which is very important to him. The girls look at him in surprise. The boy says that if the goods from his shop sold better, it would be quite good. Sharina replies that even despite the sales level, thanks to Gail, the city infrastructure has become much more interesting. She admits that she has seen many masters in her time and does not doubt the boy's skills, which greatly surprises the man. Then the girl asks if this is really so and says that they have been working together for some time, but he is the first master of cursed things whose creations she has had to face. Gail says that this profession usually does not get much attention. Talented people, having reached a certain level, quickly change it for another job. The guy admits that there is no craft worth bringing to absolute perfection. The girl listens to him and agrees with this. She says she does not consider herself useless because every profession is important and deserves respect. Morris adds that probably when you see such people among adventurers, you really understand how hard it is for her. The boy finally understands and admits that this profession is actually useless. He explains that the master of cursed objects can only support others, but is unable to fight independently. The girl points out that he himself takes part in battles. The man lowers his gaze and says that Kesh and others kept telling him this. Gail recalls how that man said he could not fight at all, as he was just an ordinary craftsman. Nothing more should be expected from him. All he can do is throw a knife from behind his back without causing any negative effects to his opponents. The man says he was warned not to go ahead and not to act like an advisor. Mura replies that in such a situation, she could only quietly reinforce the team's equipment. To this, the man says that maybe he shouldn't have gone alone. It would have been better to wait until they themselves kicked him out. Gail became sad because he noticed that he had become very withdrawn and looked at the world too narrowly. Suddenly, Sharina approached him. She lightly patted the immunologist on the head, supported him, and said that it was not worth paying attention to such nonsense. She says it's clear, when self-confidence is lost, it's not easy to regain it, but now that he has become a resident of Farmage, he should stay here forever. The girl smiles broadly and adds, if he wants, she will take care of him. The boy is confused by the girl's words, but suddenly Gimli notes that Sharina also sees potential in Gail. Unexpectedly, the girl suggests returning to their conversation. She adds that the boy is needed not only by Gimli, as she also does not want him to leave. The girl asked if it would be better to turn to the church in such a situation, but the interlocutor objected. Ordinary priests would not help here, since even they themselves had to ask the church for help, although they were ashamed. She admitted that they kidnapped famous priests and forced them to try to lift the curse, but it gave no result. Mura asked if this was not a violation of the law, and the boy asked if the person was really allowed to remain alive after that. The girl wonders why it is so important to lead Gail to the Dark Elves' settlement. Gimli replies that there is no other choice. Sharina notes that the boy is a valuable specialist, so he should not be risked. She turns to Mura and adds that there will be conditions for that. The girl agrees with this. The girls stand behind the boy. Mura declares that she will also join the mission as support. Sharina, sensing the mood, confidently announces that she will be a fighter on the front line. The boy looks at the girl in surprise, not understanding what she means. At that moment, Gimli quietly laughs and asks if they really want to form a team of 4 to lift the Demon King's curse. The man, despite his large size, smiles kindly and says that he is glad anyway. Then Sharina gathers courage and asks for permission to introduce their new team once again. The girl lists the names of all the group members: Sharina, Gimli, Mura, and Gail. Sharina raises a glass and makes a toast, wishing everyone luck in their new endeavor. The newly formed team, glass clinking, rejoices in new beginnings and future adventures. The friends smile broadly, as now they have truly become close to each other. The guys spend the whole evening having fun at the table, savoring dishes and tasting various drinks. The boy, watching the happy girls, notes that when he was in a squad with Kashi and others, he was rarely invited to calmly have a drink together like this. Suddenly, Mura approaches the boy. She looks at him with surprised eyes and asks if he has drunk too much. Mura worries about him and asks how he feels. The boy only sighs lightly and assures her that she is fine. The man felt that it was like an eternity ago, although not much time had actually passed. Maybe he should turn to the girls and say that something needs to be taken with them on the road and something left in Raqqa. In any case, they will have to create new cursed items. Mura replies that she is counting on him. Gimli returns home late in the evening. She quietly climbs the stairs to her room, lies down on the bed, dreaming of rest after a hard day. Suddenly, she feels as if someone is calling to her. The girl apologizes, says she is very tired, and asks to take the chest with her. The neighbor turns around, looks at the chest, and imagines how much money might be inside. But the chest seems to emit a creepy energy, and it seems that it will curse anyone who touches this wealth. The girl looks at the woman lying on the bed and asks if she is sure about her decision. Gimli admits that she heard how hard she tried to carry it out of the village, but Gimli immediately adds, all these efforts turned out to be in vain. The girl says that the owner of the cursed things, Gail, is a very strange man. She says that if the girl wants to get these treasures, then everything went successfully. She orders her to go further and prepare everything for the meeting. The girl adds that she has already sent her usual reports to the desk and hands her a stack of papers. Gimli picks up the sheets, reads them, and realizes that the monsters have started to act. She thinks that she is probably somehow involved in everything that is happening. As soon as the girl finished reading the letter, a wave of sad memories overwhelmed her. Gimli assured her that she remembered everything, so everything would be fine, even if some Cockatrice attacks had already begun. Behemoth suddenly went mad, and death itself intervened in the events and now awaits the part of the Demon King. The girl recalls all the events that happened earlier and realizes all of this is connected. She says it is not surprising, since the king could not have behaved calmly for a whole millennium. She does not doubt that there is something greater behind all this. Gimli understands that she needs to find the best way out using data from the guild network and Dark Elves' intelligence. After all, Gail is a true master of curious items. His skills are simply incredible, but predicting his actions is almost impossible. The girl notes that his combat skills are almost zero, but his curse can destroy even the most dangerous creatures. He's both weak and incredibly strong at the same time. After writing this, Gimli breaks the pen in anger. The girl, clenching her fists in anger, says that this is a contradiction. She understands that she cannot safely escort Gail on her own, so it is good that Sharina and Mura are nearby. She understands that their path mostly lies along roads, then they will go down the river, after which they will have to cross the inland seas by ship, and then a dense dark forest awaits. This is a true trial filled with fear and danger. The girl understands that if they go there unprepared, they might die on the way, never reaching the millennial curse. This would be no surprise. Then Gimli turns to his mistress Minerva and promises to definitely bring her Gail. Gail approaches Lysette and says it's time for him to leave. She replies that if her wound had already healed, she would definitely go with him. Gail explains that the Demon King's curse will remain in her body for some time, so she needs to focus on recovery. Lysette sincerely thanks him for his care. The boy carefully looks at his artifact and explains that he created an improved version of the Demon King's heart. He made it based on the artifact that Liz once wore, but now this item will no longer suddenly attack its owner, although the boy honestly admits he has not fully studied it yet. The boy says that an ordinary person only needs to touch him, and the curse will immediately destroy their soul and body. Gail understands how terrible this curse really is. Gail turns to Lazet and confesses that the store is his soul, as important as life itself. He says he will be calm knowing Liz will stay nearby. However, Gail admits he worries about only one thing: whether all the goods will be sold out before he returns. The man returns to the girl and advises, in that case, take previous orders from clients and promise to make additional batches later. The girl agrees but thinks to herself that since she started working here, sales have dropped significantly, so a similar situation is unlikely to happen. She sees the boy off, waving her hand at him. She understands that even facing terrible curses, he still does not lose his cheerfulness. The girl admits to herself that Gail Hamilton is truly an extraordinary guy. She looks at him with a sincere smile and genuinely wishes that luck is always on his side. The boy was walking through the city when suddenly the girls noticed him, and Mura called him by name. The boy, seeing his girlfriend, smiled warmly at her and waved his hand. Shalina says that everyone is already in place. The boy asks if she really leads the Guild of Blacksmiths. He wonders if she has enough strength to manage the entire workshop for a long time. The girl confidently replies that the guild will not fall apart, even if some of them leave for a certain time. At that moment, she turns around and sees Gimli approaching them. The girl reminds her not to forget their agreement, as it was thanks to this that she managed to persuade the Belgians to agree. Another girl fixes her hairstyle and replies that she remembers everything. The boy, understanding nothing, asks what they are talking about. Gimli explains to him that she decided to supply raw materials from her village to Shalina's forge. She says that usually this product is forbidden to be exported abroad. The boys sincerely wonder at her words. Shalina gets angry and says that the girl can also lie, so it is better for her to check it herself. Mura asked if the ore was so valuable that even Shalina wanted to go with them. The boy also became interested and asked what kind of ore it was. Gimli said that if they had already decided to go, she might tell them. She looked at them with a sly smile, and the boys exchanged confused glances, not understanding what was happening. The girl shrugs and with a smile says that it is Orshokum. Gail asks again which exactly Orshokum it is. Mura thinks for a moment, then sternly asks if it really is Orshokum. The man is surprised by the girl's reaction and asks why she is so impressed. In response, the girl wonders why he is so calm. She already understands that Gail knows nothing about rare materials unsuitable for making magical items. Mura looks intently at the man and prepares to explain what Orichalum is. She explains that this legendary ore, from which a sword can be forged, is so valuable that it would be enough to build an entire castle. If armor is made from it, no battle is frightening, as such ore is extraordinarily strong. The boy understands that for Gimli this is a wonderful find. He will get a magical item, and Shalina will have a unique ore. Gail says it would be great if others also received something valuable. The girl listened carefully to the boy, then turned away and with a smile said that she would definitely try to get something too. She asks him not to worry. Gail was surprised by the girl's courage, but suddenly Shalina said it was time for them to go. The boys sat in the cart, and Mura noticed that she hadn't ridden in one for a long time. The boy looked at the girl and realized that she was more precious to him than Orichalcum. The boy sat in the carriage. Mura looked carefully at Gail and understood it was time to set off on a journey with him. The wheels creak along the road near the edge of the field. The caravan of several carts moves northwest to a large distant metropolis far from the kingdom. Their goal is the trading city of Eblitz, located near the borders of the empire. Gail and Mura are bored on the road. The girl asks why this monotonous rattling makes her so sleepy. Her friend replies that, on the contrary, the drink tastes even better at such moments. Mura just shrugs and says that such behavior does not surprise her at all. The boy says that everything is fine since they took up the whole cart. Shalina agrees, adding that half the cart is occupied by cargo, so it is indeed not very comfortable here. The boy turns to her and asks again if she really doesn't know her limits, since the road is still long. To this, the girl replies that that's why she drinks, because there is nothing else to do anyway. Gail asks the girl with interest where her village is located. The girl answers that their village is located in a dark forest. Then she thinks, realizing that the road there is still very far, and adds that even if they hurry a lot, it will take them several days to get there. Suddenly she stops and asks if this is the same dark forest. Gimli confirms, saying he is not sure which forest the girl means, but if she knows only one with that name, then it is probably it. Mura grabs her head with her hands and curls up as if she feels unwell. The boy anxiously asks if she knows anything about this forest. The girl gets angry and asks if this is not the same legendary forest where the royal army perished. Gimli replies that it really was so. Then she notes that this is not a legend but a real historical fact. After that, the girl wonders if this is also the same forest where an ancient dragon once slept. Gimli denies it, saying that it is not true. In fact, they do not sleep but rather build nests. Hearing this, the girl starts swearing and asks if this is not the same forest from which no one returns alive, and does she really want to lead them into this terrible forest of death. Gimli tells that it seems the kingdom's army was destroyed by ancient dragons, and sincerely admits that she saw those dragons hunting people to feed their young. Mura is frightened and asks if Gimli really saw all this with her own eyes. She hesitantly asks how difficult this task is for adventurers. Shanley explains that the danger level is determined by the ranks of adventurers. Gimli adds that this is at least a level C task, and possibly more difficult. The girls realize that it was all over for them. Gimli replied that they would not go the way where ancient dragons live, so there is no need to worry. As far as she knows, they chose the safest path to the village of the Dark Elves. However, the girls still looked at her with distrust. The girls get angry and say they will go rest and sleep, but suddenly the boy comes to his senses and asks them to wait. Shenlina asks him if he remembered something. Gail warned that if they went that way, they would encounter many undead from that dead army. Shelina became even angrier, but Mura calmed her down by suggesting they meet that man in a dream. Soon the boys fell asleep, Jinli assured that she would lead them by the safest road she knows. She understands that relative safety does not yet mean complete safety, so she asks everyone to be vigilant. This advice applies to everyone. Thus ended the first stage of their journey. Gimli, full of joy, wakes the boys and tells them to get up, for it is here that they must change to new seats. The boys get off the cart and see a large ship. The girl says she has already prepared everything for the journey and warns them, when the cargo is unloaded, they need to sit as if they are back in the cart. The boy asks if the girl has already booked tickets for the ship. The girl happily confirms, adding that unlike the cramped carriage, it will be much more comfortable on the ship. She and Gail exchange cheerful glances. Gimli reports that they will sail further along the Cactus River, a large river that passes near agricultural towns. The boys, approaching the ship, joyfully exclaim that they are happy to start new adventures. Gimli shouted that everyone should quickly board the ship. Shelina asked not to push, she wouldn't run away anyway. Gail set off on his first journey, as did Mura. When the young man stepped onto the ship, he noticed that it was rocking heavily. The dark elf replied that it is always like that at first, but once you sit in your seat, the feeling will disappear. The sails filled with wind, and the ship slowly moved away from the shore. The ship majestically set sail from the pier and embarked on a long journey. Mura noted that swimming when there is no blazing sun is much more pleasant. The master believed that the steady sound of the waves has a special charm. It calms, allows one to relax, and for a moment forget all worries. Gimli said that it seemed they had almost reached their destination. The team gathered around the map and carefully examined every corner of it. They wondered if the map was really created by the guild. The girl replied that this map was not supposed to be shown at all, but an exception was made for them. The mage thought that obtaining such information from the guild probably costs a lot. Gail noticed that there were various marks on the map. Gimli said that all these signs were drawn by hand. The young man was genuinely surprised when he found detailed information about underground passages and valuable artifacts on the map. His suspicions were immediately confirmed. He was surprised that such valuable information was available to others. He was explained that this data is strictly classified and provided only for an additional fee. The sorceress, however, enthusiastically noted that having the opportunity to touch such unique knowledge is true luck. She solemnly announced that this map contained almost all the information the guild had about the surrounding territories, and even a little more. Shelina noticed that the map was old and showed lands she had never been to before. Her companion raised his eyebrows in surprise at such a confession, for even such an experienced explorer did not know everything. Gimli began to explain everything once again, repeating what she had told earlier in the cart. She emphasized that there are several routes leading to the Dark Elves' settlement. However, she advised choosing the safest road, even if it makes the journey longer. Shelina asked the girl which path she would choose if she were walking alone. The girl unexpectedly answered that she would go straight, which sincerely surprised everyone around. The girl said that she plans to quietly pass by the border fortresses. The team immediately realized they are not capable of pulling that off. More showed on the map where they would sail, first by river to the very mouth, and there they transfer to another ship, cross the bay and disembark at the port. Then they have to set off into the dark forest. Shelina added that there are impassable places there, so they will have to go around. They will reach the Dark Elves' village through a secret entrance. For the mage, the chosen path became a real trial. Gimli calmly noted that this was exactly how it was supposed to be. Mura continued to explain that upon entering the dark forest, the boys would have to get off the transport, as the main carts and ships would remain behind. In fact, they would not have to go far, because most of the way would be by water and roads. The girl noted that now they were calmly moving along the path previously laid out by the dark elf woman. She confirmed that the direction was chosen correctly, and thanks to this, the journey was easy and pleasant. Gimli decided that this expedition was a unique opportunity to lift the ancient curse that had haunted entire generations. Her companion agreed with her, as he also understood how important this mission was for history. The girl looked carefully at Gail and thought that it was he who would have to lift the ancient curse. Therefore, he had to definitely get there in the best physical shape. The boys became interested in the symbol of the castle that was depicted near her village, and noticed that something strange was happening in the middle of the forest. The dark elf replied that this was the castle of the Demon King. Silence fell on the ship, and everyone began to look at each other anxiously, realizing how serious everything had become. Gimli Gayson calmed everyone down, explaining that the castle no longer existed, only ruins remained. She said that the builders used the remains of the castle to erect new buildings. The boys were surprised and called it a very brave act. Moore also noted that the Dark Elves' village was located at the foot of the old castle of the Demon King. Given the close connection between the Dark Elves and the Demon King himself, such a situation was not surprising at all. Gail pointed out that if you look at the map, it is immediately clear the sea is really huge. The mage confirmed his words and added that this has long been known to everyone, even children. After all, the sea is so vast that no one would deny it. They noticed the center of the map, where a huge squid was drawn. Shalina was surprised to learn that squids live in these waters. She suggested fishing for squids, then cooking them and tasting them together with a tasty drink. The young man wisely decided that a sharp knife would come in handy in everyday matters, so he took it with him, relying on his own ingenuity. The girls sincerely rejoiced at this decision, knowing that he can cook deliciously, turning simple ingredients into real culinary masterpieces that please even the most demanding gourmets. Gimli noted that having a knife is a good idea, but such a large squid is unlikely to be suitable for a light snack. The other participants in the conversation became interested in her words and asked her to explain what exactly she meant. She said it was a sign of the Kraken, and she was more afraid that this demon seed could sink ships. Shalira asked if she had already compiled a dossier on all sea monsters. Kraken is a huge squid that often attacks ships, and everyone who stands in its way is doomed to die. The boy thoughtfully asked what to do if they suddenly had to meet this terrible creature, and if there is any refuge capable of saving them from inevitable death. The girl trembled just imagining such a situation. The sorceress shouted at the top of her voice that she did not want to die at all, and began to demand to be returned immediately. Gimli tried to calm everyone down, urging them not to panic, while two others aloud pondered whether they would be able to avoid the Kraken and how well everything was planned before the start of this journey. The Dark Elf explained that this trade route is quite popular. Many ships often pass here, and usually nothing bad happens. She hoped that their ship could somehow pass unnoticed. Gail noted that this is just an attempt to escape reality, more like a dream to return home, but the Dark Elf insisted, you can't just leave the ship. Others assured that she had taken literally all possible circumstances into account. Gimli understood that an encounter with the Kraken practically left them no chance of survival. However, the team had no other choice but to sail the sea if they wanted to reach the village of the Dark Elves. Besides everything, they have a curse master with incredible luck. If the enemy cannot be defeated, it is better not to meet him at all. She placed great hopes on the curse master, believing that his abilities would help them succeed in the expedition. Meanwhile, the owner of the magical powers was calmly resting in the hot springs, completely forgetting about all the upcoming dangers. The girls warned Gail not to even think about spying on them in the women's bathhouse, to which the boy replied with a smile that even if he wanted to, the high walls would not allow him to do so. He called it a true pleasure and did not expect to encounter a hotel with hot springs on his way. The men noticed that the boy clearly liked it here and added that one can enjoy bathing and drinking at the same time. People often say that where people gather, money and resources also flow. It is precisely in these places that boatmen most often stop and transport goods along the river. There are many piers on the Cactus River. He was asked what his name was and where he came from. Gail replied that he was from an agricultural town called Farm Edge. The men said that they were traveling merchants and traveled between cities selling various goods. The young man replied that he recently opened his own shop under his name and admitted that trading is not easy at all. 2012, in his shop, one can find rare items that are hard to buy in other stores. However, business is not going very well. Sales leave much to be desired. One of the interlocutors noted that even the best goods do not always find their buyer. He also emphasized that just having good goods and the ability to produce them is not enough. The main secret of successful trading lies in the ability to properly tell about your product and interest buyers. Gail appreciated the advice and promised to take it into account in his work. Then he explained that now the shop is managed by a girl who has health problems. On the one hand, it is good that the girl is no longer so busy with work. They say the boy left his wife for trading, hinting at difficulties in family relationships. But the boy explained that he traveled for goods, and the woman he was seen with was not his wife. He thanked the men for the useful advice and asked their names, but they replied that they were ordinary people and did not need him to know their names. The The young man confidently stated that everyone can do as they please. Hearing this, the others joyfully whispered among themselves, discussing goods and admiring this wonderful place. They confidently set off to the store, Young Seller, which stood at the edge of the farm, to look over the goods. Gail did not yet understand that at this very moment he had to meet the robber brothers. They pretended to be merchants and traveled to various cities, but in reality, they were engaged in robberies. The men decided that the next target would be the shop overseen by Lisnet. Shalina admitted that she seriously doubts the relationship between Gail and Mura. She angered her girlfriends even more when she said that discussing romantic stories in the middle of the night in a hotel room is a true female classic. Even then, when the girl first saw them together, she thought that before her was a couple in love who had secretly fled the capital, but she was told that it was just a coincidence. Mura explained that Gail simply moved to a new team because the previous one was so unsuccessful that he decided to go look for a better life. By chance, they ended up in the same car and just as accidentally reached Farm Edge. One of my friends called all this a suspicious series of coincidences. She added that it seemed they really ran away together, but Meg stubbornly denied it, explaining that the guy turned out to be decent and had helped her more than once. Gimli said that they survived mortal danger together, and over time, a true friendship developed between them. But Mura was terribly outraged by such assumptions and insisted that her friend was talking nonsense. She insisted if they need to explain their relationship in such detail, then they are simply devoted comrades. The mage jumped out of the water and loudly exclaimed that they are just comrades. But her friends looked at her strangely, as if sensing that her mood had changed. Gimli noted that other girls also have their chances to win the heart of the young man. Shalina added that Gail possesses great talent and can quite possibly become a worthy successor of their guild. Mura was stunned by such a statement and immediately understood that becoming the successor of the Blacksmith Guild practically means being accepted into the family. Realizing the importance of this moment, she addressed the last participant in the conversation and asked if she wished to become a mother to Sky. Shalina exclaimed that there is no mother here. The sorceress explained that elves and dwarves live much longer than ordinary people, and this worried her because of the great age difference. The former sharply ordered her to be silent, then asked Gimli with surprise why he was so happy. The girl continued to say that even the eldest among them liked this young man. She recalled the night when they entered the young man's shop and emphasized that it was then he was about to do something. Gimli admitted that she considers Gail an attractive young man. However, if other girls openly show that they are serious about him, she will not interfere with them. She has long learned to patiently wait for her happiness, but can this be compared to the burden of a millennial curse? Mura insisted that she and Gail are just friends. Then the girl suggested taking advantage of the opportunity while they are still in the hot springs and have some alcohol. She noted that drinking during bathing should be done carefully and in moderation. The sorceress sat with a glass of sake, thoughtfully recalling her words about how she and the young man remained just comrades. She was confident that they would remain friends until he himself showed interest in her. While the young man was on a distant journey, no customer entered the shop overseen by Lisnet. The girl was incredibly bored. Emptiness prevailed around. The shop stood wide open, but the customers seemed to have vanished into thin air. Suddenly a loud sound rang out, and Lisnet was immediately overcome by a wave of panic. The skull suddenly laughed and, breaking free, swiftly flew down. To the girl, everything that was happening seemed very strange. She did not understand why the figurine suddenly fell by itself and even got damaged. She felt in her heart that everything was going wrong and difficult times awaited ahead. She was worried that something bad might happen to Gail or to herself. Or it might happen that trouble would befall them both. The entire ship's crew was busy fishing. Shalina complained that 3 days had already passed at sea, and the boy still had not managed to catch a single fish. Then he added that the misfortune had affected everyone, but no one had ever been harmed by bites. Gimli calmed everyone down, saying that in such a situation there was no reason to worry. The most important thing was that they had managed to avoid the kraken. This was a clear sign that fortune was on their side. Mura emphasized that they had plenty of provisions. The dark elf asked Shaylin if she was not hungry at all. Shaylin proudly replied that catching a fish by herself, cutting it, cooking it, and eating it with her own hands was a special pleasure that should never be missed. Gail admitted that he also wanted to try out the new knife in action, if only he could catch at least one fish. When the team heard this confession, they all immediately froze in surprise. They opened their eyes wide and did not take their eyes off the blade. Shalina noted that such a knife could handle even a huge fish, and then asked with a smile if this tool was an artifact. Mura replied that she felt a strong déjà vu, as if she had encountered something similar before. The attendees were surprised by the question of whether this strange thing was the legendary death nightmare, but the young man calmly explained that he had turned it into an ordinary agricultural tool and made the rest of the parts into a convenient knife. Gimli was sincerely glad that no one managed to catch that fish. After all, such a strong tackle could accidentally cut through even the ship's hull. Shelina indifferently noted that these adventures seemed incredible and said that she noticed something in the distance. She was curious about when the little river became as wide and full-flowing as a real big river. Moore noticed that the shores were almost invisible, and Gail said that the area already resembled a real sea. Gimli agreed, adding that the salty sea wind and the quiet sound of waves could be felt here. The team watched with awe as a majestic view of endless waters stretching to the very horizon unfolded before them. Shelina felt the light breath of the sea breeze, and Mora enjoyed the pleasant scent of the air and emphasized how close they had come to the true element of the sea. The girls rejoiced in the fresh wind that filled the air with notes of freedom and adventure. But soon the pleasant impression was spoiled by the unpleasant smell of rotting meat that came from the box where the mysterious object was kept. Gail guessed that the terrible stench came from a substance he had recently brought from the defeated undead. He was immediately ordered to close the lid and not speak, as if it were wine, to avoid strange associations. Somewhere far away, the melodious ringing of the ship's bell sounded, announcing the ship's imminent departure. Against the backdrop of the usual city noise, the measured rustling of the sea waves, slowly rolling onto the shore, was clearly heard. Loud shouts of fresh fish sellers overshadowed the uncontrollable and rough cries of sailors who were still walking these streets yesterday. Gimli asked permission to carefully examine the huge river haven, where numerous ships calmly lay at anchor, waiting to load goods and passengers on board. Their final destination, the river port, was already very close. The boys looked with admiration and amazement at the huge ocean liner passing by, marveling at its size. Meanwhile, Gimli, laughing cheerfully, drew their attention to their faces filled with genuine surprise and real shock. She asked the boys to wait for her a little. Then she decisively jumped down and said she would go look for a merchant ship they could transfer to. She asked her friends to stay near the pier. The boys were unhappy that she left them alone in a strange place. This place, filled with fresh sea air and the cries of numerous seagulls, is called the Port of Nanan. It is here that the large inner bay connects with other countries, turning the port into an important trade center. Turning to her friends, Gimli joyfully told them that she had been lucky to find a merchant ship that would soon set sail, so luck was on their side. She also had interesting news that friends persistently asked her to share. The girl continued, sharing rumors about a recent attack on a warship of one of the countries. Shelina was surprised at what good side could be found in such an event. Gimli added that the captain of the merchant ship said, "The Kraken attacks rarely, it destroys one ship and disappears from sight for a while." He said it was more like a joke, as if the monster relieves tension after a long rest. At the same time, the first sincerely sympathized with those who became victims of the attack. The Dark Elf explained that it was precisely because of this special situation that today one ship would wait for the right moment to set out into the open sea. After that, she pointed her finger at the vessel that was standing nearby. The ship looked very old and worn out from time. People hurried to load the ship with heavy bales and boxes, carefully stacking each bag as if the success of the upcoming journey depended on it. Captain Nick sat smoking a cigar and smiling slyly. This openly annoyed and angered the crew members. Morris sarcastically remarked that it was obvious to everyone how the captain wanted to profit from the passengers' suffering. Taking advantage of the moment, when everyone had the chance to cross the sea before the Kraken appeared, Shelina thoughtfully added that any crisis is an opportunity to prove oneself and gain benefit. Gail interrupted the conversation and suggested first loading the goods onto the trading ship and then helping to carry the luggage. Shelina proposed to stop the pointless disputes and move on to discussing further actions. Despite everything, the sea route still remained the only option, and as a guildmaster, she understood the basics of organizing transportation. Mora honestly admitted that she still did not understand the whole situation, so Shelina decided to tell her again in detail about everything they had recently discussed. She explained that no one would dare to cross the border if it were not for Gimli's conviction. Even if someone submitted an official application to cross, it was unlikely to be approved, especially if the final destination was the dark forest thicket. Recently, the kingdom's army has significantly increased. Rumor has it that the soldiers' behavior has become unusual. It seems they are preparing for important military actions. The sea, noticeably agitated, asked what such tension could lead to, but her friend tried to calm her. She emphasized that these are only rumors now, spread in whispers, and there is still no reliable confirmation. The guildmaster added that there are rumors about several failed assassination attempts on high-ranking officials in the capital. It seems a serious political conflict is unfolding between the Empire and the kingdom. Shelina concluded her story by saying that a powerful artifact is hidden right in the heart of political intrigues. It is said to be capable of overturning the entire state system. It is hard to believe that such a thing could really exist and possess such enormous power. Mura anxiously asked her friend to speak more simply and frankly. She confirmed that this unique artifact is now truly being passed on to other people. Then Mura asked her to be silent. Shelina added that there were rumors of a major conflict between the kingdom and the empire. Gimli concluded that the sunken warships were significant evidence. Mura was worried because the matter was so serious that even the naval forces intervened. The dark elf noticed that both sides were trying at all costs to prevent any information leakage. The girls said that it was precisely because of this that border security was tightened. They explained what security measures have already been implemented, and now the main task of the fleet is to prevent the export of valuable artifacts. Everything is complicated by the fact that the problem really exists. It is no longer possible to use land routes at the border. That is why this trading ship becomes the ideal solution for the upcoming journey. Shelina detailed the situation and emphasized that under the current conditions, the only possible solution is to choose option C. The girl also said that going to the dark forest would require crossing the borders of several countries. According to her, ordinary people should not be hindered from moving freely, otherwise it will inevitably lead to the cessation of trade between states. Mura thoughtfully expressed her point of view, as she was surprised by this situation. She knew that relations between the kingdom and the empire had been quite stable until recently. Gimli agreed that her friend's words indeed sounded convincing. Perhaps states really do conduct their secret political games, hiding their true intentions even from their own citizens. From an outside perspective, these actions could be seen as an attempt to maintain a balance of power. She continued her thought, explaining that after the balance was disrupted, valuable artifacts suddenly began to appear on the market. Even the military power of both forces, which was previously equal, can now shift in either direction, significantly affecting the strategic situation. Now it can be said with confidence that two mighty beings are fighting for the right to become the main ones in the world. One of the main characters becomes the Demon King, who fervently desires to regain lost power and establish complete control over all countries and lands. Another important hero is a mysterious creature who tirelessly distributes artifacts to various peoples of the world. Shelina confusedly tried to understand who the mysterious player was and what he desired. Mura confidently refused to get involved in state disputes, and Gimli confidently noted. All three were interested in only one person, the formidable Demon King. Even these three, who had personally experienced the power of Gail's magical items, could not believe that such a person was capable of seizing power. In their eyes, he was a failure, and they could not even imagine that someone like him could become a threat to the entire world. It turned out that the hero the girls mentioned in conversation was Gail himself. Gimli realized it was time to pack up. Shelina remarked that it was wrong to force the boy to run back and forth. Moria added that all their belongings had to be loaded before the ship's departure and asked to wait a little. They froze in amazement, examining the young man who was laden with a huge number of large bags. Two companions were surprised at how this boy managed to carry the luggage of 4 people at once and endure such weight at all. Moore explained that the boy had a handmade bracelet artifact on his arm. It was created specifically to make it easier for him to carry heavy things. She continued, noting that Gail gradually became not just a person who carries things, but a real mobile warehouse. With each new journey, the luggage increased, and it turned into an endless process. Shelina noticed that the journey continued nonstop, from early morning until late evening, and the jokes about the young man had already begun to tire her. The boy was outraged, noticing how his friends mocked him. Then Gimli pointed out that even the simplest things here looked impressive. She understood that the boy, whom everyone considered a weirdo and a joker, could actually become the person who would overturn the whole world with the help of his cursed items. Gail anxiously asked what had happened. The girl was very confused and could not believe her thoughts. She quickly decided that it was all just a dream and tried to dismiss these troubling thoughts as soon as possible. Gimli quickly apologized, explaining that she had been a bit lost in thought and assured that she was already hurrying after him. The soldiers complained that the day before they had gone too far. Standing on guard under the scorching sun turned out to be a real ordeal. The warriors asked the crew to carefully check the luggage once more before the ship's departure. Gimli irritably remarked that she would have to go through another inspection, although that was the last thing she wanted right now. Alina herself suggested starting the inspection with her. The warrior respected her as a blacksmith and sincerely thanked her for understanding. After that, they checked the boy as well. Gail stunned everyone when she showed them the warehouse, filled to the ceiling with bodies. The soldiers wondered, was Gail a skilled creator of terrible curses, or simply a dangerous serial killer? However, the anxiety quickly disappeared when all the boys' strange artifacts were safely brought aboard the ship. From now on, the well-being of the entire crew completely depended on the power of those mysterious and dangerous artifacts made by Gail. Other team members expressed dissatisfaction and asked to remove these dangerous items, but the boy took such requests as rudeness and was deeply offended. Gimli greeted her with respect and noted that they had not yet had the chance to communicate before. The stranger introduced himself as the bosun of this very ship. The bosun said that this trading ship has been sailing the seas for a long time, and although it is old, it is a true veteran because it has traveled many sea routes. Although the sails are already well worn and have endured a lot, they still confidently catch the following wind, and the crew skillfully adjusts the tension so they easily cope with side winds. The bosun explained that the trading ship has been underway for a long time, but it is a true veteran, having traveled many sea routes. The young man showed the girl an impressive crossbow and said hopefully that he would like to avoid using it on this journey. He was urgently called, so he apologized and left. Meanwhile, Gimli decided that the ship actually looked much better than it had seemed to him at first. Mura and Shelina began to feel seasick. The girls complained that the sea waves rocked them much more strongly than the usual river ones, and admitted that they missed the calm of their native river boat. The girl anxiously asked the boy if he was comfortable sitting in the middle. Gail said that he wears a special collar with magical properties that helps him not to feel seasick. She thought that this decoration resembled thin, bony female fingers that seemed to invisibly squeeze the throat. The boy said that the ornament was made from the bones of the hands of a sailor's wife who became a legendary hero. According to legend, this woman stood on the Cape shore every day, regardless of the weather, and sincerely prayed for her husband's safety. Mura immediately guessed that this decoration was made from the remains of the one who prayed here. He added that his girlfriend was right from the very beginning, and this story had a continuation. The sailor constantly spent his earned money on gambling in every port, which caused him to accumulate huge debts. The girl guessed that he went to sea only for a new chance to gamble. Gail continued the story, adding that the sailor loved to have affairs in every port he visited. Rumor had it that he even had several official wives. Shelina laughed, noting that this guy loved not only to drink and gamble, but also always sought to have a good time. Even when the mistresses began coming to their house and the creditors insisted on debt repayment, the woman finally learned the whole truth. When the husband returned home again, his wife tightly embraced him by the neck and quickly asked him to tell her nothing more. Shelina explained that it is not just an ornament, but a collar imbued with the feelings of anger and despair of a distressed woman. Gimli also added that regardless of the intensity of the emotions experienced, the stabilizing effect during sea rolling works reliably. The boy apologized to the girls for having only one such thing and worried that he had left his team without help, but his girlfriend reassured him, saying they themselves do not want to feel those strange sensations that arise when wearing this decoration, so it is better to suffer from rocking. Gail aloud wondered why no one appreciated his miraculous remedy for seasickness. Suddenly, his thoughts were interrupted by an unexpected noise. A scuffle began on the deck between the Kias. Sailors bustled on the deck, shouting incomprehensible orders to each other in confusion, and could not understand what was happening. Shelina asked if they had already arrived at the place. Gimli replied that it was impossible, as there were still at least 3 days of sailing to the designated point. Meanwhile, the first of them quietly noted that she had noticed something suspicious. Suddenly, a small mound emerged from under the water. Gimli could not understand what was happening and said that nothing was visible yet, but something resembling a ship was looming in the distance. Mura, recalling the local ships, explained that it was not surprising, as this was a trade route where other vessels were often encountered. Gail smiled and jokingly said that it was probably a pirate ship. One of the girls laughed, adding that the chance of meeting real pirates was almost non-existent. Suddenly, an alarm siren sounded on the ship, and Shelina impatiently asked to turn off the signal because the loud noise was hurting her head a lot. One of the sailors loudly announced that a huge suspicious object was spotted nearby and decisively ordered everyone to immediately take their battle stations. The people on board immediately rushed to arm themselves, gripped by growing fear. Shelina loudly exclaimed that there was definitely something wrong with that sailor. Mura asked if a giant kraken had sunk the warship, and if pirates had appeared nearby. Gail seriously warned not to joke about this topic, as they definitely would not be able to handle pirates. Gimli was stunned by what she saw, and anxious suspicions churned in her soul. She recalled recent news that monsters had started acting much more actively than before. This news greatly worried her, as such events almost never foretold anything good. One of the sailors, armed with binoculars, noticed something suspicious ahead. Looking more closely, he realized that standing before him was none other than the legendary giant kraken. In an instant, all doubts vanished. From the depths rose enormous tentacles. The worst premonitions came true. It was the kraken. The sailor kept screaming piercingly, warning the crew. A terrible crack, which recently sank an entire warship, was moving straight towards them. Gail understood that such an attack did not fit their plan at all. Mura shouted anxiously that everything was going wrong. Shalina watched the approaching danger carefully and tensely, noticing how incredibly fast the monster was moving. The team froze with fear, watching spellbound as the giant monster tore through the surface of the sea with one powerful movement. The entire crew froze in horror, watching as a gigantic crack tore through the surface of the water. The mighty tentacles of the monster struck the ship's hull, making it tremble from the force of the blows. The team exclaimed that the kraken was simply amazing. In size, it was not bigger than their ship, but almost equal to it. It is rumored that the power of the Demon King who has returned extends not only to the inhabitants of the land, but also to the creatures of the sea depths. The sailors strictly ordered everyone to stick together. Then the young man confidently ordered to raise the sails and prepare to leave the dangerous zone as quickly as possible. Captain Nick, trembling with fear, shouted loudly and began tormenting himself with questions. Why have the monster's attacks become more frequent lately, and why has the kraken started hunting ships again now? Gimli said irritably that now is not the time to make assumptions. The most important thing is to survive this difficult situation. The girl emphasized that meaningless talks only waste time and could lead to the death of every crew member. Instead of wasting time, they should focus on making an action plan to stop the deadly monster. The sailor confidently told the captain that fleeing is the only way to survive, otherwise there is no chance. The captain agreed with his subordinate's opinion and loudly ordered to move forward at full speed. The ship gained speed and tried to break away from the terrible monster. The kraken suddenly dived into the depths of the sea and disappeared into the dark waters. The kraken rushed straight toward the ship. The sailors screamed. The monster not only caught up with the vessel but also overtook it. The captain realized with horror that the creature was moving too fast. Gimli recalled that octopuses are among the fastest creatures in the sea. This animal can calmly hover in the water without moving at all, thanks to its well-developed fins. They help it instantly stop and quickly gain speed in any direction. Just in front of the merchant ship, a giant crack suddenly appeared, immediately causing incredible horror among the passengers and crew. Everyone looked at the sea monster, which had a terrible appearance and enormous size. After that, people felt helplessness and despair. From the depths of the sea, this monster stretched out its huge tentacles and menacingly extended them toward the ship. It seemed that this relentless movement of flexible bodies had no end. The monster furiously waved its tentacles and began to destroy the ship, which caused Gimli real anger and outrage. At first, there was a crack. The main mast snapped and fell, tearing the sails. The ship lost the ability to maneuver and move forward. The sailors shouted in despair that there was no hope left, and then the captain called someone for help. Shalina shouted that the captain must fulfill his duties under any circumstances. Mura responded by reminding that the crew has weapons precisely to repel threats, and now they must engage in battle to drive out the enemy. The sailor emotionally replied that such an idea was simply crazy. The equipment on the ship was designed only to protect against small predators, such as sharks. It is hard to even imagine a merchant ship having gear to fight a giant like the kraken. Gail tiredly drew his friend's attention to someone fearlessly throwing himself into the stormy sea. Shalina desperately tried to stop the man, convincing him that in the icy water he would inevitably die from hypothermia. Gimli sadly admitted that the poor fellow had lost his mind from fear and was no longer able to perceive reality. It seemed that this unfortunate one chose death rather than face the cruelty of the kraken. Now the friends had to rely only on themselves. The entire crew gathered together to fight back the monster in this desperate battle. Gimli reported that she would take an observation post at the top of the mast, from where she could relay information about the kraken's actions to everyone. Shalina supported her friend's initiative and gave a sign to the monster to prepare for the attack. She felt the heavy gaze of the monster freeze on her, and her heart pounded wildly from sudden fear and anxiety. The girl screamed in horror, enchanted by the gaze of the giant, terrifying eyes of the monster, which instilled true fear. Gimli quickly warned his friend that the monster was about to attack from the side. Moria instantly used a special power, sending energy to her partner. Hildmeister used the rare skill of double activation, which caused sincere admiration and surprise among all other team members. Moore understood that she had used a new ability gained thanks to a special task, the magic of evolutionary enhancement. Now this magic worked twice as strong, giving her friend enormous power, but it also consumed significantly more energy. Believing in the success of the mission, the girl gave all her strength to support her friend. Shelina turned back to her friend, reminding her of the wonderful victory over the Cockatrice. Relying on her own experience, she activated the power of her weapon and used the combat skill, Burning Flame. The girl confidently declared that together they would destroy the hated octopus, burning it in the fire of her blazing hammer. She joyfully exclaimed that the Kraken underestimated their power in vain. At first, Shelina set herself the goal of dealing with the annoying tentacles that prevented her from moving forward. However, her attempt proved futile. The skin turned out to be extremely tough. This greatly upset and surprised the girl. Everyone who remained on the battlefield froze in amazement. The strong blow did not harm the enemy at all. Gimli noticed that the monster's slippery skin absorbed blows well. She was struck by the realization that no attack would harm this creature. Shelina loudly expressed her irritation to the monster, throwing angry words at it. But the reaction was immediate. Kraken instantly grabbed the girl's hammer with a tentacle and lifted her high into the air. Gimli anxiously called to her friend, asking her to release the weapon, otherwise the next tentacle would easily seize the hammer's owner herself. She added that Kraken's attacks are not limited to grabbing or striking. Rumor has it, this creature can swallow its victim whole. Shelina joked with a smile that she is too muscular and unappetizing, so she asked the Krak not to try to eat her. Realizing the inevitability of what was about to happen, the girl made up her mind. She released the hammer's handle and allowed herself to fall freely down. She understood that she was in a truly difficult situation, and her companion shouted in tension, watching her rapidly fall down. At the last moment, Shelina was caught by a sailor and the captain, preventing her from falling. The girl realized that she was saved by an old, worn safety rope. The young man sighed with relief. Even such a small thing can become a real help. Gimli admitted that she had only heard stories about such behavior of monsters before, but saw such a confrontation with her own eyes for the first time. The dark elf understood that the main threat from the Kraken is its long, flexible tentacles. It is with them that the monster skillfully grabs its victim, dooming it to death. The monster's tentacles move lightning fast, instantly squeezing their victim. After that, the victim turns into fine dust, disperses in the air, and merges with the sea foam. The girl understood that falling into the monster's embrace was a guaranteed death, so she fervently urged her friends to stay away and not touch its tentacles. Mura's legs trembled. She could barely stand under the weight of her own body. She was gripped by panic fear. She clearly understood that the enemy before her was much bigger and more dangerous than the giant basilisk they had defeated earlier. Shelina's hammer, which had defeated the adult Cockatrice, failed this time. The monster had extraordinary attack power and could turn any opponent into a cloud of dust. Moreover, they were in the open sea, where the monster felt completely free, had full advantage, and defeating it was almost impossible. The Kraken looked at the girl with its huge eyes, resembling plates. She stood frozen with horror, her body unable to move from fear. Gimli knew that squids not only had many special physical abilities, but also were very intelligent and could quickly learn new things. She also realized that the mast and sails were destroyed not by accident. It happened because of a carefully thought-out plan, as the monster turned out to be much smarter than she could imagine. Furthermore, considering that he met them for the first time, the Kraken already understood that Mura held an important place among this company. The dark elf exclaimed in surprise and urged her companion to be extremely careful. The Kraken's tentacles swiftly wrapped around the girl's delicate figure. Shelina knew well that her reliable hammer was no longer nearby, so now she could only hope for her own ingenuity. Moreover, she understood well, any careless or aggressive action without a weapon would inevitably end badly for her. In that case, these persistent tentacles would simply grab her. The girl feverishly tried to decide what to do next. Suddenly, Gail appears nearby and authoritatively orders the monster to immediately release the captive girl. Gimli noticed the blade of the knife and realized that even the cunning Kraken could not predict the actions of the most unpredictable member of their team. Gail, with a quick and precise sword movement, cut off the tentacles, instantly freeing the girl from the monster's dangerous embrace. Morale was very surprised. Small pieces of kraken flesh slowly swirled around her, forming a strange and disturbing dance in the air. The girl's heart pounded wildly, filled simultaneously with fear and relief. She remained alive, but now had to keep fighting. The boy met her gaze and thought that the sword he had forged himself turned out to be surprisingly convenient, even in a fight with such a giant. The kraken, accustomed to ruling the sea depths, was stunned and confused when it lost a tentacle. Meeting serious resistance for the first time, it felt weak, and its power was threatened. The young man quickly ran to the girl, looked carefully at her face, and anxiously asked if she was okay after the attack. She looked warmly at her rescuer and sincerely thanked him for his courage and quick reaction, thanks to which she remained unharmed. Mura could not believe she had lost self-control right in the middle of the battle, but when the ugly monster grabbed her with its strong tentacle, adrenaline surged sharply, and her thoughts became clear. At that decisive moment, she suddenly noticed the enemy's weak spot, the one that could become the key to victory. She said that this knife is the blade of the most powerful soul collector in the world. During battle, it must cut through everything that comes its way. Even the huge tentacle of the kraken, which no attacks had previously touched, was easily and quickly severed with one precise move of the magic blade. This is how the true power of this legendary sword manifested. However, there was a big problem. To strike, the owner had to get very close to the enemy, risking a counterattack from this gigantic creature. The mage looked carefully at Gimli and strictly ordered her to continuously watch every movement of the giant kraken, immediately reporting any changes in its position. Then she ordered Shaylin to concentrate and direct all her strength at the tentacles of the monster that were still moving. The girl said that if he could hold back the other tentacles, Gail would get a chance to get closer and attack the kraken. She added that in return she would cast support magic on Shaylin and the young man to enhance their combat abilities and increase the chances of a successful attack. The mage said that now she could cast spells on 2 people at once, as she had recently reached a new level of mastery and mastered this complex technique. First, she decided to remove the influence of the water's sway and the ship on the boys, then activated a spell that helped them immediately adapt to the surrounding conditions. Strengthening each fighter's abilities, she provided additional protection and accelerated their reactions. At the same time, the girl reminded the team to timely change tactics, when to attack and when to retreat. Thus, they gradually cornered the monster and weakened its defense. Gail understood if they cut off 9 more tentacles, the kraken would lose its ability to attack. Shaylin joked that after that, they would no longer have problems cooking squid dishes. The kraken came to its senses, was able to move again, and got into battle readiness, preparing to repel the hero's next attack. Gimli shouted fearfully, warning his comrades of the danger. At that moment, the remaining tentacles of the monster began to fiercely attack from both sides, forcing the team to quickly gather together and take a defensive stance. The young man understood well how serious everything had become. The situation had escalated, and now every mistake could cost the entire team their lives. Shelina immediately understood. Losing a tentacle only made the crack angrier. Its attacks turned into a real hurricane of rage and destruction. Now the creature sought to destroy its enemies at any cost, acting even faster and more aggressively, and it became even harder for the boys to resist such power. The guildmaster activated the blacksmith's reception and kicked away the attack. Gimli watched in amazement as her friend skillfully deflected the flexible tentacle landscape of the clumsy kraken. Morrow perfectly understood that using several spells simultaneously greatly exhausts his magical energy. The main question that troubled her was, what would run out first? Would the heroes be able to defeat the monster and prevail, or would she be the first to lose strength and fall from exhaustion, depleting her magical energy? Shelina smiled slightly and loudly addressed the kraken, mockingly stating that there was nothing to worry about. It had lost only 1 tentacle. She waved her hand as if inviting the monster to try to regain the lost advantage. But as soon as the monster tried to approach, the girl immediately launched an attack, using the slowness of the wounded enemy. While the young man was breathing heavily, trying to catch his breath, Gimli suddenly noticed that the magical enhancement was still working. It preserved his strength and helped endure this exhausting battle. She saw that Shelina successfully diverted the monster's attention to herself, while her partner, who had just recovered from fatigue, once again launched an attack, ready to use all his strength for the decisive blow. In her opinion, the young man really wanted to get to Morsaid, but his actions showed uncertainty and indecision. Gimli decided that if the enemy did not belong to the dead, whom the boy knew best how to fight, then such a development of events could be expected. In fact, putting a fighter who was used to covering the rear on the front line was too risky. The dark elf decided to help her comrades in battle and unleashed a powerful burst of fire at the monster. Hatred was written on the girl's face as she looked into the terrifying, bulging eyes of the Kraken. She was overcome with disgust and desperately wanted to end this nightmare as quickly as possible. But the large, bulging eyes proved an easy target, and Gimli skillfully took advantage of this. He tried to deprive the enemy of sight to make him less dangerous and less skilled in battle. Despite the failure, the girl understood from the very beginning that this method was unlikely to cause serious harm to the monster, as its body was much stronger than it initially seemed. Besides, she activated a special smoke grenade in advance. When the grenade fell, a thick cloud of smoke spread around. This gave her temporary protection and the opportunity to change position. Gail rushed into the attack swiftly. Gimli loudly shouts, confident that now is the time to deliver the decisive blow. The boy used a special skill. He activated grind mode, which allowed him to deliver incredibly powerful chopping blows that easily sliced the monster's flesh into pieces. The dark elf understood. For the young man to successfully attack, it was necessary to completely block the enemy's view with a thick smoke screen. Otherwise, due to Kraken's quick reaction, a precise strike was out of the question. Moreover, Gail was a strange combination of weakness and strength. His vulnerability made him an easy target for strong opponents, but thanks to his masterful weapon skills, he could change the course of the battle with one precise strike. Huge pieces of torn tentacle flesh rained down from above, instantly filling the air with a terrible smell of blood and entrails. Everything around turned into a terrifying scene of chaos and destruction. Shelina exclaimed joyfully, proud of how skillfully Gail was striking. Mura, watching this, thought that such abilities resembled a skilled chef who expertly wields a knife. Gimli counted how many tentacles the monster still had, and noted with satisfaction that it had already lost half of its limbs. Now the monster had only 5 dangerous tentacles left, which greatly eased the squad's further actions. The smoke began to dissipate, and the Kraken saw the boys again. Now he once again posed a threat to the entire team. The dark elf ordered the young man to immediately retreat to a safe distance, away from the tentacles, to avoid a sudden attack by the monster. The boy ran swiftly, glancing back repeatedly, assessing the situation and choosing the safest path for escape. But right behind the running hero, a huge chasm opened. Its size and proximity so impressed Gail that he truly became frightened. His confidence and composure vanished without a trace. Gimli's anxiety grew, so he loudly shouted the boy's name, hoping to attract his attention and warn him of the danger. The Kraken released a huge cloud of ink. The ink released by the monster turned into a powerful wave. It rolled onto the ship's deck, sweeping away everything in its path and enveloping the vessel in impenetrable darkness. The wave was so powerful that the sword slipped from the boy's hands, spun in the water flow, and fell onto the deck. The girls screamed when they realized that Gail was right under the devastating wave. The boy was choking in a convulsive cough, trying in vain to get rid of the sticky ink residue that clogged his throat and lungs. His head was spinning, and he could barely breathe. The boy realized that the ink had penetrated deep into his eyes, burning the mucous membrane and temporarily depriving him of sight, which made the situation even more dangerous and unpredictable. Gimli remembered that the Kraken, like an ordinary squid, could release ink clouds to protect itself and confuse the enemy. The boy saw absolutely nothing. Everything before his eyes was covered by darkness. Now he could only rely on the help of others until the irritating liquid stopped affecting his senses. The sailor looked at the blade with surprise as it cast back a wave of thick ink. Taking the opportunity, he wanted to raise the mysterious sword and use it against the Kraken, but his partner suddenly stopped him, warning that this thing emits ominous dark energy and might be cursed since ancient times. Gimli explained that although the owner had renewed the blade, in the past it was still a terrible symbol of death. Therefore, he believes it is difficult to predict what will happen if this knife ends up in the hands of another person. She explained that this blade can cut anyone here, not distinguishing between friends or enemies, or it can even cut off its own head. Bosun carefully assessed the situation, intently looking at the artifact. He understood that it was the most powerful and at the same time the most dangerous thing among all the objects known to him. Its power could bring both great benefit and cause irreparable harm. Shelina tried to draw her friend's attention to what was happening around. She insisted, with the Kraken, some strange changes are beginning and immediate action is needed. His gigantic body began to tremble slightly, as if convulsions were occurring inside, heralding the start of a new phase of the fight or an attempt to do something unusual. The hero was surprised when he saw how the monster regrew its lost limbs. All the deadly tentacles grew back again, making it even harder to fight him. All who took part in the battle suddenly froze. They were completely stunned and alarmed. They realized that all their progress in the battle with the monster had vanished. Gimli noted that although the kraken had indeed regrown new tentacles, the overall strength and life energy of the monster had significantly decreased. The team managed to clearly plan the battle tactics. They lured Trishchina to a place advantageous for themselves, where his movements were restricted, and he had to fight several opponents at once. Shalina said worriedly that Gail was in a very dangerous situation because he was completely blinded by ink, and no one else could skillfully wield a sword. Mura agreed with her, adding that the team had lost the only real way to weaken the monster. The fury of the kraken reached its peak. It targeted the young hero, whose stubbornness and talent caused the monster so much pain and humiliation. The young man energetically rubbed his eyes, and over time his vision began to return. Although it was still foggy and unclear, he felt that now he had a better chance of surviving this battle. When his vision somewhat recovered, the boy cautiously opened his eyes. He anxiously inquired what had happened while he saw nothing and what role he could now play in the further events. As soon as the boy began to say something, one of the long tentacles of the kraken suddenly wrapped around him, squeezed tightly, and left no chance to break free on his own. The Master of Curses hung high in the sky, gripped by strong tentacles. He struggled fiercely, trying to break free from the embrace of the sea monster, using all his strength and magic. Suddenly Gimli realized that Kraken had activated a special ability, Deadly Destruction. Now every movement of his tentacles became a lethal threat to anyone nearby. Mura was horrified, realizing that the same thing could happen to Gail as happened to that hammer. Shalina was overwhelmed with anger and anxiety. She tried with all her might to outshout the roar of battle, begging the monster to release her friend, who was on the brink of death. The kraken rudely interrupted her indignation. He sharply threw one of his tentacles toward the girl, flinging her far aside with great force. What he saw only increased his anxiety for the fate of her friend. Gimli was overwhelmed by a deep feeling of guilt and regret, tormented by doubts. She did not understand why she had dragged her dear friend into this dangerous journey, where unknown threats lurk at every step, and there is always a risk of losing a loved one forever. Her soul was tormented even more by memories of the past, for it was she who dragged the unfamiliar young man into the secret affairs of the Dark Elf clan, involving him in a dangerous conflict where every mistake could cost a life. The girl's soul was torn apart by heavy thoughts. She realized, if she had not insisted on his participation, the young man could have avoided the inevitable encounter with death, which loomed over them in this last, desperate clash. I would have continued to lead a calm, measured life, working in a cozy little shop, doing my favorite thing and enjoying simple joys, far from bloody battles and the constant threat of death. Gimli quietly whispered words of forgiveness, sincerely wishing to atone for her guilt in the young man's fate. She considered herself guilty of the tragedy unfolding right before her eyes. Moira, overwhelmed by unspoken love and a sharp sense of the injustice of fate, could not come to terms with the cruel truth. She cried out the name of her dear one in despair, as if hoping to stop the relentless end. An extraordinary force appeared in the crack, releasing its most terrible ability, devastating destruction. Streams of destructive energy scattered in all directions, turning all living things to ashes. The girls froze in place, bound by fear. They only watched the catastrophe unfolding on their ship, unable to change anything or somehow influence the events happening right before their eyes. Suddenly, Gail activated his unique ability, Reverse Destruction of Death. Powerful waves of destruction flew back directly at the kraken, tearing its body from the inside and weakening all its protective barriers. The girls watched the events with admiration, trying to understand what was happening. They were amazed at how unexpectedly the situation changed thanks to the ingenuity and courage of their friend. Gimli was very surprised when he realized that the action worked in reverse. The energetic impulse turned around and directed the destructive force against the master himself, although earlier she did not believe that this was even possible. Mora was stunned to see the kraken instantly crumble into many parts, and Shaylin was overwhelmed with surprise. She could not understand what exactly had happened and what consequences this would have for their group going forward. Both returned to the young boy. The boy slowly turned around, meeting the girl's curious gaze and giving her a slight smile, full of confidence and the inner calm of a victor. Gail explained to them that all these events happened because of the artifact that hung around his neck. Carefully removing the ornament, he placed it on his palm. But as soon as he finished speaking, the necklace shattered with a loud crack into small pieces and scattered across the entire ship's deck. Moore suddenly realized that the destroyed artifact was the same legendary cursed necklace. Gail explained if a powerful blow is received, the damage doubles and then returns to the attacker. This triggers a special effect called Wife's Revenge, which multiplies the power of the first attack many times over. Shalina called this unusual amulet a symbol of justice and retribution. She explained that with its help, any evil returns to the wrongdoer 100-fold. The young man continued explaining that the crack initially restored the lost limbs, using all its strength for this. Then it received in response its own deadly technique, but with double power, and this instantly destroyed it. Despite how many ships this sea predator sank, fate decided otherwise. At the end of his life, he himself became food for small fish. This vividly shows how unpredictable the circle of life and the laws of nature can be. Shalina asked the young man if he expected such a turn of events, but in response heard a denial. He emphasized that everything happened by accident, and success during the fight largely depended on luck. Gail explained that he was completely focused on completing his task. He was trying to save the lives of his comrades and achieve a common goal, not expecting such an unexpected end to the conflict at all. At the same time, he emphasized that if the Kraken had used a different technique, for example, delivered a direct blow or started pulling the victim inside, then the activation of the artifact would no longer have given a special effect, and the fight would have ended very differently. Mura could not hide her joy and relief, as she was confident that all her friends were alive and well, and the danger had passed, so hope for a happy future appeared. She came closer, gently embraced the young man, and joyfully expressed her deep affection and sincere happiness about the successful completion of the trial. The young man reminded her that he still had ink on him, and she might get stained, hinting that she needed to be careful. But for Moira, it did not matter, because next to her beloved person she felt true happiness, and all the little things and inconveniences became unimportant. She sincerely confessed to Gail that the anxiety and discomfort caused by the tentacle touches she tried to replace with warm and pleasant embraces that gave her peace and confidence. When the girl touched the man on the shoulder, it sincerely embarrassed him. He was confused by such sincere tenderness, as he was not used to open displays of feelings, especially when there was a stranger nearby. The young man cautiously took the initiative. He gently ran his fingers through Mora's hair, trying to calm her and show his sympathy and care. Gimli joyfully announced that the destruction of the leader meant the liberation of the trade route from the threat of other representatives of this species. It seems that it is precisely luck and Gail's special abilities that will become the guarantee of safety for all who travel this route in the future. This will help avoid dangers and ensure stable trade development. One of the crew members asked in surprise why the Kraken exploded, and his comrades loudly raised a fuss. They shouted that the main thing was victory, and no one wanted to delve into the details. The crew joyfully raised their hands up, celebrating the rescue of the ship and the destruction of the main threat. Everyone understood how important this success was for the common welfare and the future of the crew. Gimli knew well that despite all their courage and great achievements, the authorities would not pay attention to their efforts and would not reward them. After all, the world is arranged so that true heroes rarely receive deserved payment. Captain Nick asked distrustfully if the Kraken really still showed signs of life. This question greatly upset and worried the girls, and they began to carefully observe the sea from the ship's deck. The sailors gladly asked the captain to return to the ship. The captain insisted that boats be sent immediately to the scene for their rescue. They were informed that after the ship was fully repaired, the mission would be officially considered completed. The bosun hurried to correct himself, apologized, and told everyone present that he had unpleasant news. The blade, which once had a crack cut into it, remained lost. The crew had to leave it on the deck, fearing the consequences of the curse associated with this sword. During the powerful explosion, it was probably thrown far into the depths of the sea. The disappointed sailor added to his story that even the huge mast, which the monstrous creature had broken, disappeared without a trace, as if dissolved in the waves. This further emphasized the scale of the tragedy and the depth of the losses. However, the man admitted that the loss of property was nothing compared to the lives saved, and accepted this loss, convinced that the most important thing was to preserve life and health. The boy agreed with this. Gail calmed Bosun, explaining that there was no need to apologize. The materials needed to make the same blade were easy to find. As soon as they returned home, he would make a new weapon that would be no worse than the previous one. Moreover, almost all the harmful properties of this material, about 99%, had been eliminated. Now it could be used without fear of negative consequences. The boy was so focused on wiping the sticky ink stains from his eyes that he did not listen to the conversation at all and missed important details. The girls were truly impressed when they heard from the boy that rare components for creating a new sword were already available. He also said that the curse associated with these materials was almost completely neutralized. They could not believe their ears and even suspected it was someone's joke. Shalina pulled the boy to herself, asking him not to joke because her nerves were already on edge. The young man replied that he was not joking at all, but telling the sincere truth. Meanwhile, Gimli thought that this man could indeed surprise her with the most incredible possibilities and discoveries. She wearily leaned on the ship's railing, lost in thoughts about the events of the past day and her impressions of the meeting with the young gentleman who had managed to win her heart. The girl was already preparing to return home, eagerly awaiting the moment she could introduce this man to Madame Minerva. This is exactly how Gimli imagined the unique talent and ingenuity of Gail Hamilton, proud to be able to introduce her to his close ones and demonstrate her outstanding abilities to everyone. The woman sat down to rest on a large gray stone nearby. She turned her face to the warm sun rays and enjoyed the silence of the forest. It was Minerva, the wise and majestic ruler of the Dark Elf clan, who first foresaw the future events. But as folk wisdom says, trouble never comes alone. Even such an experienced and insightful person as Gimli could not imagine what trials awaited him and the whole team ahead. It was a new danger that appeared at sea. A new danger was rapidly approaching the ship on which the heroes were traveling. Soon it would confront the crew face to face, and the young warriors would have to show courage and endurance. Laying out the fragments of the broken object before him, Gail sadly remembered how beautiful this artifact had been. Once it was a reliable friend and inspired new achievements, but now it remained forever a helpless ruin. The girls supported the young man, reminding him that the main task, to defeat the Kraken, had already been accomplished, and the artifact truly helped and saved the lives of the entire team. The young man politely agreed with their words, but immediately added that for a master and collector like him, the loss of unique items is a special sorrow, almost as painful as losing a close person. What upset Gail the most was that no one noticed the brilliance of her design. She was hurt that people did not appreciate the uniqueness and beauty of the things she created. Suddenly his face lit up. He understood a simple and elegant solution that could fix the situation and restore justice. It often happens that the artist's intention and vision remain unclear to the general public. Only after years, and sometimes after the author's death, does true recognition come to them. The only one who truly appreciated the exquisite taste of the boy in choosing cursed artifacts was the girl, who was just as fascinated by mysterious sciences as he was. Therefore, Gail awaited the upcoming meeting with the girl with pleasant excitement, dreaming of hearing about her adventures and new impressions. Vivian approached Princess Carla and said she was going to accompany her during the Pharma Edge inspection. The princess asked if the matter could be settled without the girl's involvement, but Vivian firmly refused. Bright birds smoothly soared high in the sky, freely gliding over the surface of the sea and illuminating everything around with bright flashes of their wings. Jelena was intently repairing the ship. From time to time, she heard apologies from the sailor, who tried to ease the tension that had arisen between them after previous disputes. He told her that she was just a passenger, but still helps with the repairs. To this, the girl confidently replied that although she does not have special skills in ship repair, as an experienced blacksmith, she will do her best to ensure the crew completes the work on time and with quality. So far, the travelers have managed to avoid disaster through joint efforts. They closed all the openings and reinforced the ship's hull so that it would not sink. The sailor sadly noted that the biggest problem was the damaged mainmast. It was broken by the Kraken's tentacles and sank to the bottom, so it was impossible to restore it with the materials and tools available on board. Gimli rightly noted that without a repaired mast, it will be extremely difficult, or possibly impossible, to steer the ship, so it is necessary to find another way to reach the destination as soon as possible. So the circumstances turned out very unfavorable. The crew was left alone on the damaged ship in the middle of the endless ocean, cut off from help, and urgently needed support and supplies to move on. Gail noted that their ship now looked more like a large vessel than an ordinary sailing ship. However, others added, considering all the difficulties they had recently endured, it was worth rejoicing at least that the ship was still afloat and had not sunk to the bottom of the ocean. Gimli, as expected, fully agreed with his friend's opinion. She began to feel loneliness and detachment, which gradually engulfed the entire team. In the midst of the endless ocean, everyone was tormented by anxiety and uncertainty about the future and the possibility of rescue. Over time, this feeling will grow stronger, and along with it, hunger will intensify as food supplies will steadily decrease. Of course, when passengers and crew members remain in isolation and face resource shortages, it is very difficult for them to control their emotions and maintain sanity, often leading to conflicts and riots as everyone starts fighting for the last supplies. Gimli sincerely prayed to the gods, hoping that everything would be resolved before an open clash began, and hunger forced the passengers to take desperate measures for survival. Captain Nick appeared with an encouraging speech. he reported that according to preliminary estimates, the ship was unlikely to sink, as the crew had done their job well and no serious leaks were found. Besides, the moment came to show what a captain capable of, who loves the sea with all his soul and in return feels its favor. Mura hesitantly asked if it was even possible to steer the ship in such a critical situation, but the man calmly promised that now everyone would see true mastery of control with their own eyes and be convinced that he had made the right decisions. It turned out that all the captain did was simply light a smoke signal beacon. The man said that their rescue depended only on chance. Perhaps some ship would pass by and save them. Mura advised not to light signal fires to avoid attracting too much attention. Shelina wondered how likely it was that the right vessel would appear nearby, in the middle of the endless sea right now. Gimli added that the only consolation now is the calm sea. However, since the sails are badly damaged, and it is no longer possible to steer the ship properly, in case of a storm, the whole crew will have to hold on with courage and hope for a happy ending. Shelina added that patching the hull is only a temporary solution that does not guarantee the strength of the entire structure. If a strong storm begins, the damage could become more serious, and it is impossible to predict where the water will start to enter. In that case, the ship could really sink. Mura tiredly looked at the horizon, noticing how sharply the color of the clouds and the direction of the wind had changed. This clearly indicated that the weather was about to worsen, and the situation could become even worse. Gail noticed something strange nearby. It quickly became clear that the object of observation was a vessel. The observer confirmed, the ship is heading straight to the accident site, which brought him true relief and joy. Shelina smiled and reminded the captain how quickly their ship appeared, once again emphasizing his fame as the favorite of the sea element. The heroes loudly and together called for help, attracting the attention of the approaching ship's crew, and showed that they were ready to tell about the misfortune that had happened to them. Mura suddenly turned pale, staring into the distance. She said that the ship approaching looked strange and abandoned. Shelina confirmed her friend's anxiety, noting that the appearance of this ship aroused serious suspicions. It looked even worse than their own. Gimli was seized by fear when he realized that the old ship was moving towards them with incredible force, which clearly did not obey the laws of physics. It seemed that some otherworldly forces had intervened here. She said with fear that it was a ghost ship. There is an ancient belief. If you encounter a mysterious ship sailing on despite serious hull damage, it is considered a bad omen, foretelling great troubles and probable disaster. Gail's words sent a real chill of fear through the girls. Their hearts began to beat faster, and the young man, absorbed in discussing the details, did not even notice how the atmosphere around became tense and eerie. Feeling genuine anxiety, the braggarts rushed to ring the ship's bell with all their might. Panic gripped the crew, the voices of men and women merged into one anxious murmur. Everyone warned that after the victory over the Kraken, a terrifying ghost ship was now chasing them, hiding dangers invisible to the eye and bringing new suffering and hardships. Gimli suddenly noticed a familiar symbol of the Empire depicted on the ship's mast. He immediately recognized the official banner of the Imperial Army, which awakened mixed feelings and memories in him. Recalling previous conversations, she realized the military ship sunk by the Kraken belonged to the Imperial Army fleet. This meant it was a real ghost ship that had come to life after the crew's death and now continued its existence as a phantom. Captain Nick carefully observed everything happening and noticed that the mysterious ship had turned its bow toward them. He expressed hope that the mooring ropes would help conduct the meeting without threat to the crew and vessel. Boston explained that a ramming attack is a tactic where a ship at full speed crashes into the enemy with its bow, resembling a horn. Also at sea, shooting, fire from ballistae and catapults, and boarding are often used, well-known naval combat tactics. Captain Nick added that in the case of a ram, a huge hole would definitely appear in the ship's side. Gimli understood. Now the ghost ship aimed to ram their merchant boat. At that moment, he recalled the saying about being struck from all sides, when there is no time even to catch one's breath. She realized that escaping on a damaged ship was impossible. Their strength was exhausted after the battle with the Kraken, so there was nothing left to defend with. The only chance to survive was to try to negotiate with the enemies to stop the attack. The Dark Elf suggested that the phantom ship held the souls of those drowned by the Kraken, and therefore they had already taken revenge, and there was no point in attacking again. The captain asked her not to speak nonsense, as in his opinion, it was impossible to communicate with ghosts. He advised her to carefully observe the figures on the phantom ship's deck, explaining that this was necessary to be sure of the reality of what was happening, and to better understand whom they would have to face. The captain explained that due to the experienced horror, the consciousness of these people completely disappeared. These creatures find pleasure only in bringing others grief, sadness, and misfortunes. They are not alive but represent embodied death, bodiless souls of drowned people who retained only the desire to sow destruction and chaos. The man had no idea that one day in the middle of the endless sea, he would encounter the undead. The bosun decided that the time before the collision was the last minute God had given them. He sat down to write a letter to his wife and daughter, who remained in the port. He hid his message in a bottle, threw it into the sea, and sincerely prayed that the letter would reach his loved ones. The man trembled with fear and tension so much that he could barely hold the pen. His lines came out crooked and almost illegible. Seeing his despair, Shelina said ironically that if there was no way out, then all they had left was to drink once more. Gimli mentally addressed Lady Minerva, complaining to her about the hopelessness of the situation. Mura agreed with him and realized, the drowned are driven only by envy of the living and a desire to punish them for life itself. And suddenly an unexpected thought struck her. The girl said that they had a person who could communicate with the undead. Gail was surprised because no one thought they would encounter the undead in the middle of the sea. The dark elf sighed demonstratively, as if emphasizing that everyone around repeated the same thing, and only one person perceived the problem differently. Shelina looked at the young man in surprise and asked if he really could talk even with the inhabitants of the world of the dead. It was pouring rain outside. The girl called the boy in the black raincoat. She looked worried and did not pay any attention to the downpour. The girl suggested that the boy talk to the ghost crew members on the ship and try to lift the curse if they were truly undead. She recalled that the boy had done something similar before. She pressed her lips, carefully watching his face. She eagerly awaited his answer. Gail immediately said that it was a good idea. He looked too happy for such a situation. The girl thoughtfully said that sea battles with such a number of enemies would be completely unlike those that took place in the dungeon. Jayla was asked if he had a plan, and the boy immediately answered confidently that he did. Fortunately, there was still enough time to set up the magical artifacts. The young man, working intently, installed 3 amulets in different places on the ship, which had an unusual appearance and resembled an inverted slingshot with a skull. Having completed this important task, Gail with a slight smile went to the ship's captain. At that moment, the captain stood on the deck, watching with horror and anxiety the ominous ghost ship that was approaching them closer and closer. The man in the hat, understanding the seriousness of the situation, said that during a ram, not only the one being attacked but also the attacker suffers damage. This can cause serious consequences for both sides. He noted that in the worst case, their ship could sink along with the enemy vessel, and that would be a real disaster for the entire crew. He looked intently ahead, his pupils narrowed. Then he explained that once in battles they acted so roughly, but over time they abandoned this because ships were very expensive. But the ghostly ship rapidly approaching them paid no attention to such trifles. It confidently cut through the waves, and its tattered sails fluttered in the wind. Gail tried to calm the captain, who kept thinking about the ramming attack. She said he needed to be nearby if the ship collided. It is at this moment that the young man will be able to convey the most powerful effect of magical artifacts. When the boy finished, the girl asked if he really wanted to do with the whole ship the same thing he always does with the undead. With a smile on his face, Gail said that this is exactly how he intends to lift the curse from the entire ship and its crew. The girl with long ears did not immediately believe the boy, so she asked again if it was really possible. The boy replied that theoretically yes, but they would not know for sure until they tried themselves. The elf girl thoughtfully raised her eyes to the boundless sky, diving into her thoughts. A note of anxiety sounded in her voice when she said that if their brave plan did not come to fruition, this place would turn into their nameless grave, which no one would ever remember. Before them stood a choice. Either inevitable death awaited them all, or perhaps they could lift the curse that hung over them like a dark shadow. The ships were quickly sailing closer and closer, bringing everyone closer to an unavoidable outcome. The entire squad formed a circle and together repeated the anxious phrase, as if strengthening their unity and determination. The girl with glasses on her head looked attentively at the sorcerer and spoke words of support. Now everything depended only on him, for it was his power that would decide their fate. The girl with long hair realized it was time to act. She called Gail to her. Placing her hands on her chest as if preparing for something important, she looked at him with a sincere desire to help and support him in this decisive moment. In a moment, the girl uttered a spell of adaptation to the environment, and a magical circle lit up between them. The boy was surprised to see this. Mura assured that when the ghost ship appeared, even if their trading ship rocked heavily on the waves, she would help the boy stay on his feet. Gail thanked her with a warm, sincere smile. The girl exclaimed with joy that between death and lifting the curse, she chose hope. Her confident and hopeful words quickly spread throughout the ship. Moore thought that the head had still spent too little time with Gail, but remained silent. The man agreed with her words and confidently moved toward the ghost ship. The hero raised his head as the ship approached. The vessel was very old. Its planks and almost the entire structure were already quite worn out. The weapons on board were also covered with rust. The entire crew of dead sailors looked at the boy from the ship. Their skin was rotten, most had no eyes. However, they were all dressed in uniform. As expected from an Imperial ship, it was significantly larger than the trading vessels. The crew whispered among themselves, saying that if they were shot at, it would all be over. They also joked that communicating with these sailors was as difficult as with a giant squid. The captain held firmly onto a part of the ship and sternly ordered everyone to prepare for impact, as the collision was inevitable. Everyone immediately obeyed the command and grabbed onto whatever could save them. The mage spread his arms to the sides and looked carefully at the ship. Confidence shone in his eyes. Gail casts the spell Greater Remove Curse. Huge magical circles appear under both ships, brightly illuminating the sea. The young man exhausted himself trying to gather all his strength. It was noticeable that he was struggling and anxious. After all, the fates of many depended on him. Mura, with wide-open eyes, looked at Gail and mentally begged him to save not only the people from their ship, but also those who were on the ghost ship. Everything around shone and was empty. Only from time to time did the air cut through with flickering reflections. Gail stood opposite the captain of the ghost ship. Behind the captain, several dozen sailors lined up in a row. The dead man in the captain's cap looked at the young man with empty eye sockets, quietly and intently. The boy, not expecting such a meeting, froze and also looked at him with surprise, trying to understand what was really happening. The mage wizard smiled warmly, his lips gently stretched into a friendly smile. He barely nodded his head, as if confirming something important. His gaze was soft and full of understanding, without any fear or contempt, and this was quite unlike how people usually react when meeting a dead man. The large ship, which almost rammed the small trading vessel, turned around at the last moment, even before colliding with it. The girls, holding tightly to the side of their boat, watched everything happening in confusion. One of them, not hiding her surprise and curiosity, loudly asked what it all meant. Two ships stood side by side, so close that it seemed, if only one wanted, one could easily jump from one board to the other without any safety measures. This created a special feeling of closeness and tension between them. The trading ship was half the size of the majestic ghost galleon, but externally looked much better. Its sails shone in the sun, and although the hull was patched in places, it had no visible holes. The wind had completely died down, and the waves calmed. An unusual silence prevailed around, adding even more mystery to the place. Dark-haired Elle said that the ship stopped as soon as it touched their transport. The captain noted that from the side it seemed as if the ship had carefully moored nearby. They looked at each other in confusion and simultaneously began to speak about what it could mean. The whole crew was glad that they managed to avoid the ram at the last moment and escape. The sailors even cried with happiness. Moore looked up at the sky and thought that this was not all that had happened. The storm, which had previously rushed with terrible force, gradually subsided and turned into a light, almost imperceptible breeze. The flag, proudly fluttering on the ship's mast, now gently swayed under the breath of this gentle breeze, as if greeting the surrounding world. The girl, who wore glasses on her head, carefully looked at the water surface, and with surprise noticed that the turbulent storm waves suddenly changed to ordinary light ripples. Such unexpected changes impressed her so much that she immediately shared this discovery with others. She raised her eyes to the sky and calmly remarked that the gloomy sky was gradually clearing, as if the weather itself wanted to give them some light and clarity. Meanwhile, the man in the striped shirt, who was leaning on the table and kneeling in the cabin, noticed that it had become quiet and calm around. Then he realized that the storm outside had finally subsided. He raised his head and carefully listened to the surrounding sounds. However, when he overcame his inner doubts and finally decided to leave the cabin, he cautiously opened the door and went out onto the deck, carefully looking around. His gaze slid across the space, and he stopped at the gigantic ship. Finally, it dawned on him what had happened after their strange journey. On the ghostly ship, the captain together with the sailors watched the people below. Their faces were motionless, as if everyone was waiting for the next command. The gaze of the dead man in the captain's cap made Gail attract the attention of the entire crew of the merchant ship. He continued to stand on the wooden beam and, placing his hand to his forehead, saluted. Then he ordered all his men to do the same. They looked at each other, hesitating. But in a moment, everyone in the small boat repeated after the boy. They also saluted the phantom ship and its crew. The souls of the dead began to be freed and dissolve into the sky. Suddenly, the immaterial figure of the dead captain, enveloped in light, appeared above his body. He saluted the youth's gesture, a calm smile shining on his face, eyes closed. Mage slowly returned the smile, feeling an invisible bond and mutual understanding between them. The phantom drew the sword from its sheath so confidently and majestically that it looked as if she truly held a real weapon in her hands. She moved lightly and clearly, as if alive, although in reality only a shadow of a memory from the past remained of her. The captain, showing respect and gratitude, drew a sign in the air resembling a symbol, then bowed slightly, sincerely thanking the young man for everything he had done for him. Gail, with a pounding heart, watched as the silhouette of the freed soul slowly dissolved into the air, vanishing into the boundless expanses. Sun rays gradually pierced through the clouds, gently illuminating everything around and filling the space with a sense of a new beginning. The girl with long ears and dark skin asked if this was an exciting spectacle. Mura, smiling, replied that she still could not believe her eyes. Jayla was asked if these were really the souls of all the undead from the ghost ship, but the boy just closed his eyes and calmly replied that it was not so. The girls instantly turned their backs to each other and began anxiously looking around, asking the sorcerer if there were any dead left. The boy stood aside, appearing calm, though fatigue was visible on his face. He scratched the back of his head as if apologizing and said that on the contrary, the impulse was so powerful that even lost souls from the seabed escaped to freedom. Both girls thought that such power was too great. The dark-skinned elf girl climbed aboard the ship, wondering what to do next. She said that although the dead were driven out, this trading ship still could not move from its place, so in her opinion, the situation remained hopeless. The girl thoughtfully looked at the sky. Mura, addressing the seagull that landed on the ship's side, smiled slightly sadly and admitted that she envied the birds because they know how to fly. Seeing that the team's mood was falling but not losing optimism, Gail confidently proposed a joint solution to everyone. He smiled broadly and kindly and said that they could simply transfer to another ship. Hearing his proposal, the girls anxiously asked what exactly he meant by this strange idea. Mura was confused and did not immediately understand which transport the boy was talking about. The elf also initially objected because he realized that he hinted at the ghost ship. But seeing how serious everything was, he admitted there really was no other choice. Gail happily pointed to the phantom ship that had almost sunk their boat a few minutes ago. A genuine excitement lit up in his eyes. The girls looked at the boy with disapproval and incomprehension when he suggested his idea. They could not believe that someone could take such a risk seriously. Smiling even wider, the young man cheerfully said that if they boarded the ghost ship, they would be able to continue the journey. The old ship creaked sadly from age. The half-rotted planks and torn sails did not inspire confidence. It seemed that the vessel would fall apart at any moment, but the wizard seriously proposed to set off. Before the crew boarded the new ship, Gail shared with everyone what the deceased sailors had told him. The former crew members were grateful to the heroes for the victory over the Kraken, so they decided to give them their precious vessel. The girls were impressed by this story. The sailors doubted whether this was the right decision and discussed among themselves whether they would really have to board this dreadful ship. The girl with glasses on her head whispered to herself, trying to drive away the ghosts. Suddenly, Gail addressed her. Shelina said that even after repairs, the merchant ship could not be saved. The damage was too serious, and it would soon sink anyway. The boy understood her perfectly. One of the sailors said there was no other choice and ordered everyone to immediately reload their belongings. At that moment, the captain of the merchant vessel lay on the deck, tightly hugging his ship. He was in pain and sad because he would soon have to part with his most precious friend. The tattered sails of the giant ship, which once proudly fluttered in the wind, were now again filled with strong gusts. They majestically fluttered, emphasizing the power and strength of this vessel. The next day, the team gathered all the necessary things and was ready to move on. The girls looked sadly at the trading ship that had traveled such a long distance with them. The ship slowly sank, as if hinting that its mission here was complete. The good-natured sailor with a smile on his face said that the weight of the cargo had increased the ship's draft, which helped the vessel remain stable on the waves. Morel sincerely thanked the ship for the support and help it gave them in these difficult times. The girls lingered for a moment on their former transport, barely smiling and enjoying the last moments of its grandeur. At that moment, they again heard the sounds of their new ship, and their faces immediately darkened with anxiety. Everyone understood how many dangers awaited them ahead. Together, they lowered their gaze along the ship's side, which was completely covered with various mollusks that had grown onto the wood. The girls thoughtfully noted that their new ship really looked like a ghost, judging by the amount of seaweed and underwater creatures on it. Mora noted that it seemed all the difficulties of the sea voyage were finally behind them. The elf praised only Gail, since he solved two problems at once, both with the ghost ship and with their vessel being stuck. The dark-skinned girl continued to say that even experienced heroes were not capable of such things. Only someone who truly mastered the cursed weapon could do it. At that moment, Shelina approached them and reported that she had managed to find many valuable things. The girl, with an incredibly sweet and joyful smile, brought with her a military crossbow and an Imperial battle axe. She hugged them tightly as if they were her favorite toys. Melodiously humming, Shelina noted that even after being in seawater, these things would last a very long time if cleaned well. Gail approached the girls and was surprised to see how much there was on the ship. The boy brought 2 bags with what he called fresh materials from the undead. The young man himself was a bit dirty, but still kept smiling. The girls stepped back from him and began to make remarks. Mura asked how the body could be fresh if it was dead and everything had already rotted, and it also gave off an unpleasant smell. The captain gathered everyone together and announced that thanks to Gail and his comrades, they could finally return to their old route. Everyone began sincerely applauding their rescuers. The wizard, scratching his head, awkwardly admitted that he had cast an enhancing spell on the ghost ship. While the other girls spent the whole night unloading, he was enchanting the ship, and thanks to his magic, they would now be able to sail faster than any other vessel. But all the girls looked at the boy with obvious displeasure. They covered their faces and whispered, "Capturing the ghost ship is already something incredible, but turning it into a magical artifact has never happened before." Besides the phantom ship, they also got gold ingots that had no owner. Seeing this wealth, one of the sailors decided to check if they could really take everything. The girl with dark skin and long ears confirmed that this was so, but for that the ship must stop at the ports shown by the sailor, and do so in the order he says. To this, the man nodded with a joyful smile and replied that it was nothing if in this way they could thank the heroes. The captain assured everyone that he had already revealed who exactly helped them obtain this ship and who was the reason for the victory over the Kraken. That is why there was not a single person on this vessel who would object to the Savior's request. Gail cleared his throat as if about to say something important. Then he seriously declared that, as the creator of this artifact, he would tell everyone about the features of the magical item made from a real phantom ship. He proudly and joyfully raised his hands and spoke loudly so that everyone around would be ready to hear about his extraordinary abilities. The ship's crew looked at the boy with surprise, not understanding what features he was talking about. They didn't grasp anything at all. The girls with embarrassed faces listened to the young man and whispered among themselves that everything had started again. However, yesterday he had performed a real feat, so there was nothing to fear in this. The story began with the history of the artifact. Once it was a gigantic Imperial ship, and later, when it became lifeless, it gradually transformed into what it is now. Now the ship has incredible capabilities. It has become faster and incapable of sinking. Everyone was delighted with such transportation possibilities, and one of the crew members even said that for any sailor this is a true dream. With pride, Gail showed another of his creations, a huge catapult decorated with many fangs and bones. He assured that the judge would be completely safe even in case of an attack. The young man with curiosity in his eyes picked up one of the skulls lying on the deck and smiled, saying that these things, by the way, somewhat resemble projectiles. The sailors' eyes lit up. They really liked its unusual appearance. They were sure this would wonderfully scare off pirates who often threaten them. The elf just looked at him awkwardly and quietly remarked that he would simply close his eyes not to see this terrible sight. The boy headed to the upper deck. He was eager to share with his team the new invention he had recently created. It was an improvement for steering, meant to make their journey safer and easier. Climbing the stairs, he solemnly uttered a phrase that intrigued the sailor even more. Gail confidently stated that now they would witness something unusual, something that cannot be comprehended by ordinary minds and goes beyond usual notions of seafaring. Approaching the helm, which was turning by itself and looked as if it were alive, the boy proudly announced that now the control operates in automatic mode. Everyone on the deck could not believe their eyes and watched this unusual phenomenon with admiration. However, Mura looked closely at the helm, as if she noticed something, and exclaimed in surprise, trying to understand what was happening. The ship was controlled by a spirit that had full power over it. At first, this was not noticeable at all, but the girl almost immediately understood what the trick was. She began shouting at the sorcerer, claiming that this was not an autopilot, but some ghost controlling the ship. To this, Gail, slightly embarrassed, replied that there was almost no difference. You just need to indicate the direction, name the destination, and the ghost ship will get there by itself. The captain's face showed a mixture of joy and embarrassment. He said that all of this seemed simply incredible. Now the captain was waiting for an answer from the caster crew. Where should the ship head? Elf answered immediately and smiled lightly. She confidently stretched out her right hand forward and said that now they needed to keep the course northeast because their next target was located there. Mora, Shalina, and Gail exchanged glances, looked at her approvingly, and smiled. They already felt that a new adventure awaited them ahead. The next moment, as if on command, the boys together said that their road leads to the mysterious dark forest, which enticed with its secrets. The wind blew stronger on the tattered sails, and everyone felt that the ghostly ship, as if coming to life, set off in the right direction, leaving all doubts behind. The captain, seeing that the ship had indeed moved from its place, could not hide his excitement. The young man, eager to finish the story about his creation and summarize everything said earlier, decided to voice one more important thought about this unusual ship. But the girls' faces suddenly changed sharply, and displeasure appeared on them. They immediately guessed what the boy wanted to say and what terrible secret he might be hiding behind his words. The captain and sailors, on the contrary, stood still, confused and stunned. Their faces expressed only deep incomprehension of everything that was happening. Gail was still smiling and, raising his index finger, joyfully said that, of course, this ship was cursed. Three girls sighed heavily because they understood something was wrong here. They knew that this guy always looks for trickery in everything, especially in such matters, so this development of events did not surprise them at all. The team was still confused, trying to understand what curse was on their fine new ship. The boy spread his arms wide and cheerfully said that having found himself on this ship, he would never be able to get off it. His words stunned everyone present. The captain grabbed his head and cried out loud, realizing the trouble they had gotten into. The girl with long ears, covering part of her face with her right hand, asked what they should do when they arrive at the destination, since they would not be able to disembark then. Gail smiled and replied that the problem could be solved simply by lifting the curse. Mura immediately reminded the boy that only he could handle it. At that moment, one of the sailors, holding his bandaged hand, like the captain, was quietly crying. The girl reproached the boy for his arrogance, as if he were suggesting that the poor eat pastries instead of bread. His words indeed sounded arrogant. At that moment, the young man took out several talismans against the curse and handed them to the captain and the sailor. Gail also said that if they need more amulets, they can always visit her magic things shop on the outskirts of the farm. The enchanter also explained that skulls for the catapult are consumable materials. The crew took the talismans and then declared that nothing would work without them. Everyone looked confused, as if they had just been outsmarted. The girl with glasses on her head told the boy that he was beginning to understand this matter. The elf girl lowered her gaze, and a shadow of sadness flashed in her eyes. The mention of the magical items shop made her thoughtful. She decided to gather her friends, Gail, Moru, and Shalina. When the elf called them, all three immediately turned to her, filled with curiosity and eagerness to find out what she would say. Gimli, a little uncertainly and with a trembling voice, confessed that all this time she had not found the strength to say what had long tormented her heart. Now she sincerely asks forgiveness from her friends. Hearing these words, the boy was surprised by the unexpectedness and importance of her confession. In her memory, memories of recent events began to surface: a crack during the attack, the pursuit of the ghost ship. The girl sadly realized that they had to face the danger of death again and again. She understood that she had put not only herself, but all her friends at risk. Gimli blamed herself for everything that happened, thinking that if she had not dragged her comrades into the problems of the Dark Elf clan, everything could have turned out differently. She tried to apologize for her actions again, but she was cut off mid-sentence. Mora and Gail did everything possible to calm her down, assuring her that there was nothing more to worry about. They said that everything had already ended well, and everyone remained alive. Moreover, everyone here unanimously decided to follow the elf in her future adventures. After all, it is impossible to steer a ghost ship if you stay on the shore and do not feel such unusual emotions. The boy finished his thought, agreeing that their journey was indeed difficult, but he was glad that they were exploring the unknown and overcoming difficulties together. Shalina thoughtfully scratched her head and also joined the conversation. She is sure that if the demon lord fully revives, it will become a problem not only for the Dark Elf clan. She immediately laughed and said that she did not want to get into a situation where even drinking peacefully is impossible. Gimli looked awkwardly at his friend. Gail, Mora, and Shalina smiled at the elf. She also smiled in response, then ran her hand over her face, wiping away tears that shone in her eyes. However, she quietly noted that the salty wind that stings the eyes was to blame. The heroes moved forward calmly when the elf with long ears and dark skin suddenly turned to Mora as if she remembered something. She asked if the girl had said anything to Gail and if she had not forgotten her promise. The long-haired girl was embarrassed and tried to avoid answering. Mora admitted that being next to this insensitive boy all the time, she did not even have the chance to say anything. The elf suspiciously asked if the girl would continue to remain silent. A slight smile appeared on her face, and the blonde said that Mura had simply fooled everyone, so she should try herself as a fraudster. In response, the girl sweetly but displeasedly frowned and asked not to joke with her like that. She tried to justify herself, explaining that the boy constantly collected materials from zombies and then spent the whole night casting spells over artifacts. All of this looked like real madness. Mura continued to say that the young man would never be the first to say, "I love you," or "I hate you," because he is attracted only to obsessions and curses. The elf sarcastically added that avoiding love is a special talent of the girl. To this, Mura again asked not to mock her. The long-haired girl rested her head on her hands and closed her eyes. She seemed to have finally accepted her difficult situation and decided no longer to justify her actions and feelings. Her friend, watching this, was sincerely impressed. Mura quietly confessed that she is actually just afraid of being pushed away. The elf with long ears looked at her attentively and listened silently without interrupting. Mura said that now, being near Gail, she feels true happiness like never before. If she starts looking for even more happiness and suddenly nothing comes of it, she will be afraid to lose everything she has now. At that very moment, she was watching the boy who was enthusiastically discussing materials and what they could be used for. Mura continued her confession, admitting that maybe, over time, it will become so awkward between them that she will no longer be able to be on the same team with him. For her, that would be a real tragedy. The elf woman pondered her friend's words, realizing how deep her feelings were. Then she said that every person has their own way of thinking, as they see the world through the prism of their own emotions and fears. She added that while Mura is thinking like that, some other girl might win Gail's heart. The long-haired girl puffed out her cheeks, and tears sparkled in her eyes. The elf made a cute and funny grimace again, pointed to herself, and said that she is exactly one of those women. Mura added with surprise that the only thing she does is tease that girl. While Gail and his team's journey was already nearing its end, important events were also happening on land. Two men in cloaks and masks on their faces reached the agricultural town of Farm Edge. One of them read the sign on the artifact shop, which said, "Master of Cursed Things Gail." He said in surprise that he had never heard of this and asked his brother what they should do now. The other man replied that now that they had come this far, they simply had no choice, they had to act. One by one, the brothers entered the shop. Near the entrance, they were greeted by a friendly maid who politely said hello. However, the men did not even raise their eyes. The expression on the girl's face changed instantly. Contempt appeared in her eyes, and she coldly said that these two clearly did not look like customers. The men spoke among themselves, realizing that she had noticed their equipment, and now they had only one way out. Fortunately, there was no one here, and one of the men calmly suggested inspecting the goods after they got rid of the girl. As soon as he said this, the man sharply threw a dagger toward the maid. She dodged and exhaled. Suddenly, dozens of throwing knives flashed before her eyes, flying straight at her. She reacted instantly. She raised the stand behind which she was hiding and shielded herself from the unexpected attack with it. The men asked in surprise how she managed to use the tabletop as a shield against their joint attack. The girl called them dirty robbers and warned that she had prepared traps especially for those like them. She gave them a sidelong glance as if she did not take them seriously at all. She quickly returned the tabletop to its place. The brothers enthusiastically noted her agility and speed, adding that in the place of an ordinary person, there would already be nothing but holes. A sinister smile appeared on the maid's face. She said that, unfortunately, she was not an ordinary person at all. The dark-haired girl said that she belonged to the darkness. Her words frightened the men, and it was visible on their tense faces. The maid called them pathetic and added that if she were in better shape, she would have caught at least one knife and thrown it back, depriving them of life. One of the men shouted that she should not be arrogant, since there were two of them and she was alone. The girl snapped her fingers and calmly replied, "Well then, so be it." The brother said that in such a painful state she had no chance to win, and went to the girl, trying to jump on her and grab her. But in response, the girl only smiled and confidently said that close combat is her element. Liznit nimbly jumped over the line of attackers, delivered several precise strikes, and elegantly turned on one leg. Another girl hit one of the men with all her might, not wasting any extra time on it. She grabbed the other man by the head and looked at him with contempt. In an instant, the maid suddenly jumped up and struck the attacker in the chest with her knee. The blow knocked the wind out of him, and red liquid flowed from beneath his mask. The second man tried to get behind her, but she jumped again, turned around midair, and was ready for a new strike. Turning around, he struck the man directly in the face with his elbow, and the man nearly lost consciousness. Continuing the fight, the girl noticed that knees and elbows are the strongest parts of our body, regardless of your build or shape. they can be called the natural weapons of a person. Attacking barehanded a person who knows martial arts is simply senseless. As soon as both brothers sat on the floor, the maid began to mock them, asking what had happened. Did they really no longer have any weapons left? The girl clarified that she meant their throwing knives, which couldn't even fly far. She kept insisting that no matter how many times they lunged, they would never even touch the girl. At that moment, the gaze of one of the attackers stopped on the unusual sword hanging on the wall. The man grabbed the blade and laughed, for he was holding the sought weapon right in his hands. The second man stood nearby and supported him. Suddenly, one of the brothers glanced at the other, who had no weapons at all. The sword suddenly blackened, and it seemed as if someone's souls were visible on its blade. The unarmed man shouted to his brother to stop, warning that the sword might be cursed, but unfortunately, he was already too late. The man, under the influence of a curse, suddenly attacked his comrade. The second did not have time to react and was wounded in the arm. He could not believe what had just happened. True horror was written in his eyes. The man sat on the floor, leaning against the wall, and tried to reach his brother. He said that he aimed the weapon at the wrong person and asked what he was really doing. The attacker grabbed the cursed weapon with his other hand, hoping to stop it, but his body did not obey, and he could not simply get rid of the sword. He was forced to watch it all. A sinister smile appeared on her face again. She looked at both of them with obvious satisfaction and contempt. Addressing the attackers, she explained that when a person loses self-control, they make mistakes they would never have made in a calm environment. For example, she grabs this cursed thing without a moment's hesitation. At this moment, her ability to think rationally disappears. The men look at the girl in horror. Liznit said that she constantly provoked them to throw them off track and gain a psychological advantage. The girl recalls that because of this, she got confused at the moment when the crowd of undead was defeated by Gail, who remained calm. The girl returned again to her brother with the sword and said that he made the right choice. He took the bloodied sword in his hands. A drop of thick red liquid dripped down the blade. Liznit explained that this artifact vampirism converts inflicted damage into the owner's health restoration, a true masterpiece that allows attacking and healing simultaneously. Immersed in her memories, the girl repeatedly replayed in her mind the conversation with the sorcerer about how vampirism works. Without hesitation, she answered Gail's question. She explained that this ability allows her to heal herself at the expense of received injuries. The boy was completely satisfied with her answer. Then, carefully examining the sword, the boy proudly said that this weapon possesses vampirism, and, as he noted, with the highest coefficient. Liznit put her finger to her chin and thoughtfully said that even 20% is already an impressive result. She turned to the sorcerer and asked if he would say that the probability was exactly 50%. He asked for the number again, then confidently replied that it was not like that at all. The girl, with a slight disappointment on her face, closed her eyes and quietly said that she thought so. After that, Gail sharply replied that the sword is absolutely real, and these words incredibly surprised the maid. She grabbed the boy by the shoulders and began to assure him that this is impossible, because such a thing simply does not exist. The sorcerer only smiled and said that everything depends on the material. This is the whole essence of cursed artifacts. Liznit looked at him with suspicion and misunderstanding. This is a bloody holy sword. Its blade has a wavy shape, and a small skull can be seen on the hilt. In one country, during a struggle for inheritance, a man personally killed his brothers. They say it was with this very sword that he took their lives. Now this weapon is kept in an artifact shop. It hangs on the wall. Liznit said that this sword already has a dark past, but if it falls into the hands of the cursed artifact master named Gail, even the most incredible spells can come true. The boy agreed with her words. Raising his index finger, he added that the sword had one special property from the very beginning. This weapon cuts down everyone nearby, regardless of the will of its owner. The maid asked how this could be used. The boy immediately replied that, for example, it would come in handy during solo missions. The girl pondered and said that in that case, there really would be no need to worry about it attacking allies. She also added that although solo quests sometimes make one feel lonely, during battle, this feeling can even help raise fighting spirit. Gail, thoughtfully stroking his chin, continued the list. He gave the example of organizing a rebellion. After all, it is precisely in such moments, when nerves might fail, that this sword helps get the job done without hesitation. The girl confirmed that among mercenaries, there are often situations when trembling hands can cause them to miss and fail the task. She reflected on these words. Even if the owner doubts, this sword will still do its job. This is a unique ability that even the best artifacts cannot boast of. It is precisely such properties that distinguish cursed items created by darkness. They are much deeper than they seem at first glance. Listenet looked carefully at the young man. She was not at all surprised that Gail Hamilton was so fascinated by cursed things. Returning from memories to reality, the girl said that it seems this type especially strongly attracts the blood of siblings. When you put on this weapon, it is impossible to remove it. Even if your strength is exhausted, it forces its owner to keep fighting. At this moment, both men looked truly frightened. The maid continued her story, looking as if she wanted to scare naughty children with a scary story. She said that the owner waved this sword until his very death. The brothers stood in tears and screamed in fear like little children. The girl could have calmly continued watching this spectacle, but she said she did not want to wipe blood from the floor. It was too much trouble. At this moment, Listenet shifted her gaze from the killer to the maids. The brothers tried to look away from her. The girl threw a piece of paper with symbols right onto the forehead of the man with the sword, and a magical circle immediately appeared above it. Her friend said that as a gift for the first visit, she would give him an amulet to remove the curse. Finally, the sword slipped from his bandaged hand. Listenet scratched her head and said that if they start treatment quickly, maybe he will survive. The next moment her gaze became fierce again, and she sharply ordered them to get out. Cursing and apologizing, the brothers flew out of the artifact shop at a crazy speed. Listenet stood in the shop, proudly alone, watching the men run away. She smiled and said that she was not afraid of the miserable robbers. The girl had already survived many dangerous battles, and her heart had long become unbreakable. Moreover, the power of the Demon King himself flows within him. The girl placed her palm on her chest. The maid lowered her gaze to the cursed sword lying before her. She said that even if he were not here, Gail Hamilton would be able to defeat any villains. He really is unmatched. The girl gently hugged herself, feeling warmth and care, and quietly said that the sorcerer always protects his home, even if he is far away. Thinking about Gail, Listenet promised herself that she would definitely protect his shop until the boy returned. Meanwhile, the team of young Nand, having transferred from the ship to a small boat, was confidently approaching their goal. In complete silence, the boat slowly moved forward. One of the phantoms summoned by Gail was steering the oars. The girls shared their thoughts. Automatic control is, of course, convenient, but still a bit frightening. The elf girl, slightly lowering her ears, was the first to notice the forest that appeared on the horizon. She warned everyone that they had almost reached the place. The wizard asked his driving force to stop, and the girls again decided that he was a bit strange, since the boy was talking to a ghost. The boat slowly stopped. The girl with dark skin cheerfully stepped into the water and confidently said she would go first. The others immediately followed her, climbing out of the boat. The heroes discussed that they had finally reached this creepy, dark forest. They knew, as soon as they stepped inside, everything around would change. From the shore, they headed straight to the dense trees. The team was making their way through the dense forest. The huge tree canopies blocked the sun, so its rays barely reached the ground in some places. As the heroes moved through the tall grass, Gail noticed that this forest was very dense, and bushes grew at every step. Morris replied that, in her opinion, the goal was not far, but overcoming these untouched thickets would not be easy. The girl with glasses on her head sighed, then promised to clear the way for them. She took out her new axe, which she was very proud of, and advised Gail and Mura to stay close, while Ghibli should go ahead and show the way. They moved forward faster than before, and the axe helped them easily clear the dense grass that stood in their path. Shalina occasionally heard different sounds coming from the grass on various sides. The girl warned the others by saying this, and Mura replied that they should not relax. Shalina took a deep breath, closed her eyes, and said slowly that she was very glad because on the ghost ship, she managed to obtain a top-class battle axe. She suddenly opened her eyes wide at the unexpected sound and raised her gaze upward. Creatures resembling dragons were flying over the forest, occasionally flapping their wings. The girls raised their eyes upward. Shalina asked if those were wyverns, and suddenly a loud rumble of huge footsteps was heard. Gail also raised his head and was surprised to see how large this creature was. He asked what kind of being it was. The boy guessed it was probably a troll, but he said it quite loudly. The dark-skinned elf quickly grabbed her friends and in an instant threw them into the thick grass, ordering them to be silent. The troll turned at the sound, but in the place where the heroes had just stood, he saw no one. Gimli quietly asked his companions not to make noise and not to attract attention. Fortunately, to these creatures they were too small, so ordinary people hardly noticed them. Therefore, if they remain unnoticed, nothing will happen to them. The troll lingered here for a few more seconds, then continued on his previous path. Frightened, Morris said that the forest was safer than the sea, where there was nowhere to run. She believed so. Lying on the grass, the elf noted that it was not worth losing vigilance. She spoke about how simple it seems to go straight through the forest or mountains. But people involuntarily choose the most convenient path. It depends on how the center of gravity shifts, which leg is leading, or on personal habits. Because of this, you can start walking in circles without even noticing it. It seems to you that you are heading straight to the goal, but in reality, you are just wandering around the same place. The elf's words scared me even more. When she finished her story, she smiled sweetly, raised a finger, and said that this phenomenon is called ring wandering. The girl with long hair sat on the ground, gripped by horror, and did not even dare to move. Mura paused for a moment, then admitted that it was not worth treating this forest so lightly, but Gimli tried to calm her down, saying that anyone can make a mistake. The elf took out an old map of the area, unfolded it in front of her, and said that even she sometimes does that. Shelina asked where the girl with dark skin was leading. Gimli only smiled in response, looking at her friend. After a short pause, the girl admitted that she was lost. This frightened everyone else, and the girls asked again if they had understood the elf correctly. Gimli immediately ordered everyone to be silent so as not to attract the attention of monsters. Shilin and Mora said that the elf should know these places since she was local and had lived here. Gimli, however, noted that she had not actually been here for a long time. The girl with glasses on her head asked what they should do, since the forest had already plunged into almost complete darkness. The dark elf replied that it gets dark earlier in the dark forest, so she suggested stopping and setting up camp right here. The heroes stood in the middle of the grass with distrust in their eyes, as they were not sure it was safe here. Shelina approached Gimli and asked in a trembling voice if everything was okay with the forest, as she did not like this place at all. The elf was a little offended and asked in response if the girl trusted her. At that moment, Gail interrupted the conversation and called to stop the arguments, as they needed to find a place for the camp as soon as possible. Everyone agreed immediately. The boy took the first step, stepping onto the soft forest grass. The mage said he would go ahead and recommended the girls follow him. Shelina jokingly asked the boy if he knew the way. He smiled and replied no, but explained that he was already used to the darkness. Without stopping, he confidently made his way through the tall sedges. The girls following the boy noticed how thick thickets and uneven ground did not bother Gail at all. Shelna guessed that he was probably used to walking in such difficult places because they barely managed to keep up with him. Mora confirmed her friend's suspicion and said that Gail was a true expert in exploring ruins, cemeteries, and other places teeming with the undead. Gimli added that darkness and the monotonous landscape around were usual for this boy. In such places, scattered bones could be seen everywhere. The girls felt that for the sorceress, traveling through the dark forest was just another adventure, no different from those she was already accustomed to. The group carefully crossed over a fallen giant tree. Next, they found beautiful fruits of some plant that glowed in the dark. Finally, Gail called the girl, expecting that there should be a body of water ahead. Shelina decided to ask Gimli again if that was really so, but the elf just shrugged and said she did not know where she was in this place. They started arguing again, but others intervened and calmed the situation. She said that the girl with long ears could not know the entire dark forest from beginning to end. Gimli assured that if they found themselves in a place familiar to her, she would immediately understand where the boys were. Afterwards, an awkward silence prevailed, broken only by the sounds of the forest. Shelina said with dissatisfaction on her face and sarcasm that they got lost precisely because they couldn't find such a place. Gimli apologized sadly. He interrupted the conversation again when he noticed something interesting. He called them over and advised them to listen carefully. The girls immediately listened to him. The boy said that many plants with fruits grow here, so he assumes there must be a water source nearby. As soon as everyone quieted down and focused, suddenly nearby they heard something drip onto a leaf. Over time, the noise became clearer and clearer, and there was no doubt there really was a body of water nearby. Mora exclaimed joyfully that she hears the sound of water, and Shelina praised Gail for his skillful work. Gimli stepped back a little to look around. Soon the girl noticed a small stream that in places went underground and turned into underground brooks. She told her friends about it. The boy peeked out from behind another bush, and this time saw a pond. His face blossomed with a joyful smile, and sparks of happiness played in his eyes again. Before them opened an incredible view, a cozy little beach in the forest. The water reflected the light so that it seemed as if this place was shining. The boy with a large tourist backpack on his shoulders smiled and looked around. Here grew both large and small trees, among which it was convenient to set up camp. The girls exclaimed with delight. This place really was extraordinarily beautiful. Above the water, the treetops spread apart, letting light through to the ground. The water was clear, and it was easy to approach. Mushrooms were even growing on the nearby trees. Gail asked his comrades if they liked this place. Each of them in turn agreed that it was perfect for the camp. The boy asked if it was a unanimous decision. On his face was his usual friendly smile. Raising his right hand up, he loudly announced that they would set up camp right here. The girls immediately agreed with this. Everyone acted as agreed. As soon as Elena's signal sounded, everyone immediately dropped their things. Gimli began to carefully look around the surroundings in search of familiar landmarks, but did not go far to avoid getting lost. The owner of the new axe was busy gathering firewood. Meanwhile, Mura and Gail went nearby in search of food. The girl noted that this was a matter of life and death, as they did not know how long they would have to stay here. The boy looked at the pond where fish were splashing and said that there was a lot of interesting things here. Clean water is always a good sign. Having taken everything necessary out of his backpack, the young man suggested making a simple fishing rod. Mura asked how exactly he planned to do it. Gail began to say that there are many insects in the forest that are perfect for bait. The girl agreed with him. The guy wanted to put a bone on the hook, but Mura immediately laughed and said that only he always carries bones with him. The boy suggested to the girl to watch his actions. He took one of the bones and quickly broke it against his knee. He picked up one of the fragments and said, "If you take a dried, thick bone, inside it there is fibrous bone marrow. If you carefully extract it, this marrow is so strong and sharp that it can be used to replace a fishing hook." Demonstrating his skills, Gail carefully threaded the bait onto the fishing line, meanwhile hiding the bent hook, commenting all this for Mura so she would understand what was happening. Then the boy cast the fishing rod into the quiet lake, hoping to catch fish for dinner. The lure with a splash fell into the water. The boy and the girl watched the fishing line closely, and soon it began to tremble. Someone bit. The young man sharply jerked the fishing rod upward, trying to hook the fish. Rainbow scales appeared from the water, followed by the whole fish. Gail asked the girl how her catch went. Mura was surprised that everything worked out so quickly, as very little time had passed between when she cast the bait and got a bite. The boy began to tell that deep in the forest, there are fish much bigger than those in the sea or river. The girl was increasingly amazed by his survival skills. She believed more and more strongly that Gail exceeds all limits of human capabilities. After one more bait cast, they quickly managed to catch a second fish. The girl was still amazed by what she saw and loudly rejoiced at her catch. She watched the boys so attentively that he noticed a spark of passion and a thirst for something greater in her gaze. Gail suggested to Moore to try fishing. To his surprise, he noticed that the girl was embarrassed and timidly asked if she could join, just in case. The boy handed the girl a fishing rod, but she asked how to use it. The young man explained, "You just need to cast the worm, and when it bites, wait a little. The hook is delicate, so it's better if the fish swallows it well. Then pulling it out will be easier." The group began discussing the situation and decided to wait a little. They barely cast the fishing rod when something immediately hooked onto the hook. Gail ordered to wait a bit, then allowed to pull in the catch. The girl exclaimed in surprise and quickly pulled the bait out of the water. A broken hook hung at the end of the fishing line. Mura felt a surge of indignation and began to tremble. She was very upset, even though this time her result was really good. Tears appeared in the girl's eyes, so Gail handed her a new, already prepared bait. The girl hesitantly asked if she could really stay. She felt she was only in the way. However, the boy gently reassured her and asked her not to worry. The bait fell into the water again with a light splash. The young man suggested trying once more to catch a fish. This time, putting in a little more effort, Mura managed to catch a good fish. The girl's eyes shone with joy from her first catch. Hill was surprised and praised Mura for managing to catch such a big fish. The girl quietly began to say something. The boy, who was holding the fish in his hands and trying hard not to drop it, looked at his girlfriend with confusion. The girl happily hugged Gail and suddenly shouted that she had managed to catch a fish. The boy almost dropped the catch from his hands. Shalina heard a loud scream and immediately decided that something bad had happened, so she quickly ran in that direction. She saw how Gail and Mura were hugging. As it turned out, these two were simply enjoying ordinary fishing, so the girl hurried to leave this couple and went on. After some time, when the bonfire was already burning, the heroes began to prepare their freshly caught catch. Fried fish smelled so delicious that Mura immediately noticed it. The boy suggested they start eating. A loud slap rang out. Gimli and Shalina gladly savor the dish, discussing how even ordinary baked fish can be delicious. The boy adds that there is still plenty of meat, so the girls can eat to their heart's content and not be shy. Mura asked the elf how the observation went. The girl mysteriously replied that she did not even know herself. The approximate direction was clear, but finding the exact place, especially in the dark, was difficult. The girl looked up. Gail smiled slightly and said that there was nothing to be done now, so as soon as they finish eating, they will set up camp. At first, they decided to divide the watch so that no one would have to stand guard all night. Gimli noticed that although everyone had eaten well, the journey was too exhausting and everyone felt tired. She was full and satisfied. Gail suggested that maybe it would be easier to set traps so that no one would have to stand guard. The girls looked at him in surprise. Gail's instant traps are based on a paralysis spell that mimics the effect of a ghost ship, as well as a freezing spell that uses the icy chill of the sea floor. After he set everything up, the boy scratched his nose contentedly. Around the camp stood many skeletons in hats and cloaks, on which magical spells were cast. The girls were so surprised by what they saw that they stood, unable to believe their eyes, with their mouths open. The boy explained that these traps can detect approaching enemy monsters. As soon as they do, the traps instantly activate and paralyze the enemies. The young man admitted that he cast the spells hastily, so the traps would last only one night. Thanks to Gail, they managed to survive the night without monster attacks. However, being among the creepy stuffed skulls, that night passed very strangely for them. At night, the group's camp was surrounded by eerie scarecrows with glowing eyes. They vigilantly guarded the surrounding area so that no monster could sneak up on the heroes. All the travelers slept peacefully after a hard day because today no one had to stand watch. At that time, Mura, lying in the tent, saw a dream. Gimli knelt on one knee, while the others looked ahead in confusion, sitting on the stones. Before the heroes stood an elf with dark skin and long hair tied in a neat ponytail. She smiled warmly and greeted the guests. Finally, they had reached the village of the Dark Elves. Mura felt as if she was being welcomed, although she did not understand at all what it was about. However, she noticed that the elf had the same skin and ear shape as Gimli. The elf woman looked kindly at her guests. As soon as morning came, the boys began sharing their dreams. Each told of a strange encounter that appeared to them at night, and soon it became clear they all saw the same thing. Gimli, answering the unspoken question, explained that this person was their guide. Her name was Lady Minerva. Mura immediately sensed where her nobility came from. The place that appeared in the travelers' dreams is called the Hill of the Oath. When they reach the dark forest, they receive a greeting in their sleep. Shailina was a little surprised and noted that, it turns out, when you become a leader, even such things come under your control. Gimli agreed with her and added that they work very closely with Lady Minerva. The girl with glasses on her head, continuing to ask questions, inquired whether their leader was not only strong but also attentive to others. The boys talked among themselves that when they manage to reach this hill, they will be able to meet in reality. That is why she had to come to them only in a dream. At that moment, Gimli was a little embarrassed and clearly pondered something of her own. It seemed she was hiding something. Taking a sip of hot drink from her mug, the elf woman replied that overall, the group was right. The travelers moved deeper into the dense forest. Gimli tried to navigate, while Gail confidently led the other girls behind her. The more I thought about it, the more noticeable it became that the food supplies were running out and the fatigue was only increasing. Although it was convenient to stop at this place, it was clear that it was time to move on. Even if they still were not sure that they were moving in the right direction. The heroes gathered sticks and fish remnants into a pile and then finished their dinner. Shailina complained that they had been eating the same thing for the third day in a row. Gimli supported the girl, admitting that he could no longer eat this baked fish. The girl with glasses on her head admitted that she was already tired of the fish, but something much scarier was bothering her. Shailina suddenly burst into tears and screamed loudly because she had run out of all the sake. 2 empty bottles of alcohol stood before the boys. Moria tried to calm the girl down, explaining that she understood her feelings but asked her not to scream. Gail suggested calmly sorting out the situation. Since they had set up camp, they had tried more than once to find the right path. Gimli admitted that he did not recognize these places, and the heroes kept walking in circles, each time returning to where they started. The elf girl, as if feeling guilty, sadly lowered her ears. Mora agreed with the boy and said that they had no problems in the camp, but the heroes still did not move from the spot. Shailina, still sobbing, exclaimed that it was true nonsense to stay in the forest. Gimli carefully examined the map. She said that they had tried to shorten the path, but it was in vain. Gail tried to calm the elf, assuring her that no one was blaming her, but Shailina only indignantly asked how it was even possible to get lost in one's own forest, while Gimli excused himself, saying he had no idea how vast this dark forest was. The boy looked back at the lake and said that they had enough water, but there were problems with food. Fish in the stream are not infinitely many, so feeding on them constantly will not work. The guy ended his conversation by saying that they needed to move on. Shelina agreed with him, adding that she couldn't rest forever. The boy said that the girl is the mistress of the Guild of Blacksmiths, and he cannot leave all the work to Liz. At this time, Liznit was already dozing in the store, as no customers had come in for a long time. The team decided that it was time to pack up and move on. The girls said it would be wonderful to find a guide who would show them the way, but where in such a wilderness could one look for such a person? In the next moment, the sorcerer noticed something among the trees. He stopped to make sure that behind one of the large trunks, someone was really standing in the shade. He told the girls about his discovery, and then Mura noticed that his ability to see well in the dark would come in handy for them, since even during the day there is twilight all around and the sky is covered with clouds. The girls were full of excitement and eager to reach the destination as quickly as possible, so they hurried towards the figure. The boy tried to stop them, noting that running only wasted energy. Gimli, Mura, and Shelina suddenly emerged from the bushes. They noticed several people in black cloaks and tried to attract their attention. The heroes descended along the tree roots and decided to approach closer. Gimli stood behind the silhouette in the cloak and reported that they were lost. When they came closer, both their gazes stopped on the creature's legs. They looked like bones covered with pieces of rotten flesh. The girl tried to call her friend, but the corpse had already turned around and looked at Gimli with fierce anger. The hood slipped off his head, revealing a bare skull underneath. The girl screamed in horror upon seeing that an undead stood before her. Judging by their form, the skeletons belonged to a disbanded royal squad. Shelina exclaimed that if this was really the case, then the situation was completely different and they should retreat immediately. But at that very moment, one of the dead was already looming over her. The girl screamed loudly in horror and surprise. Gimli, Mura, and Shelina noticed the actions of the evil spirits too late, so they found themselves surrounded. Creepy skeletons covered in a red glow began to emerge from the ground. There were already several dozen of them, and with each moment, their number grew. Behind, the sound of hoofbeats was heard. A moment, and from somewhere above appeared a rider with a spear on a dead horse. He looked at Gimli and immediately tried to strike her right on target. At the last moment, Gail ran up to the elf and, embracing her, cast a curse removal spell. Before them, a large, bright magical circle flared up, illuminating the undead. Gimli's legs gave way and she fell to the ground. The boy immediately asked if she was okay, and the girl replied that everything was fine. Meanwhile, Shelina hurried to them. The elf looked at the young man and remembered how he once hugged her with a smile. Her heart beat faster, and she was a little embarrassed, as she was hiding her true feelings for the boy. But Gail was completely focused on the cursed skeletons, as encountering such creatures was extremely rare. The undead rushed forward toward the boy, and he, with a smile on his face, was already preparing to meet them. Gimli raised his head and saw how the purified souls, freed thanks to the wind, rose into the sky with a bright glow. Mura said she had seen this several times before, but was still impressed. Shelina noticed that the sorcerer remained too calm. It seemed as if he was dancing a waltz among the enemies. His movements were so smooth and graceful. The young man, having dealt with the attackers, stopped and thoughtfully looked around the surrounding area. Addressing the girls, he said that the undead usually sleep during the day. But here, in the middle of the dense forest, on the damp ground soaked with magic, under the gloomy sky, everything was different. The girl with glasses on her head looked tiredly at the boy and remarked that he looked as if he was happy about it. Gail, holding something in his hands, asked what she really expected. And Mura, noticing what the boy had found, asked what it was. The wizard explained that the cursed skeleton left behind a core of the undead. This core is a concentration of the curse in its pure form, and it is very difficult to obtain. Shelina asked Gimli if she had heard of such a thing before. The girl answered negatively. This was the first time she had seen anything like it. Usually, materials related to the undead are not particularly popular. Sometimes the guild buys them for alchemy, but usually on the market, these materials are valued less than those obtained from ordinary monsters. However, the elf had never heard of such a core before, so he became interested in learning more about it. Gail, holding the lute in his hand, explained that it is used to cast spells on various things, for example, on armor or scrolls. The core can even be embedded into ordinary weapons or armor. This allows enhancing the item and turning it into a magical artifact. Of course, externally this item did not differ from an ordinary one, just an ordinary material, but with its help, the boy could improve the girl's equipment. Mura asked if the core was not cursed. She was almost sure of it, but still decided to ask again. The boy stammered a little, and she confidently answered, yes, and proudly assured that she was fully capable of keeping the curse under control. The girls looked at him with disapproval. The boy raised his index finger and said he could take the curse upon himself, but if he went too far, the curse would immediately return. Shelina was surprised to learn that curses could come back. She looked at the boy with fear and said that he was capable of creating terrible and dangerous things. Mura clearly expressed that this was probably how the boy improved Kesh's and others' equipment. She also suspected that this was exactly why they did not know that a curse lay upon her. Gimli smiled slightly with sadness and noted that this was probably all they managed to find, although for the boy these hearts were a real rarity. Gail interrupted the elf, informing that in fact one more rare item had dropped. He asked the girls if they remembered what that boy said about a runny nose, saying that it appears because of unfulfilled wishes that were not said goodbye to in life. Looking at the skeletons lined up, he said that these people had tried more than once to escape the dark forest, but having lost hope, they died and remained prisoners of this place forever. This lasted very long, possibly even hundreds of years. The boy began to tell about how long he wandered in the forest, but paused for a moment and asked a question to the elf from the app. He pointed with his finger to the place where their group was now located. The girls watched him attentively. Smiling, the young man clenched an object in his right hand and joyfully said that this thing could show them the way. In his palm hung a small pendant on a metal chain. It was a clock pendulum, like frozen crystal tears of a royal retinue lost in a dark forest. Gail said that this leads to the village of dark elves, holding the pendant right above the map. After a few seconds, the amulet began to move. Everyone watched carefully the artifact that Gail took out. Shelina noticed that along with a quiet sobbing, the pendulum began to swing. The pendant stopped and pointed in a certain direction. The boy pointed his finger in the direction the artifact was swinging and joyfully said that the village of dark elves was located exactly there. The girls exclaimed in surprise that it was incredible and rejoiced that now they finally had a chance to get out of the forest. At the same time, they were curious to learn more about this mysterious object. The young man did not forget about the two war horses. The unnaturally silent undead froze near the tree. Mura and Shelina were happy because now they could rest and regain their strength, and Gimli sighed with relief. They would easily reach the village without encountering any difficulties. But when she approached the horse skeletons, faint doubts crept into her mind, and her former confidence slightly diminished. Setting off further on their journey riding the horses, Mura recalled the saying, horse bones, but she was curious to understand what exactly was meant by horse bones. Listening to the quiet but eerie hum that echoed throughout the forest, the girl with a serious face told the boy to hold on tight. Then both turned their heads toward the trees from where the unfamiliar sound came. At that moment, the ground beneath their feet suddenly shook. The boys did not expect such a strong jolt and were completely unprepared for it. After some time, the earthquake subsided, and the group decided to move on. The heroes began discussing why the royal army ended up so far from the capital. It turned out that after the demon seal was destroyed, the kingdom tried to take control of the Forest of Darkness and sent its troops there. But an ancient dragon attacked them, and they became its prey. Gimli reminded everyone that they had already discussed this in the carriage. The next moment it seemed as if the most unpleasant thought she had been trying to convey to her friend had finally reached Shelina. The girl, realizing what had happened, stopped the elf and said that they were now exactly where the remains of the royal army in the form of undead were left. Gimli's face twisted with fear and sudden realization. The earth shook again, and the horses became restless, rearing up. A loud roar thundered, as if shaking the very air. The girl with long ears said tensely that she had relaxed too much because she felt safe. Suddenly, a huge paw with sharp claws smashed one of the trees. Gail's team found themselves right on the territory of an ancient dragon. They were gripped by fear. The horses galloped at full speed, and the dragon stuck out its long tongue and opened its jaws wide to more easily catch those who disturbed it. The wizard shouted that the dragon had already seen them. The throat of the ancient giant creature glowed with blue flame. The heroes immediately noticed that the monster was preparing to exhale. Dragon breath is an extremely dangerous technique that burns everything in its path. Gimli shouted at the top of his voice, urging everyone to run away. The air near the dragon's throat became hot, and bright particles of magic flared around, resembling fireflies in the night darkness. In an instant, a column of blue flame burst from the huge creature's maw. The heroes managed to dodge the stream of magic, but the warhorse burned to ashes, which significantly slowed the boys' movement. The girls rejoiced that the fiery beam flew past and did not touch them, but the destruction was still extremely great. Flames flared around the heroes. The team was surrounded by tongues of fire, and they found themselves, to put it mildly, in a very unpleasant situation. Shelina shouted that they could not die in this place, and Mura supported her, calling everyone to prepare their weapons. Gimli believed that the true reason for the dragon's power in this dangerous forest was not its deadly breath, capable of burning everything around in an instant. Its true strength lies in the thick, scaly armor that completely covers its body. Mura loudly called on everyone to deliver one strong blow each. She explained that only by combining their forces could they defeat the dragon. She cast a spell, and a magical circle lit up under the other girls. Mura raised their abilities to the maximum. Shelina was the first to rush into battle, filled with determination to deliver a powerful blow to the dragon, and jumped forward. The girl struck the creature lightning fast right on the skull. However, the dragon remained unharmed. He just shook his head and threw the girl off his back. For the warrior, this was something incredible. The elf realized that even Imperial weapons would not help. Ordinary strikes would not harm him. Gimli raised her black dagger auric alchem, made by the dark elves, to her face and prepared to strike with it. Gimli, agile and fast like a wild animal, moved straight toward the giant dragon. She hoped that her plan would work, and the blade could at least slightly wound this creature. As she moved forward, she prepared her orc weapon, the alchemical alchem. As soon as the girl approached the monster, she immediately plunged the blade into its tough scales. The elf woman rejoiced seeing how her weapon pierced the ancient dragon's skin. She expected this from the highest quality material, but the blade still turned out to be too short. The monster tried to strike back, but the girl reacted quickly and managed to dodge. Gimli barely restrained herself from revealing her position and decided that a fatal wound was still far off, as she had only managed to slightly graze him. She sadly sank to her knees, leaning on her staff. She completely exhausted her strength and all magical energy. It turned out that achieving such a number of good results required much more magic than she had anticipated. Gail watched as the elf skillfully dodged the blow. Unfortunately, the boy could not help them in this battle. Gimli shouted to the young man that she was fine and asked him to take care of the other two girls. The wizard approached Shelina and Mura to lift them up. The girls found it hard to stand on their feet. The dragon watched the group of daredevils who dared to disturb his peace. He looked at them with a terrifying gaze, and a dark elf's blade protruded from his body. The monster became extremely angry and roared at the top of its lungs. Everything around trembled from its roar. Gimli said that ancient dragons were extremely proud creatures and did not tolerate anyone invading their territory. It was precisely because of this that the royal squad was destroyed. That guy really hit him at his most painful spot. The elf ordered everyone to focus so that the monster could not choose a specific victim. The friends scattered in different directions. Even the oldest dragon cannot simultaneously watch 4 opponents, so this advantage should be used for the benefit of the entire team. But Gimli understood that in the fire's encirclement, even such a tactic could only provide a short-term advantage. Shelina called the boys and asked them to look towards certain trees. The fire in that area of land had just gone out, and the heroes had hoped to escape from the monster by that road. Gail from Mura rejoiced at this idea and suggested running exactly there. Gimli also thought they were lucky, as she watched 3 of her friends go there. But for some reason, the elf girl felt anxiety and could not understand why exactly. The girl understood that the ancient dragon was not only hot-tempered, but also indifferent to others' feelings. It was strange to her how he could not notice such an obvious thing. At that moment, the girl stopped. Her legs trembled slightly. She turned around and looked with horror at the cunning, self-satisfied dragon. Only after a moment did she realize that it was all his plan. It resembled an old, dried-up fishing trap. Only instead of a net, fire, and instead of fish, them. Gimli screamed with all her might to stop her friends. She told that a huge monster was going to destroy everyone with one breath of the dragon while they were running straight ahead. The monster's throat glowed bright blue again. Gail rushed to cover Mura and Shelina with his body, and Gimli tried to reach his friends. At that moment, it seemed to them that they would all die together. But suddenly, an unfamiliar figure in a cloak came out of the forest. The heroes heard a loud scream calling for the princess. A projectile flew over the dragon's head and exploded right in its skull. That was enough to at least confuse the giant monster for some time. The heroes looked around in confusion, trying to understand what had happened. They did not understand why they were still alive, but Gail noticed something exploded near the dragon. After that, new figures in cloaks appeared on the battlefield near Gail's team. The girls did not understand anything and had no idea who they could be. The The heroes found themselves in a crowd of strangers who were armed and trying to protect them from the ancient dragon. A man in a cloak explained that a crossbow with incendiary arrows alone could not cause serious harm to this creature. However, if the monster is scared by the explosion and instinctively flinches, it will disorient him and stop the fire attack. About a dozen strangers in cloaks stand near the team, and all of them are carefully watching the dragon's reaction.